The last line of defense of the grandest kingdom, Endeavor Castle, soldiers in chaos. The soldiers shouted, they have armor to protect the city wall, fight with all your might, cut down all those goblins for me. A goblin raised the axe in his hand and said, Calvel, Kumi haha too. Sparks shot out continuously, the two sides rushed into battle, the goblins rushed forward aggressively. Commander-in-Chief of Endeavor, Filshan Endeavor thought to himself, the orcs have gone crazy, the south gate will collapse sooner or later. The soldiers screamed, there were too many of them, but when the orc lord joined the fight, the problem became truly serious, because this orc lord is very different from the previous ones, it is an aura master. Meaning, it can use special aura skills. Now the orcs have occupied the wall. Is this really our end? The soldiers shouted, stopping them. Sacrifice everything to protect the wall. An orc used his foot to trample a soldier to death. Another orc used his large hand to crush the soldier's head. Soldiers lay dead. Suddenly a beam of light appeared. The orcs that were killing the soldiers suddenly stopped. The soldiers shouted loudly, what is that light? Those corpses, they're standing up. There is a necromancer. Why is he a necromancer? The two sides continued to fall into chaos. A young man wearing a black robe appeared with streams of purple light. The guy in the black cloak said, you can't be defeated by a human body, as expected of an aura master. Come up, it's your turn. The orcs roared. Monsters from behind the black-cloaked boy advanced to fight the orcs. The orc lord used his sword to slash the soldiers away. Then a skull, a man wearing a black cloak appeared and slashed the orc lord's head, but he dodged. Then the reporter used his paw to squeeze his neck hard. The skull and leopard continued to fight the orc lord. The reporter used a punch push the orc lord back. The soldiers shouted, the world is too big, a necromancer with excellent swordsmanship of this level, yet it appeared on this battlefield. The black-cloaked man's men rushed forward and blew away all the orcs. The orcs were sent flying in all directions. The soldiers who witnessed that scene were extremely impressed that he could single-handedly turn the tide of the war, even though the Empire prohibits dark magic. The orc lord told the black-cloaked boy that corpses could put us in a disadvantageous position, but don't think that you can completely defeat me, it's great. The black-cloaked boy replied, your body is fine, you are qualified to join the ranks of my comrades. The young man wearing a black cloak swung his sword at the orc lord. The two fell into chaos, neither side willing to lose. I must become stronger. To be able to survive. And for the people who love me in this world. And also so that I can continue to live with the fate of Andreas Cromwell. There was a skull-shaped suit surrounding the black-robed boy. The orc shouted, come on, you dreamy warrior, entertain me one last time. The two rushed to fight, everyone was surprised, don't look. The orc lord raised his sword and slashed at the young man. On the other side at Rodlin Academy, the most prestigious academy in the Empire, where the most promising students are taught, and it's also where those who hide their identities gather. A white-haired young man, hey Andreas, didn't you say he was here? Andreas replied, I'm sorry, you really can't remember the location of the corpse that was just touched last week. We are necromancers, researchers of forbidden black magic. If discovered, I will immediately be executed. That's why I conducted the experiment in secret. Stand back, I'll start now. The silver-haired boy said. There are streams of blue light flying around the two boys. The body stood up but then lay motionless again. Failed again. That's enough for today. Clean up and go home. Andreas thought to himself, I didn't learn anything today. Then Andreas took the broom to clean the floor. The job is dangerous and I don't get much out of it. But I can't give up either. After all, this is the only place where I can read official black magic books. Andreas said to the silver-haired boy, sorry, it took me a long time. The silver-haired boy replied, it took half a day to clean up, so when will you be able to perform the ritual yourself? Because you didn't teach me anything, I learned it myself first. Andreas thought to himself. The silver-haired boy continued, he was only given a small task and yet he was so worried. If you fail again, I won't miss it. Andreas replied, I will do my best. The silver-haired boy stood up and said, go to the Benhalese National Cemetery and get me another body. I don't know if I can trust you anymore, but I'll give you one more chance. Don't forget that I'm the one who took in you as an orphan. If not, you know your outcome. Andreas thought, I will become another corpse for him to experiment with. Well done, now go. Andreas replied, yes. As he walked, Andreas thought, I don't even want to waste my travel time. As soon as Andreas walked out of the room, his classmates stared at him. Look, it's Andreas, is he still here? Andreas shouted angrily, I'm not an exhibition animal for you guys to see, get out of the way. As he walked, he thought to himself, it's really not going to work, and I have no way to get out of here. Andreas Cromwell, third-year magic department, is incompetent and useless. An orphan from a failed family. A mediocre guy who flatters the strong and bullies the weak, social scum in the academy, a third-rate villain. The type of character no one wants to choose. But even if I don't want to, I still have to live as Andreas. I am Makoto Kaneshiro and I am in the world of mortal sin. I used to be a special agent but could not integrate into normal social life. The only thing that keeps me alive is sin. So I forgot everything and completely immersed myself in the game. And when I won the game in week 12, someone who owned my personal information and gaming habits called Makoto Kaneshiro, and out of surprise I turned off the computer. But then I suddenly became a character in the game half a year before the main story took place. Andreas, a character always on the brink of death. Why? Because each character will go through the same thing. They will discover Karen's identity and kill him, and me too. So if I don't find a way to escape Karen before the main story begins, then I won't be able to escape the main characters. Andreas sat and thought, could I escape? I have no other choice but to become stronger. The only thing I can rely on are the 2 features I get after playing the game for 13 weeks. But one of them was random and I picked the dual type trait. That means I can use both swordsmanship and magic. I won't be able to survive with just one. So I only have one more main optional characteristic. I guess the only way is to choose characteristics that are compatible with necromancy. Andreas clenched his fist. Select properties. There are so many options. Taoism, the path of weapons, probably won't work. Let's take a look at some things I've never seen before. I will definitely find it. Demon evolved S labyrinth. Evolution is the phenomenon in which an organism adapts to its environment to develop more favorably. I've never seen this in the game. What I need now is something that allows me to escape these solid walls, a great evolution. No need to think anymore. Andreas then chose the evolutionary trait. I finally see it. This characteristic will bring to me in the future. I will definitely survive and win this game as Andreas. At the Deep Fawn Dormitory at Rodlin Academy Free Facility. Makoto Kaneshiro thought Andreas was just a minor villain in the game, but when he saw it in person, he was really useless. He can barely use any original magic. His only immediate value is necromancy, which is also the reason why he chose the evolutionary trait. Before going to the cemetery, I'll stop by the underground research room, because I can't waste time. I need to get stronger as quickly as possible, not just because of the event. Besides Karen, there are countless characters who can kill me. Makoto Kaneshiro holds the introductory book to black magic. I will become a black magician. The difficulties of black magic, he thought. This guy sounds terrible. If I read these books, I will be killed immediately. But there's still something in this room that can kill me. If I'm not mistaken, Andreas saw a girl sitting in the corner of the room, then she was definitely a vampire. But vampires in this game are not directly affected by sunlight and have the ability to use powerful magic. She's not something Karen can easily use. Maybe she's on par with the boss in the game. The girl sitting in the corner of the room spoke up. Hey, will you help me get out of here? Makoto Kaneshiro thought, frankly, that was fascinating. Maybe it's a gift from heaven. She continued, if you let me go, I will kill Karen. Aren't you afraid that one day he will kill you? What do you think? Makoto Kaneshiro thought, it's true that she's a vampire. She's found her wariness with Karen. I just don't act a bit like Andreas, so maybe it's because of that. He said, if I let you go there is no guarantee that you will let me go safely. She replied, I swear I won't kill you, but a creature like her keeps her promise to a human. It's true, I swear. Should I trust her? Makoto Kaneshiro thought. I will consider this. If I betray you I will be in trouble. Hey, there's no time to think. Let go now, she shouted loudly. I have to research more about vampires. There should be some books about controlling them. The next stop is the National Cemetery. We are now arriving at her Artfell station. The door on the right will open. The train stopped. Makoto Kaneshiro pulled his suitcase and got out. Is this really the body of a magician? Money is one thing, but from now on I also have to work hard to exercise. This is where black magicians collect bodies, the National Cemetery. Andreas spoke, I'm from Jenny's house, I'm her third child. The girl asked, did you bring flowers? Andreas replied, I have brought 13 blue irises. The girl replied, so come in. I have a vague memory of it right. A man standing in the coal garden, my waist hurts so much. Came at just the right time, as promised, the body of a knight, take it or not. Andreas replied, thank you very much. Mom is so heavy, I have to leave now before it's too late. I think I've seen that name on a tombstone somewhere before. No way, Master Aura Lifehill. Someone who spent decades pursuing kendo alone. But even though he devoted his life to swordsmanship and became an aura master, at that moment, he died of old age, which is one of the Easter eggs in the game. Note, Easter egg is a term that refers to interesting or mysterious details that game makers often hide in the game in a subtle way to increase the fun for players. I still don't know why they added that. But no one here knows that Nicker has become an aura master. If I create martyrs with this body, Andreas thought, of course even Father Ron could create a high-level spirit. But after I evolved it, it was a different story. So I need to find a body with delicious hidden abilities. Andreas said to Sir Paimon. Paimon Day, I want another body. Lord Paimon replied, do you want another body? There is none anyway, understand. You must get Karen's permission first, understand my position. Andreas sighed and held out the ring in front of Paimon. What if I exchange this ring for a corpse? Mr. Paimon thought, this ring is engraved with the Earl's symbol, if I sell this I can make a fortune. Did he really change it? Andreas continued, I have nothing left but this old ring, and as a magician the result is still important to me, so I hope you will happily accept it. Lord Paimon replied, is that so? I'll hide it from my teacher, so take it. Andreas put the ring into Paimon's hand. Mr. Paimon replied, okay, I will give it to you. Even though it was the ring of a fallen noble family, it was still full of temptation. Andreas said, thank you very much, then this person should go. Wait, that's a bit difficult to dig, Mr. Paimon replied. The bright future I saw yesterday has finally begun. When I get back I'll start practicing necromancy as soon as possible. I will take care of my first subordinate, Andreas said, looking at the corpse. Mr. Karen said, it looks like a useless body, remember to keep an eye on the reagents while I'm gone. Mr. Karen smiled evilly and pointed at Andreas, and of course you will suffer the consequences if something happens. After hearing this, Andreas felt a bit angry and thought to himself, I just returned and he forced me to do one thing after another. Andreas thought to himself, I work more effectively when I'm angry, maybe it's my instinct. I need to finish it quickly so I can learn something else. Andreas diligently cleaned up the scene quickly. Andreas muttered in his head, at my current level, can I use Nickel's body? Skills of this level are better to try with skeletons. I might be stronger thanks to my evolutionary characteristics, but I'm not sure because I've never tried it, and I'm also poor so I don't have another body to practice on. The vampire suddenly spoke up, how long are you planning on making me wait? Andreas turned around and looked with cold eyes. Andreas said, don't you need to sleep? The angry vampire shouted loudly, I said I wouldn't kill anyone, let me go. Do you want to live the rest of your life as Karen's assistant? Andreas step by step approached the bars that imprisoned the vampires. Andreas said, I have been waiting for the opportunity to talk to you. The vampire smiled evilly and said, yes, you have thought carefully. Andreas took the book in his hand and replied, I wonder why Karen locked you up. But when I read this I understand why. The vampire said angrily, what's wrong, why are you standing still there? Are you still doubting? Think quickly, otherwise even if you don't let me go, I will kill you. Andreas said, I will release you. Hearing this, the vampire suddenly opened his eyes wide. Andreas said seriously, I can't continue to flatter Karen anymore. The vampire happily said loudly, you've made your decision, quickly open it. Andreas continued, however she had to swear on her family's honor. After hearing this, the vampire slightly froze, his face dark as he looked at Andreas. Andreas said, you won't kill me. Andreas looked at the handcuffed and locked vampire and thought to himself, looking at her expression, the book was right. When a vampire swears by his lineage, he will never want to break that oath. While thinking, Andreas was surprised to hear the vampire's answer, I understand. I swear on the name of the Lucifer family. Andreas unexpectedly thought to himself, is it that easy? Suddenly the system announces, you have met the conditions, the element that can evolve has been discovered. Angela Lucifer's probability of being able to evolve is 55%. Andreas panicked in his mind, what the heck, evolution? Andreas pointed and looked at the vampire once and continued, because she just swore. The system continues to announce that the only evolution target that has enough experience can evolve from low rank to high rank, and can be used on targets that do not have killing intent. Differences in propagation may occur. You still want to evolve the target? Andreas thought thoughtfully. It seemed like he could use it on entities other than his summons. This is my chance to test it before using it on Nickel. If anything happens, it's not my fault. The vampire looked at him angrily and said, "What is it? Are you lying to me?" The system displayed yes, no, and Andrea's finger pointed to yes. Suddenly, the vampire appeared in severe pain. Andreas did not understand what was happening and could only stand and watch in confusion and fear. In writhing pain, the vampire screamed, "Hey bastard, what the hell did you do?" In the middle of speaking, the vampire felt a pain in his neck and fell down, foaming at the mouth. Andreas was scared, thinking in his head, what happened to her? Andreas stood outside the bars and hesitantly called out, "Hey, vampire, wake up. Now that I'm really dead, I don't know if it will succeed or not. But I just learned something more." Andreas returned to the corpse thinking, if I can evolve other entities that are not my summons, then I can also evolve myself. So it will be fine if I summon Nickel. Andreas raised his hand to summon Nickel and said, "Let's do it. Summon skeletons." Display system, introductory summon, skeleton summon has been activated, target has been found, potential to become a summon has been discovered, additional effects are being applied. Andreas was still concentrating on using the summoning method. He focused all his energy on the corpse to summon and thought to himself, it would take this much mana to summon a skeleton. Suddenly the corpse changed. Dry bones have soul and power. Notification system, the initial summoning of the skeleton summon was successful, a legendary level skeleton was summoned, the introductory summon level of the newly summoned skeleton increased from 1 to 3. Andreas smiled contentedly. The system continues to notify, the high-level corpse's additional status is applied, the corpse's level is extremely high, its level will be increased, the corpse has become a skeleton soldier, the corpse has a super level, Vietnamese it can retain some of its instincts like when it was alive. Andreas was happy in his heart, this is a great result, it is much stronger than a regular skeleton. The system continued to announce, legendary skeleton soldier Nickel Lifehill corpse level 2 sharp skill sword master, Andreas stammered, and its stats. A master is a state of peak or nearing the final stage of mastery, far ahead of other individuals. This stat can be increased further, but for a skeleton to possess this level of ability, you were truly a sword master when you were alive. Skeleton smiled happily and raised his index finger. Andreas asked confusedly, "Will you submit to me?" Skeleton is dirty, okay. Andreas chuckled, "I will also take care of you." Andreas returned to his room to stretch his legs and recline comfortably. He looked at the calendar hanging on the wall, filled with calculations. Karen still had 1 more year to die. I still have a lot of work to do if I want to survive. Even if I don't use the summoning skill, its proficiency still increases. Andrea scrolled through the notification display. Andrea Cromwell Human Mana 1581. 2 trait errors in the dark magic ability, usually elemental magic, water magic, poor skills, dark magic, detailed elemental magic, spear, stone, lever 3, earthen, lever 2. Andrea suddenly pulled his chair up and said, "Whatever, it's time to take Nickel out." The system displays, there are currently 1 out of 5 summon items in the inventory. Do you want to summon a skeleton soldier? Andreas looked at the skeleton with interest and said, "We have to come here." The truth is that if someone sees him, they have to disguise him first. Light filled the castle. The skeleton was dressed in a black long dress, gloves, high boots, and a scarf and hat covering his body. Andreas looked at him appraisingly and said, "Now no one will know that he looks like a human." Skeleton stands and starts his body, swinging his arms up and down over his head. Andreas looked bewildered and sweat dropped and said, "So the description of the Easter egg was correct. He died while practicing, and even when he died, he still practiced." He smiled evilly and said, "That's good. I finally found a way out of this difficult situation." Andreas suddenly called out the name, Nickel. Nickel froze. Andreas continued, "Can you teach me to become a sword master?" A notification appeared, asking for Cromwell's general information about the world of sin. In the world of sin, both talent and level are important factors. The shorter the name, the greater the talent. For example, teleportation is the physical skill with the highest level, whereas physical strength is the highest level, a lower rank. Andreas thought, like this. My body is stiff and stiff. Luckily, this guy taught me how to get used to it. It's like having a master who is a crazy or a master, or are they all crazy? If I was taught properly, I could use aura, I can change aura and mana, I don't need to choose one because it has dual-type characteristics. I can become a swordsman because I can use both the mana in my heart and my dantian. It's very difficult for me to get stronger, but if I pass the first stage, I will be stronger than anyone, exactly like the great King Admin who founded the empire. Her illusion of strength was soon interrupted by Nickel's painful pinch. Andreas shouted, "Uwa! What are you doing?" Nickel shouted, "Be strict, concentrate." Andreas wondered how a pile of white bones could be so strong. As for Nickel, he recalls, he said, he used to be a special soldier, so mobilizing power was just an everyday thing in the district. "I will teach you about courage, Andreas." "Damn this skeleton." "Andreas, today I skipped class and released Nickel, my necromancy level must have increased, right?" Turning on the system panel, I discovered that I had increased 2 points within 5 hours, increasing much faster than I thought. Of course, when you reach the novice stage, it will be much slower. From basic necromancy to novice necromancy will take at least 200 hours. Andreas suddenly remembered, but now I see that Karen hasn't called me for a long time. The vampire girl still looked the same, so he probably hadn't noticed her yet. Evolution takes a long time, so nothing could go wrong. Andreas is crazy, oh my god. Nickel was still continuously swinging his sword without stopping in his admiration. "Andreas, I know you're dead, so I'm not tired, but if I had magic medicine, I could practice and heal at the same time. All you need is a healing magic potion to cure internal injuries and relieve fatigue, and a recovery magic potion to treat external injuries to increase recovery speed, but how can a poor guy like you afford to buy it? If I make it myself, I'll probably save quite a bit, but making potions isn't as easy as it is in the game. I write down the ingredients but their proportions. So it's better for me to go to school to learn more knowledge." Andreas pushed open the door and entered the classroom. To the surprise of his classmates, a fat guy sitting nearby quickly said, "Why did he come to the magic potion class?" while the red-haired guy said, "Maybe to attract girls." The gossip kept growing. The family was disbanded, so why would they come here? Andreas was about to shout, "I heard you clearly, you bastards." Then he thought, I can't help but come here to fight. He just glanced over and walked back to his seat. His eyes were directed towards a short-haired girl. He was sighing deeply, not knowing what he was thinking. Let's start the third period quietly. Finally, the class began under the guidance of Professor Vauban of Intermediate Medicine and Pharmacy. Andreas realized that the game's events had not yet deviated from their trajectory. Let's go to the ratio part. Professor Vauban said, the next content will be how to make magical potions to restore physical strength. Did I mention that the ingredients include mohine leaves and 3 other things? Andreas panicked, wondering why the lectures had different content. Intermediate medicine teaches something with so many side effects, are you kidding me? Andreas raised his hand. Professor, I have a question. Professor Vauban said, Andreas, you say it. Andreas said, why don't you add Hongpishi essence and Matarata root bark? The teacher's face froze. The short-haired girl immediately noticed him. Hub. Professor Vauban replied with a disinterested expression, why do I have to add those things? Adding those things is no different than making soup. The whole class laughed loudly. Andreas thought again, those things just now are the necessary ingredients for magic medicine to restore physical strength. What is the meaning of that reaction? This recipe set hasn't appeared yet. Andreas left frustrated, having to work hard to study, but his knowledge was more than what he had learned. So maybe I should still study on my own. I'm really stupid to expect anything from this school. Andreas walked slowly back without realizing that someone was watching his back. It was none other than the short-haired girl giving him passionate eyes. Andreas arrived at the Research Academy campus. Buried himself in a pile of experimental bottles. The system panel keeps popping up, making magic potion failed. Andreas is depressed, again. Even though I know the formula, I don't know the proportions. With this whole place being much more expensive than I thought, I'll be poor. What if someone helped me? No one would help someone like Andreas. Suddenly the door to the study room opened. The short-haired girl poked her head in and started walking straight towards Andreas. She spoke up, Andreas Sr. is indeed here. Andreas whispered in his heart, asking questions in his mind, damn it, a selectable character appears here. She is a potion genius you can choose to play as in the game, Lucia Everlast. She's not familiar with Andrea's, so why is she here? Lucia Everlast spoke up, "You've failed many times, you've blown too much smoke." Andrea's ignored her, "Just ignore her and she will go away on her own." Lucia Everlast started asking again, "What experiment are you doing?" Andrea's replied indifferently, "Secretly. Going to school is already useless and will only cause more trouble." Despite Lucia Everlast, behind her back, Andrea's was still measuring and measuring, making her start to get angry. Lucia Everlast sighed, "You really are mean." Andrea still doesn't care, "Please go away." Lucia Everlast spoke up again, "Never mind, how could someone like him open his mouth first?" Glancing down at the wooden table he was sitting at, Andreas realized that Lucia's hand had approached him without even realizing it. Resting her hips, Lucia Everlast asked the senior in a cunning way, "Will you study with me?" Lucia Everlast said, "Don't you think that's a good idea? There is no need to refuse." Andreas replied, "What do you want? Isn't it strange to want a researcher together?" Lucia Everlast replied uncomfortably. Andreas replied, "You won't get anything from this. Andreas is happy, his gratitude to you is enough. It seems that you have a talent that can create miracles. I am looking for a medicine that has never existed in the world." Andreas fell into contemplation. "I created that medicine for myself." The reason Lucia insisted on learning magical medicine wasn't because she had talent for it. If she couldn't find a way to cure her illness, he will die. However, even the best healers and pharmacists couldn't cure her, so she had to find a way herself. This disease is confirmed to be fatal by the system itself. But if she wasn't someone who played this game 1,000 times like me, she would never have been able to cure it. But I met someone as smart as her. Lucia Everlast used a move to fly away and died. Like I said, I need someone to find my true identity. Lucia Everlast wondered why he had that expression. Andreas thought, it seems like she heard what I said in class and came here. If Cook carelessly gets involved with her, I will die soon. Lucia Everlast spoke, "Peona mushroom. I didn't mention it in class, but you need it, don't you? The main ingredient that no one but me knows about," Andreas thought. Lucia Everlast continued to say, "If you add it, you can create this magic medicine, right?" "I know, if you want, I can help." Andreas slowly replied, "If you're done with your work, then leave. You're only saying that because you're rich, right? I wouldn't risk my life for that tempting offer," Andreas thought. Lucia Everlast replied, "Okay, I will give you time to think, but I think you will change your mind soon." "It's not necessary," Andreas replied firmly. "Even though I don't have to worry about anything, the danger is still very high. I can't find the exact ratio, the problem is money." Andreas held the stick. As expected, the first thing was money. "Is there anything interesting?" "You really know when I'm distracted," Andreas said to the cloaked skull. "When I finish practicing, I will think carefully about it. Is there any way to make money?" Andreas thought, the only idea was to beg his sister to send money after she said she missed him. Isn't it exactly like Andreas did before? That's not a bad way to make money. I swear this is the last time. A girl with long black hair saw Andreas. Andreas Cromwell, where is he going with books? What has he finally decided to do? No matter how much he changes, he can't erase his terrible personality. Dying Alvin, magical genius and young lady of the Alvin family, another character who could easily kill me at the academy. We were very close when we were children, but because of the Cromwell family's debt, we became distant. They looked so cute back then, Andreas said. Andreas did something so bad back then that she will kill me if she sees her again. Anyway, it's not strange that I died. But I think, asking for money from my sister is the best idea. In the capital Rodlin, it should be around here. Andreas's sister asked, "You're here, Andreas? I sent you a lot of letters, but why didn't you reply? I'm sorry for forcing you to work even though you belong to the Count's family." His sister replied, "Why do you say that? It's not your fault." Ami Cromwell, Andreas's sister. Andreas held the glass of water thoughtfully. Ami asked, "Why are you so serious? Do you need money too? I have prepared it for you. You can't spend it carelessly." Andreas replied, "Thank you, Ami, he will return it." Ami panicked and asked Andreas, "Where is the ring, Andreas? Is that ring? I took it off so I wouldn't lose it." Ami continued to ask, "Do you still have it?" I can't tell her the truth. "You still have it, right?" Ami asked seriously. "No matter what, you shouldn't." Andreas replied guiltily, "I'm sorry. Go away, I don't want to see you anymore." Ami angrily slammed the table and stood up. At this moment Andrea said in fear, "Wait, don't come here, you don't need to pay me back," Ami said as she ran away. Andrea's replied, "I will return it. It seems very important to her, this is the first time I see it." Ami was so angry. What is this feeling? Andreas thought to himself. I will have to take the ring back as soon as possible. What is the reason to live if you just live without relatives? I wasn't happy at all being the only survivor in my previous life. I will do everything I can, I will accept Lucia's request. Preparation of magic potion and experimental report. Andrea said to Lucia, "Wake up and run, I've been lying moldy in my room for a week now, only idiots like to bring fatigue to themselves." Today Lucia was lazy again while I tried to practice. "Just do it, stupid senior," Lucia muttered. Spending free time practicing and doing experiments is quite tiring, but sometimes she will get excited and help to make everything go faster. Andreas asked, Lucia lazily lounging on the chair replied, "Huh. Why do you feel like you're the only one doing nothing here?" asked Andreas. Lucia lay on the chair and replied, "I imagine going there, giving you candy. She always makes me crazy, instead of doing nothing." Andreas was talking but Ami interrupted, reducing the amount of Matarata and increasing the amount of Toter's sap. Andreas replied, "Okay." Her intuition is very accurate, and sometimes she even gets right to the heart of the matter. "I only do it for the money, but doing it right is the best method." Andreas added the red solution to the experimental mixture. Then drop each drop of that mixture into a glass jar. The solution produces a purple color reaction. The system displays a notification that you have prepared an intermediate-level physical strengthening potion. Andreas exclaimed happily, "Ahaha, Lucia was dreamy. What happened? Did you fail again?" Andreas happily announced, "Okay. I know this is very sudden, but this is the end of the magic potion experiment report. The system now shows that you have the ability to prepare normal buff magic potions and have met all the conditions." Andreas was surprised. "What? I got a new talent." The system continues to notify, Andreas Cromwell's talent. The leveling probability of the buff type that normally prepares magic potion is 32%, leveling up is 0. What the hell does this mean? You have met all the conditions, have identified subjects that can be promoted. The probability of awakening Angela Lucifer is 55%. Andreas thought to himself, I can also level up my traits. Does that mean I can basically level up anything if I meet the conditions? 32% probability, even lower than me leveling up as a vampire. I can't believe there are basically no side effects at all. Anyway, just keep it for now. Lucia said, "Even daily use is fine. Let's go ask the Magic Medicine Approval Committee to confirm it." Andreas replied, "Up until now it's basically been done by me, so you can handle this part." Lucia threw her hands up in the air, "But you said that starting tomorrow you'll be busy preparing for the midterms, remember, but since you helped me pass easily, I'll take care of this part for you." "So?" Andreas screams, "How easy it is. So I'm being lazy on purpose." The system appears, Angela Lucifer is leveling up, time remaining 14 days 21 hours 33 minutes. The vampire girl was surrounded by a red smoke. "What the hell have I done? My whole body hurts like it's on fire, but, in addition to this pain, I also received something else." The ship's loudspeaker announced, "When we reach the midterm survey location, please gather around so we can explain how it works." Andreas sat on the train reading a book and thought, if it was Lucia, she could easily pass the first exam. Andreas stood at the foot of a tower, then went to the magic tower, where the final part was performed. "I've been practicing very hard so my swordsmanship and necromancy have improved a lot. I just need to pass the midterm exam and I'll be fine. And the vampire promotion is almost completed so I should be able to check on her. The system is currently upgrading." Andreas thought, if I find the reason when I go back, I'll probably be able to check it out. The long-haired blonde girl said, "Hey Diane. What do you think the midterm paper will be about this time?" Diane replied, "Huh." The long-haired blonde girl continued asking, "The request and the group members will be chosen randomly, right? If you're lucky, it's just a matter of swiping." Diane replied, "I don't know, even if I hate being with someone, it's not that important. In this aspect, you are also an exemplary student." The long-haired blonde girl continued, "But it's not that simple." As she spoke, her hand pointed at Andreas. "What if you were chosen in the same group as him?" Andreas put the book in his bag. Diane's sweat dropped looking at Andreas. The train announced, "In a minute we will arrive at the Orkland training station." The boy in the black cloak spoke up. Everyone got down. Everyone took turns getting off the train. As mentioned before, the third-year midterm exams will be group missions with members selected at random. Each group will consist of 3 students from the warrior group, 1 student from the magic group and a supervisor. Groups have time from now until Monday to complete their assigned tasks. Good luck to everyone participating in the contest. So let's start announcing the teams. Andreas muttered, damn it. In the academy besides me and Karen, there are countless evil people, and only in this exam there were 2 people in my group. The first person was the one who fought for the fanatical Hazard cult, and the other person is the crazy murderer of the crazy academy Vivian. List of Group 9 members: Supervision Ivy Claire, Christopher Granny, Hazard Vivian Belkin, Andreas Cromwell. Andreas shouted, why am I in the same group as them? Even my luck is that trash. There's a blue-haired guy calling Andreas, hey. You saw the photo, right? I'm Christophe, I'm in the same group as you. Andreas replied in surprise, happy to meet him. Christopher said, it seems like you're training like a warrior even though you're a magician. It makes me nauseous, don't get in the way. Andreas thought to himself, why is he so aggressive? Hazard raised his hand to greet the 2 of them. Hello, my name is Hazard Grapri. And I think a warrior being unfriendly is a big problem. Andreas thought, here comes the fanatic. Vivian looked at the 3 of them introduced. Vivian Belkin, she cursed under her breath, crazy people. Christopher said annoyed to Hazard, who are you saying is not sociable? Andreas thought, even if there was an additional knight thrown into the crowd, no one would recognize this group anymore. So you're saying I should just let a magician imitate the warrior training style? Hazard replied, I don't think it's a big deal, after all everyone should exercise a little. Andreas thought, don't fight, you damn idiots, they're not the only ones with problems in this group. Why do we still have a thug supervisor? Truly the cheapest group in the world. The long-haired boy said, once all members of the group have gathered, the group can go get their mission. Everyone, please try to come back alive. Andreas thought to himself, returning alive with a group like this. They were transferred to another train to get to the exam site while the supervisor was chewing beef jerky and said, let me introduce myself. I'm Claire in charge of supervising Group 9. Then put out the paper with Group 9's mission for everyone to see. Claire said, our group's mission here, look carefully. The request reads as follows: investigate the village in Baron Boleric's territory. There is a rumor that the landlord of Thrym village has been murdered. We have sent a detective last week but that person also went missing, so we want to request an investigation from the Mercenary Association. Claire continued to chew dry food and coldly smirked and asked if anything was wrong. But no one dared to say anything. Andrew noticed that she was more fierce than in the game. Evie Claire, her character has no other information other than that she will become the youngest aura master ever. She's really good but her personality seems to get in the way. Evie Claire spoke up, I heard that Seaweed Head over there just played knight. It's really funny that a lowly magician like you doesn't know how to lift weights anymore. Andreas immediately responded, why do I have to listen to someone who chews beef jerky to keep calm like you say? Ivy was angry, you can't smoke here, do you want me to chew your head off? Seeing that the situation seemed tense, Hazard had to step in to make peace with both sides to ease the heat, but he only hoped to come early so he wouldn't have to sit with these people anymore. The sun was setting over the mountain, revealing a large building on top of the hill. That is Baron Boleric's castle, which is also where the group is headed. Ivy sighed, Baron, that castle is really big. Mr. Nam was already in the room waiting for everyone to come and speak. Everyone has worked hard. After gathering a large number of people, he summarized the situation for everyone to hear. That accident was truly unfortunate, but the landlord of Thrym village is my nephew. He is an unmarried baron. That's all I know. Ivy's face darkened but she still had to say, thank you. The butler next to the baron leaned close to his ear and said something. Sir. Young master made his face extremely worried. Andreas observed this but he remained silent. The things the two said to each other didn't seem to be anything good. Suddenly Baron Boleric spoke up, I'm sorry, I'm a bit busy and wish you luck. The butler also bowed down and apologized, please forgive us, my young master is not feeling well. Ivy immediately stood up and said, it's okay, we have all the information and we will leave right away. Seeing that, the butler's face darkened in an unpleasant way. No one saw the group of people move ahead, but only Andreas observed but said nothing. The 4 of them went back to where Christopher was, watching for Ivy to speak up. Thank you for looking after the equipment. Christopher immediately replied, nothing. Ivy suddenly started thinking, her nephew is missing but he's so calm, he's very suspicious. Hey, that seaweed head is why you want us to leave right away, Andrea said. Yes, many things are suspicious. Especially the part about losing contact with the detective sounds like a lie. It's been strange since I've only had one person for a whole month, but the most suspicious thing is the butler's attitude. When I was about to leave, he said, if I leave now, you will be there when it's dark. Everyone better rest here tonight and leave tomorrow. Ivy replied immediately, thank you, but we will go now. Work must always come first. Andrea said again, when we refused to stay, he acted like his plan had failed. And most of all, they looked very restless, with trembling breaths and every smallest detail of movement. Clearly the behavior of people who are hiding something. After completing the analysis, it was already sunset. Ivy spoke decisively, okay then let's go to Thrym Village. The mission is definitely not just that. The driver hit the horse's butt, causing it to gallop into the forest. The whole long way there was not a single person passing by, just the clacking sound of rolling wheels inside the car. Everyone was discussing strategy. Christopher spoke up, when we arrive, should we find a place to stay first? Ivy thinks differently than she said, not investigating first. We'll look at the landlord's castle first, Andrea's thought. Everything is very suspicious, but now the only way is to investigate thoroughly yourself. But suddenly the pain in his chest distracted Andrea's. He felt his mana fluctuating. Why was his mana suddenly vibrating? The closer we got to the village, the stronger the shaking became, but everyone still feels normal, nothing strange. Ivy, the carriage driver. Suddenly the carriage was thrown up and everyone jumped. Christophe was the fastest to react. Get out of the way, oh what's going on? Ha Hazar, what's wrong with the driver? Hazar immediately looked outside. The scene outside frightened him. Both the driver and the two horses became crazy, losing control and rushing forward. Seeing the terrified expression on Hazar Sistafer's face, he asked, what's wrong? Damn, it's so slow. Ivy is still very calm and evaluates the situation. Ivy kicked open the carriage door, causing everyone in the carriage to suddenly fall out. Ivy stood at the door and shouted loudly to everyone, everyone get ready to go. We'll crash into the main gate. Sistafer said with an angry face, what's wrong with your head? Vivian Belkin's expression flashed thoughtfully as she looked over. Bang! The carriage suddenly exploded. The driver fell backwards to the ground with a frightened look on his face. A crowd of zombies filled the yard. These zombies are screaming and hungry to eat. The group of people Ivy, Vivian Belkin, Hazar, Andreas and Sistafer came out of the basement and were shocked at the scene outside. Crowds of miserable zombies ran wild, filling the entire street. Hazar looked panicked and angrily said to Andreas, what's wrong with them? A magician like you probably knows, that's for sure. Andreas said, not just mana fluctuations, his mana has a reaction which means. Andreas suddenly clutched his chest in pain. The scene shows the chaos in the city. Andreas said this was black magic. A baby was screaming madly. Was pinned to the ground. Vivian's strength was not small, but the boy still tried to struggle for a long time before lying still. She tried her best to hold the boy down and thought to herself, how can normal children have such great strength? The brown-haired guy who came along came closer and held the boy's foot, so he observed and said, this boy has been dancing all day so his feet are now bloody, just like I thought it was a curse. So our mission is related to the curse, right? Christopher replied thoughtfully, the landlord had been gone for about a month. If they were still dancing from then on, they would definitely have died of exhaustion a long time ago. Andreas stroked his chin thoughtfully and continued, it seemed like they were protected by someone so they escaped death. Hearing that, Christopher felt a bit shy. Ivy next to her held her head and said sadly, we're caught in a mess. Andreas thought to himself, he did not die here in the game. Suppose we followed the butler's invitation and stayed in the castle. The Baron immediately covered up this matter. But we immediately turned towards the village, so the balance was now reversed. We were clearly caught in a dangerous spiral. The flow of mana I felt at that time must have been on par with Karen. But being able to use it on such a large scale seems a bit strange. Thinking of this, he was startled and scared. It couldn't be, he had a holy relic. Seeing his teammate bewildered for a long time, Christophe asked worriedly, his head hurts, what's wrong? Andreas reacted after a few seconds. He said seriously, now we have too few clues, let's go investigate the landlord's house first. In his mind he thought, the first step is to collect information first. Then the whole group went to the landlord's house at night. The house was big and beautiful, but the decorative lights were burning bodies. As soon as he arrived, the supervisor immediately kicked the door. In the blink of an eye, it kicked and was kicked down. The group went inside and looked around. In front of them was a scene of corpses lying on the ground along with piles of scattered objects. The faces of the corpses all opened their eyes, showing a look of horror. Christopher said, "These clothes are they from the Imperial Investigation Team? Looks like he died a long time ago." Andreas continued, "Maybe we can't solve this case ourselves. I guess from the beginning until now it was all the work of a black magician." Ivy didn't think so. He glanced and asked, "What is the basis for saying that?" Andreas replied, "How should I put it, as if someone had stirred up the emotions of the people here and turned it into magic power." Ivy heard this and suddenly remembered something. The compelling power of black magic originates from human emotions. So maybe the landlord was also killed, maybe, because he was causing trouble for them. Christopher did not deny that. He smiled coldly and asked, "So the bodies burned outside the mansion gate were also some kind of black magic ritual?" Andreas immediately replied, "Probably so." Ivy proposed that once the criminals are caught, it will be clear what's going on. "Let's search every room in this mansion first, then everyone will start searching. Each person has their own corner, but they still keep a distance close enough to ensure safety." I rummaged around the house looking for and reading all the documents, looking at pictures and everything, but still couldn't find anything special. After a while of searching, the brown hair spoke up. "We still couldn't find anything, not even the landlord's body." The group was at a deadlock, but Vivian added, "Hauser looked outside." Andreas stuck his head out the front window. The scene below made him instantly freeze. A bunch of people walking towards the landlord's mansion looked no different from zombies, that is. The culprit is finally out, Andreas thought. What to do now? It seemed like they saw us, as if they were already waiting for us to enter this building. Brown hair panicked and turned back to look at Ivy and said, "Supervisor Ivy, what should we do now, Ivy?" Ivy silently pondered for a moment, then loudly ordered to stop the search and leave the building immediately. Hauser quickly found a way out. Brown hair immediately responded and rushed away like the wind looking for a way out. Only it can run for a while. Hauser immediately stood there in fear. Those zombies were smiling madly and rushing towards him as if they wanted to devour him. The villagers trampled on each other and quickly reached Hauser. He had no time to react, so he was immediately captured. Hauser shouted in fear. They had already invaded the second floor. Damn it. Hearing that, his teammates immediately rushed towards the door. Luckily, Christophe rushed to the rescue in time. He pulled out his sword and spread his arms to block the villagers. He quickly said, "Go protect the magicians behind. I'll take care of the front." Just as he turned around, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of him. There was a loud explosion, a body flying everywhere. Even splashed on the main rear side. After that explosion, Christophe was thrown several meters away along with the pile of flesh. Andreas seemed to fade away after witnessing the horrifying scene just now. Looking at Christophe lying motionless on the ground, he saw his teammate from his previous life. The haunting echoes of the battlefield made him gasp and fall to the ground. Everything gradually faded away. His comrades' voices rang in his ears. The last image he saw was Supervisor Ivy worriedly calling him and Hauser carrying Christopher up. After calling for a while, Ivy decided to carry Andreas up and quickly ordered, "Let's get out of here, Vivian window." Vivian, without delay, kicked in the window to create an escape route. They jumped out through the window. Ivy along with Hazan landed safely. Behind, the crazy villagers didn't rest for a second and immediately ran after her. Ivy said loudly and ran quickly. At this moment, Andreas also woke up. Looking at the situation, he grimaced and thought, "Damn, I just remembered the memory from the last surgery, and I chose it right now." The villagers had just chased after him and he couldn't just be a burden. Andreas raised his hand to cast magic, lubricating the road, causing the crazy people to fall on their faces. Next, he used an earth shield, saying it was a shield but it exploded. Ivy saw him continuously using magic and teased him, "What are you doing again? I thought I was alone. Don't risk using up all your mana so quickly. Now will you be able to find out the location of the black magician?" Andreas replied without hesitation, "If it was now then I think yes." In his heart, he thought to himself, the mana he unleashed was so grand that it would be easy to find. Then he immediately used the mana hunting skill. Andreas closed his eyes and cast magic, following the brown trail in the crowd of villagers. Further on, the trail leads to a house. Leading into it, Andreas finally found the target. The trail led to a building, and then as they advanced deeper into a huge house, Andreas suddenly opened his eyes and thought, "This is it." He quickly told Ivy. They were at the house in the direction of 9 o'clock, about 100 meters. Ivy quickly ran away but still did not forget to praise, "Very nice." Hauser and Vivian rushed behind like crazy but still couldn't catch up with the two of them, so they called out. Ivy monitored and waited. Ivy carried Andreas and still flashed to the house, where there was a magical upheaval. As soon as they appeared, they entered the eyes of those inside. Even though he wore a mask, his face still showed a barbaric look that was unhappy when someone intruded. Bang! The door was kicked down in the blink of an eye. Ivy, as usual, didn't care whose house it was, but just kicked the door in. He pulled out his sword and looked around cautiously, then said, "It looks like we saw the money. The magician must be hiding here. Andreas is outside." Seeing that, I thought to myself, is it necessary to break the door all day like that? Suddenly, a door made of pink mana was created to prevent entry and exit from inside. Ivy poked at the magic barrier and cursed, "Damn it, I fell into a trap." "Damn, they fooled us," her voice suddenly rang out. Ivy was so busy breaking down the door that she didn't notice that there was someone behind him. Startled, he turned around and looked into her eyes. Image of a girl with a bloody face and her body bandaged everywhere, whispering, "I'm in so much pain." Ivy's face turned pale because of the illusion the black magician created from her memories. Andreas outside after many failed attempts to open the magic gate. He hugged his painful wrist and said, it was beyond his strength. Suddenly, a strange voice came from nowhere, making him startled and pitiful. That voice echoed but was not loud but kept ringing in my ears, so pitiful, like a moth rushing into a fire, 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 fire. After listening for a while, Andreas discovered that the sound came from above. He immediately looked up and saw that the sky was covered by a purple barrier. The entire village was locked by that magical barrier. Andreas looked at it until he stood still. That sound continued to echo, "There's no rush, God has arranged everything, kneel before that lazy guy." Andreas heard this and was extremely frightened and wondered, "Lazy, why does this name appear now?" The game name is Great Senpai Kata. Starting with laziness, the 7 deadly sins are divided from the main body, the apocalypse. If you collect all the sins you can summon the final boss. He thought to himself, they are the most important items in the plot, and while he was thinking about that, the villagers jumped out and pounced on him. Fortunately, Andreas had practiced before, so his body was flexible enough to soar and dodge. The guy jumping over the crowd of people kept wondering why that name was mentioned in this rural area, and it didn't even appear in the plot anymore. I can do it myself, I have to go to everyone right away. Thinking about it, he quickly ran away. The villagers were crazy and no one could touch him. At the same time, on the other side, a killing spree was taking place extremely fiercely. The human body was divided into 5 parts and 7 pieces under Vivian's sword. Her red eyes slashed crazily at the villagers, her mouth drooling and muttering incessantly, and she died. As soon as Andreas arrived, he saw this horrifying scene and immediately asked, "What's wrong with Hauser?" The brown hair couldn't stop her, so she had to stand and watch. Seeing Andreas asking, he immediately replied, "Are you okay? This is the first time I've seen her like that." Andreas thought thoughtfully, "That's right, I know I shouldn't trust anyone too much. But leaving injured teammates behind to protect myself first, I can't say I like that, but, well, I do that too." After thinking about it, the guy added, "A disaster has happened, Supervisor Ivy is locked in the barrier." Hearing the bad news, Hauser's face turned dark. "So what should we do now?" Andreas's head now echoed the voice from before as if interrogating him, "So pitiful, so pitiful, so pitiful. Do you realize that you are killing innocent people, sir, sir?" This time even Hauser heard that voice. He grimaced and said, "This voice?" Andreas immediately replied, "It could be the magician. They're probably right near the Ivy monitor." Hearing this, Hazra immediately ran away. "She is in danger, I will go to her, you take care of the rest." Looking at his friend so worried, Andreas thought to himself, he's so snappy, but I think that's better than being betrayed. Vivian on the other side was still constantly killing, rocks were flying everywhere along with corpses. Andreas frowned thoughtfully, "It's not good, it seems like she has a lot of black magic, she's gone crazy, now if I make one wrong step I'll be caught up in it too." Behind Vivian, someone suddenly rushed forward, intending to sneak attack. The distance was too close, making Andreas silently scream in his heart, he would get hit. Vivian somehow miraculously turned around and swung his sword faster than a gun bullet. One sword impaled 3 people at the same time. Andreas witnessed this phantom scene with his own eyes and gasped in surprise, it couldn't be. Not only is she cross-eyed, but she also counterattacks. What a shame, we shouldn't waste resources like that. While closely observing the battle, a strange voice rang out. Now what? The only person who was not affected ran away. The culprit had been sitting on the roof watching for a long time. Andreas replied without fear, I don't care, I don't expect anything from him at all. The masked swordsman continued, you're surprisingly calm. Andreas added, I think it's time for the boss to appear. I don't know where he got that confidence from, but to recognize your bravery, I will give you a test. A villain's self-esteem cannot be trampled on so easily. As he finished speaking, he immediately stood up and cast magic so that a villain's self-esteem could not be trampled on so easily, and immediately felt it, feels like falling into a cliff. A villain's self-esteem cannot be trampled so easily, frowning and thinking, I don't care. But the next second he suddenly suffered a mental shock. When I realized my body was gradually disappearing from my hands. It went all the way to the abdomen, spread to the whole body, falling out and finally reaching the head. What, going on? The space around everything suddenly turned dark. When Andreas opened his eyes, he saw a dark space, only his 2 hands were illuminated. Ha damn it. Andreas didn't understand why he was now wearing a military uniform with a bloody head. Looking at his hands, he said in bewilderment, what, am I dreaming? Behind Andreas, bombs and bullets exploded loudly, sending dirt and rocks flying. He quickly adapted to the situation, grabbed the gun and looked around, silently wondering where everyone was. After walking a few steps, Andreas suddenly stopped and held his head in pain. Trying to walk a little further, he had to hurry up. Because of the horrifying scene before his eyes. Dead bodies were lying on the ground. In the distance there was also a person who had lost his entire arm standing in front of the fire. That one-armed person said with difficulty, Makoto, run. Even though the other man looked disheveled, Andreas still recognized his comrade. He called out in horror, Shoal. Then quickly ran back. As soon as he spelled a sentence, half of his body was blown apart. Shoal fell down. Immediately, Makoto ran over but couldn't save him in time. He died right in Makoto's hands, causing the pain and resentment to reach its peak. A moment later, Makoto's memories seemed to be half transformed into Andreas's memories. This person is none other than Andreas's donor. He gave the ring to him and said, take this Andreas, with it you will be recognized as the true owner of the Cromwell family. Don't let this father burden you anymore, please. Let's live happily with Amy. At this time, Andrea's memories gradually overwhelmed Makoto's nightmares, letting him know that there was no Makoto here, only Andreas. As for his father's last words, he reached out and grabbed them. On the other side, the perpetrator was suddenly startled. Looking at the strange phenomenon he created in the vortex, he exclaimed in bewilderment, what? From the deep hole suddenly emitted a green amount of magic. Andreas's arm rushed out and pierced the illusion to the stunned surprise of the evil magician. When the illusion is punctured, it immediately explodes, a white explosion. Andreas had successfully escaped. He stood thoughtfully without speaking, the debris of the illusion scattered everywhere. The mask could not hide the black magician's shock. He stammered, how can you escape my curse of stagnation? Andreas clenched his fists without responding. In his heart, he thought to himself, I'm fed up, and suddenly the system popped up with a notification. Makoto Kaneshiro and Andreas Cromwell have achieved 100% synchronization, have received Makoto Kaneshiro's talent, Special Combat. Andreas said coldly, this curse of your stagnation is just a game. The game is only designed to stimulate the hurt of others. Or should I say that the ability of the person who cast the poison curse is nothing? Hearing that, the black magician immediately shouted angrily, what did you just say? After finishing speaking, he immediately threw a hidden weapon coated with black magic towards Andreas. The guy calmly took a step back and immediately dodged that sword. Andreas said even more triumphantly, what are you going to do now? There is no way these trivial things will work on me, someone who has been trained by special forces. This arrogance makes that black magician crazy. He threw bricks continuously at him, while fighting and giving orders to shut up. Andreas immediately jumped up and rushed away to avoid the attack. He thought to himself, he's not that strong, but if I don't use necromancy, I won't be able to end this battle. Mentally counting the people on the right who were locked up, while the others were also lying on the ground, he thought to himself, it's probably okay. No one saw it all. The black magician also jumped from the roof at this time. He looked at him seriously and said, "Who the hell are you?" Andreas replied with a cold face, "I'll tell you now." He opened the magic system and used novice soul magic to summon the skeleton. When the black mage saw this, his pupils widened in horror. The system's sounds continued to ring. 23 corpses were detected, the skill level was not enough, and 9 corpses would be activated. As soon as the words ended, the corpses on the ground disintegrated into living skeletons standing next to Andreas. Beginner necromancy, summoned skeleton successfully. A necromancer loomed in front of the black Ohasp master, causing him psychological trauma. After that, he started saying useless things the congregation already knew. Hearing that, Andreas immediately thought, does there really exist a black magic congregation? He misunderstood, but I can take advantage of this to defeat him. The system announced, 7 normal skeletons and 2 normal skeleton warriors had been summoned. Andreas smiled triumphantly and said, I have been assigned the task of restoring the stagnant site in the name of the congregation. With these skeletons, the black magician braced himself and created countless flower magic points to prepare to attack. Seeing that, the skeletons, including 7 common animals and 2 warriors, immediately rushed up. Do you think you can defeat the stagnant power? From the black magician's magic gathering points, countless streaks of light were released. The powerful magic blade crushed Andreas's corpses. The guy stood behind but was still rushed by several magic swords. Andreas quickly used his earth shield to block the attack. The black magician saw that he had blocked the attack and was extremely bitter. He gathered a ball of black magic larger than the one before and said, "Stop pretending." Guessing that the shield could hardly block this attack, Andreas summoned Nickel. The black magician launched an attack with a mouth that was not used to attacking, but it was just a bunch of small insects. As soon as the other side launched, Nickel also came. He tightened his grip on the sword he had just picked up in Tat. Nick only used one stroke to cut the other guy's black magic in half. He received so many shocks in one night, from the master who broke the illusion, now to the bone that cut off his magic. Looking at Nickel aggressively rushing towards him, he thought to himself, unable to believe it. A mere skeleton can stop my black spear. This guy, as he thought, took out the shining cube-shaped heirloom that was radiating beautiful magic. As soon as Andreas looked at it, he immediately knew what the hell it was, so he was extremely surprised. As soon as he pulled out the treasure, a demonic hand immediately rose from the ground and blocked Nikel's throat. The black mage used his item to open countless golden pages on his palm. Andreas was immediately startled by this scene, causing stagnation. The black magician was surrounded by countless huge demonic arms that were thrusting from the ground. He said triumphantly, "Yet you were able to force me to use the precious stagnant power that I had accumulated for so long. There. You will pay the price for obstructing my plan with your own life." After screaming, he waved his hand to signal an attack, and his demonic arms followed the command and beat the hell out of him. Andreas and Nickel, but the two of them were still able to dodge the attack. Andreas pondered, if the speed was just that, I could react in time. And Nickel can withstand his attacks. But the other arms attacked more and more vigorously and at faster speed. The black mage observed the situation in the distance and muttered, then died silently. Andreas dodged the attack while complaining, damn, the attack was accelerated. His ability to control his power is problematic, which means he has not yet fully mastered the stagnant power. Aim for the blind spot and defeat him. Nickel, as soon as he finished speaking, Nickel waved his stick. Delivered a strong blow to the ground. The demon's arms retracted after a series of attacks from Andreas. The guy holding the wound appeared vaguely in the mist and thought to himself, that's also persistent. Andreas walked closer to him and continued, "Ha bastard, I just captured it." The black mage heard that and burst out laughing, "Ha ha, my mistake, like don't worry. I'll send you off with those skeletons. Take care." After finishing speaking, he immediately cast magic on the demon's arms. They followed his hand and rushed up to aim at Andreas. Without fear, he slightly raised his eyebrows as if he was waiting for an opportunity. The black magician let his guard down so he didn't notice when Nickel had been behind him. A red line in the middle of the face was instantly created. The black magician's body was broken in half after Nickel's slash. The magical barrier gradually disappeared after the black magician was killed. Andreas thought to himself, I was racking my brain to figure out who did this. But the Baron's butler is actually a black magician. Meaning that the Baron is somehow involved in this. Anyway, thinking about this, he bent down and picked up the item in his hand. The information system arrived. The end of the world story chapter 7 laziness diligence, mana recovery rate 321%. Andreas looked at it thinking, what should I do with this thing? I can't just carry it around. While I was stuck, I suddenly remembered that the house still had a super VIP pro skeleton. That's right, there was also nickel. Just take it first. Just leave it in the summoning room and think about how to handle it later. The landslide battle has ended, the enemy boss has also been destroyed but the illusion is still there. Andreas wondered, the summoner is dead so why is this thing still here? In this illusion, Vivian is still killing non-stop. Andreas raised his hand and rubbed his chin in thought, it's okay if he can't get out, but if he goes home alone, he has to explain how he survived, and it can't be said that he used black magic. He touched the illusion and continued, this boundary is different from the last time I entered. Suddenly there was a strange force that sucked Andreas inside. He didn't have time to react and was pulled in. What was that? Why did it suck him in? After entering Vivian's illusion, he saw an injured child gasping in horror. The chair in front of the girl suddenly moved, making her sit down on the ground in fear. She screamed, making the chair startle and the person sitting on the chair was also startled. He hesitantly said, ahem, is this girl Vivian? He spoke very gently and politely, but he was invisible so she couldn't see him, making the kid scream loudly, is he a ghost or a demon? Oh, that talking chair. He immediately explained, I am neither a ghost nor a devil. I am a fairy here to save you. Vivian's face immediately stiffened after hearing it, filled with doubt but also with a bit of interest and hope. As for the male lead who was speechless just now, he was now even more worried. He thought to himself, it's good to come here but what am I doing? Calm down, it's just an act, I'm a fairy. The first thing I saw when I came here was little Vivian being slapped in the face by some noble lady. Since no one saw me, investigating everything was quite easy. So I knew that Aunt was the second wife of Earl Belkin, along with this family situation. The Belkin family was famous for its swordsmanship and the Count wanted a son to inherit the title, but because Vivian's mother had not given birth to a son. Tragedy has begun. She always had to listen to her mother's criticism from a very young age. Why did I give birth to you? I should not have given birth to you. Even my mother abandoned me and went to Viam with no one to protect me. Due to loneliness and persecution, a seed of madness was sown in Vivian. And every day she sinks deeper and deeper into it. To the point where she single-handedly killed all the teachers and teaching assistants at the 5-year meeting. Blue-haired Vivian asked weakly, are you a fairy? Andreas thought, I can't help you forget the past. But I can help you try to get over it. Vivian said with tears running down her nose, are you really coming to help me? Looking at the little girl like that, Andreas awkwardly replied, why are you crying, Vivian? The little girl wiped her tears with her hand and replied, no one has ever helped me. Andreas whispered sadly, how to talk to children these days. After a while, Andreas chose to praise her to reassure her, she has a special talent, Vivian, it's just that the people here haven't realized it yet. I'm special, yes, you have excellent swordsmanship talent. But I've never learned how to sword, I'm a fairy so I know a lot of things, believe me. But I always get yelled at, it's okay, I'll be by your side. In return, you must promise not to tell anyone about me. I promise. From that day onwards, Andreas was always next to little Vivian to fulfill his blue fairy duties. When little Vivian was scolded, he stood next to comfort her. When little Vivian practiced swordplay, he constantly gave her instructions to help her become proficient, and even when she was sleeping, he was by her side. Summer to autumn comes. In a flash, it's been a month. Little Vivian had grown a little older. She went to the meeting point and whispered, where are you, Mr. Fairy? I came here as you said. Today you will teach me swordsmanship. Andreas hid behind a tree, his chest felt tight, he leaned against his chest and said, well, don't go around talking like that. I told you not to let anyone know about me. The girl rubbed his head and replied shyly, so you're over there. So let's practice, right? And just like that I spent a whole month here with Vivian. With my excellent fighting ability, I tried to give her a lot of advice. And she did very well. Truly a prodigy. Standing next to him, he couldn't help but wonder, how could a girl who had only been studying for a month move like that? Andreas, after she finished practicing, came over and said, that's how I got to see her swordplay praised. But the girl didn't seem very happy, on the contrary, she seemed embarrassed and hard to speak. But Andreas thought worriedly, what is this? I thought this kid was a confident kid. He asked the girl, what's wrong Vivian? Your movements are perfect, the girl replied sullenly, no matter how much I was praised by the teacher. The fairy still does not appear. Andreas immediately froze when he heard this, that's it. It's because I'm a fairy, I told you. Little Vivian's attitude still hasn't changed. She lowered her head and slowly said, is it because I'm bad that you don't show up? I think if I try my best I will be praised. No matter how hard I tried, the fairy still wouldn't show up. No matter how hard I try, it's useless, isn't it? The words sounded so depressing that Andreas didn't know how to explain. The conversation was at a standstill when at this moment another voice rang out, you surprised me, Vivian. The little girl turned around in surprise to say hello, father. Andreas also raised his eyes to the source of the sound, Count Belkin. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, you're so talented. Let me review your swordsmanship. Hearing that, little Vivian immediately stood still for a few seconds in surprise. The little girl quickly replied, yes, yes. That afternoon Vivian showed off her talent to her father. Each powerful and graceful sword stroke was launched. Seeing this scene, Earl Belkin also had to exclaim, as expected of a descendant of the Belkin family. Very excellent, the Count finished speaking and left, leaving Vivian still standing there bewildered. The little girl stood motionless and said, Mr. Fairy. That was the first time my father praised me. I don't even dare to dream of this anymore. Having said this, tears of happiness were already on Vivian's face, waiting to fall. The illusion had begun to crack. Vivian had woken up. At this point, she had regained her adult form. The illusion was getting bigger and bigger. She turned around and said goodbye to him. I really want to stay with the fairy, but it's time for me to wake up. Andreas thought to himself, so she finally woke up. Micro Vivian added, thanks to you, I have found my future path. I think I will follow this path and escape the past. Andreas went forward and called the girl's full name, Vivian Belkin. Then he grabbed her outstretched arm and hooked her two little fingers together. Our promise. Remember to take it. Forever. The illusion broke into pieces. Huge pieces fell down. Vivian quickly said, thank you very much, sir. The pieces of glass fell one after another, marking the disappearance of the illusion. You gave me a beautiful dream. If it's Vivian, she can do it. At this moment, the two of them were in the middle of a magic circle that was gradually disappearing. Vivian still hasn't opened her eyes. Andreas was sitting next to him, holding his two little fingers together. He truly believed that Vivian would be able to do it, especially in that dream. A moment later Vivian reunited with Ivy, who was freed and ran to the scene. Baron Balarik was the one behind the incident in Therm village. Ivy found out about this and joined us. She wanted to. Ivy looked at Andreas and said, with a big headache, cut off this bastard's head and try not to leave scars on his face. Let's get to the Baron's castle right away. We'll start moving immediately. Her killing intent is really scary. Christopher is dead, and Hazar is missing, not a surprise. The three of them quickly arrived at the Baron's castle, Ivy kicking the guard at the gate. Then stabbed the sword across his face, making him scream loudly. The other guys quickly said, who are you? Quickly put down your sword. Ivy said solemnly, I am Ivy Clare, assistant professor of Rodin Knight Academy. From now on anyone who protects the Baron will be guilty of treason and be executed immediately. Andreas, carrying Chrysophie on her back, cried and thought to herself, she doesn't intend to kill them all, right? She was afraid that the guards wouldn't sense her killing intent enough, so she raised the butler's head. The head was cut off and then tied together in two pieces, slightly patched up, realizing he was not there. He is the one responsible for the incident that happened in Therm village. Take me to the Baron immediately. The soldiers were so scared that they couldn't say a word. And of course they didn't dare not lead people inside. Ivy's habit was to knock on the door wherever she went. When she saw them entering, a voice inside immediately called out, you guys are here. As soon as they glanced at the room, they were all psychologically traumatized with surprise. The Baron sat inside and said thoughtfully, so Evan is dead. He pointed at something that looked a little stoned, a little oversized and said, this is my son Adel. He should have died from an illness a few months ago. Hearing this, Andreas immediately thought to himself, I see, so that's why he got involved in dark magic. The Baron walked over and placed his hand on his giant son and continued, "While I was looking for a cure, a man wearing a cloak visited me. I said he might have a way to help, for my son. I told him to do anything to save his life. Even if that means he has to live in this pitiful situation. It looks like love, but in reality it's just selfishness because he wants his child to survive and accepts him being tormented every day made him disgusted. Had he ever asked him if he wanted to live like that, wouldn't his son always look at him and cry? Why would this situation be worse than death?" Ivy saw that he was stubborn and just wanted to punch him. The son looked at him, causing him to immediately collapse. "Please forgive this foolish father of mine." Ivy couldn't bear it anymore, so she pulled out her sword and walked towards the Baron. Those words. Supervisor Ivy was hot as ice cream. She grabbed the Baron by the neck and threw him out. "Save it to tell the people you and your butler killed." The Baron was thrown face down on the floor. The soldiers saw it and were confused, as if they were salaried workers, so they did not dare to fight back. "My lord." Ivy shouted at them, "Why are you still standing there like idiots? Quickly go call the investigation team for me immediately, and quickly deal with those monsters over there. They are under the gun of Ivy's shiny sword." I was so scared that I didn't dare to resist, so I replied, "Yes, ma'am." The supervisor intended to take the Baron's son alive, but Andreas did not want to do that because he had created a black lava spear. Then quickly threw it towards the Baron's son. To the amazement of everyone, the lava spear flew straight into Ender's face. The Baron stood still in horror as he witnessed the child he cherished being beaten. Ender screamed for a moment, then fell silent. Blood kept pouring out. He was dead. Ivy turned around and questioned, her head aching, "Why did you do that without my orders?" Andreas replied, "A creature born from dark magic should be dealt with immediately before it does anything. Besides, any information is probably in the Baron's hands. Is there anything wrong with me saying that?" The Baron was then taken into custody and immediately taken away by the Empire's investigation team. His son was also carried away. When we returned to the academy, Vivian and I were also summoned to testify as witnesses. It was obvious that he was involved with a dark magician. "Bring the Baron here and we will hold an investigation to see what else he knows. Thank you for taking the time to come here. You two can go home now." On the way back he thought to himself, "Baron Balarik, the consequences of getting involved with dark magic will definitely be very serious. But, you should thank me, if I don't kill your son soon. He would have to endure countless hellish experiments by those crazy magicians." As he was walking normally, Vivian asked a question that startled him. The fairy must have known everything, right? About the Baron's son. "You don't want him to live in pain, do you?" For some reason, at this moment he suddenly looked at her childhood appearance. Andreas said thoughtfully, "Fairy, what are you talking about?" In his heart he thought, "I almost spoke like a real fairy." Vivian continued, "But he sounded exactly like that day." At this moment, Lucia's sister's call rang out to rescue him. "Senior Andreas. Have you finished your work?" Andreas replied, "Yes." They said the interrogation was over. The girl stuck the tablet in Andreas' face and excitedly said, "Well, let's look at this. Senior, you're famous. The media is loudly publishing information. The Academy's students defeated a dark magician, receiving a special reward from the Imperial Investigation Team." Lucia said, "It's only been a short time since we released the potion." Andreas replied with a bored expression, "Really, even though all I wanted was a little peace and quiet." Lucia excitedly changed the subject, "Oh right, I heard you will receive a reward. Let's treat you to a meal." "Oh no, the cash prize is divided. Are you trying to empty my wallet?" The kid suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Ah, isn't she the one who also appeared in the newspaper with you?" "Senior, I just realized she's here now. She's Vivian Belkin, a student third-year night department. Say hello." "I haven't seen anyone yet." Now when I say hello, Lucia feels a little embarrassed. The girl rubs her head and bows and says, "I'm Lucia Everlast. It's nice to meet you." Andreas sighs and continues, "Sorry she's a bit dim-witted." "Yes," Vivian politely bowed and replied, "She is Vivian Belkin." After saying hello, Lucia got back to the main story. Back to the story. "After all, you are the one who receives the money, right? So let's go have dinner, and let's celebrate the success of the potion-making process, from the two of us." Andreas replied helplessly, "That's too stubborn, but the judge hasn't made a decision yet. We'll have dinner another time, okay? Anyway, see you at the Magic Tower tomorrow. Yeah, I won't forgive you if you're late." The next morning at Rodland Magic Tower, Andreas carried little Lucia on his back and kept complaining. He knew it would end up like this anyway. "Only a fool like me would dare to believe you. Whatever you say, go slowly so I can sleep for a few minutes. This girl shouldn't just throw her on the ground and let her roll down a 200 meters long slope. Andreas's face was covered in sweat and he thought to himself, this girl. Thank you, you're a good person. Finally, the two of you arrived at the tower gate. The voice from inside echoed, thank you, you're a good person. Finally, you two dragged your feet. You also went to the Cromwell and Lucia Everlast tower gate, right? Andreas, his hands busy supporting his sleeping sister, replied, oh yes. The assistant looked at this scene and said in confusion, follow me. Leading them inside, the magician introduced, the space in the magic tower will constantly change, so pay attention to your steps. If you hear that you haven't woken up yet, go and let it be nice, you're awake. Lucia, walking next to him, suddenly wondered, so Vi and Senior I met yesterday. What is the relationship between you and her? Andreas replied without hesitation, there is nothing worth mentioning. Having answered that, Lucia was still dissatisfied and frowned at him, thinking, what? She quickly changed the subject, oh anyway, but we'll definitely go up to dinner. Andreas frowned and replied, I'm rich, so why do you keep forcing me to pay you so much? It seems like you two aren't worried at all. Yes, that's really cheeky. This strange yet familiar voice made the two kids immediately freeze. Could this be the voice? Before they could regain their composure, someone rushed down and grabbed their shoulders and pulled them up. He covered his eyes, a huge eagle's wings perched on his shoulders, magic power spilled out and into the two children's faces. That person is none other than the owner of the magic tower, Bart Alvin. Cromwell's Information Bureau, a view of the world of information provision. Magic Tower, a group of magicians and engineers who contributed to the civilization of this world. It all started with magic-powered airships, then developed countless products, such as, for example, lamps and fertilizers. The more famous the Magic Tower is, the more money it receives from the government and nobles. The Master Tower arrived without the employee knowing. He was surprised to see the Master Tower landing eagle. The blindfolded uncle stood with his eyes closed, looking closely at the two children. The eagle on his shoulder flew away. The uncle smiled slightly and said, his son still maintains that stupid attitude. This arrogant uncle is Bart Alvin, the head of the Alvin family and master of the Rodland Tower. Andreas thought to himself, isn't the fact that the Tower Master appeared himself overacting things? I've heard these insults a lot but somehow still irritate me. Bart Alvin looked at Lucia and said, I guess you are the daughter of Viscount Hollington, right? Lucia bowed solemnly and replied, yes, my name is Lucia Everlast. After listening, the uncle crossed his arms over his chest and complained, if you want others to remember your name, you should earn some fame to match. Andreas grimaced and silently screamed in his heart, we already know. After saying that, the uncle immediately turned to the employee and ordered, from now on I will take care of this matter, leave. The employee did not dare to delay, so he replied yes and left. Andreas pondered blankly, could it be? Lucia next to her immediately whispered, the Tower Master is really a monster, he can use such difficult and complicated space magic, but it seems like he deliberately shows off. Bart Alvin raised the corner of his mouth and said, whispering so fiercely that I can still hear it. The uncle waved his hand lightly and opened a large magic circle that was scattered on the ground. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at their destination. The people there saw Bart Alvin coming and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Tower Master. The uncle sternly said, is the magic potion test still going on? One guy immediately replied, yes, we just finished the magic test. Just ask a few more questions about the preparation method. Bart Alvin walked forward, picked up the bottle of magic potion, looked at it, then took it in one gulp. The uncle then spit out a bunch of ingredients, Morheim leaves, Todor plant extract, Jahaz fruit and Peona mushroom. After reading it, he immediately raised the bottle and shook it and asked Lucia if there was anything else in here. The girl immediately replied, essence of red skin and Madarata root bark. As soon as he finished speaking, the uncle came closer, that's interesting. A black-shirted man among Bart Alvin's subordinates also exclaimed, I've heard about it for a long time, but I didn't think at your age you could prepare this kind of magic medicine. Bart Alvin continued, now that the test is over, pass this magic potion. The uncle was busy talking to Lucia about magic potions and then he noticed Andreas, but why is the son of Cromwell's here? On paper, this is a co-invention, but he's just taking advantage of it, isn't that right? He said this, showing his contempt. Andreas chose to stay silent. After waiting for a long time, Lucia didn't hear anything from her brother, so she spoke up, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to prepare this magic potion. So, that's right, he's the one making it, I'm just helping him. Okay, I will confirm now. The uncle snapped his magic fingers and started moving again, making his hair stand up. Lucia was busy analyzing. It seems like he can't use magic outside this magic tower. Andrea sighed helplessly and thought to himself, even now she's still analyzing. In the blink of an eye, Bart Alvin brought the two of them to the manufacturing room. The uncle sternly said, "Prepare the magic potion right here. The ingredients are in stock, I know." The master tower here caused a crowd of curious people to gather to watch Andreas prepare. Looking at the new and fancy crafting tools, Andreas thought to himself, using things I've never done before might cause problems, so let's use this. Just 5 minutes later Bart Alvin was able to inspect Andreas's finished product. The uncle said, "I will recognize you as the one who created the magic medicine. Now answer the question, why do you use red envelopes?" Without any hesitation, Andreas immediately replied, "I use it to prevent side effects, and to increase magical power." Lucia also now knew its uses. After hearing it, the girl gasped in surprise, "So thousand-year-old seaweed also has the same effect?" Bart Alvin is extremely satisfied with this answer. "I understand, you don't need to continue talking," Andreas said bewildered. "Actually I haven't finished explaining yet." Then the uncle slowly took off the blindfold and looked at Andreas. "Even though we haven't seen each other for a long time." The uncle pressed close to the male lead's face and said, "The kid I know can't do this." "Who are you?" Bart Alvin looked at the male lead with his eyes glowing a mysterious blue color, questioning. This old man asked something that everyone in the room didn't understand at all, and the male lead held his breath and dodged to the side. He was still staring at Andreas. He was silent for a moment. Then suddenly smiled. "Sir Alvin, are you joking? I am Andreas Cromwell. I'm still the same boy Andreas that you often tease and treat like a cockroach." After listening to the explanation, the uncle still looked at him for a long time. "You have become an interesting guy. Okay, then let's bet. If this year you discover a new medicine and bring it here, I will forgive the debt of Cromwell." The uncle tied the blindfold and continued, "And gave him one wish, but if he failed, you will have to leave Rodlin Academy. What do you think?" Andreas closed his eyes and thought. The conditions were strict, but... The guy placed his hand on his chest respectfully and replied, "I will accept this bet. As the heir to the Cromwell family, I have no reason to refuse this offer." Bart Alvin smiled softly and replied, "Just believe that he can do it." He looked so confident. Just as he was about to say something, the uncle's throat froze, and the scarf could not hide the surprise in his eyes. Andreas has the demeanor of his father, the old friend who once stood by his side. A series of childhood memories play back like a movie in Bart Alvin's mind. "I will look forward to it." Remaining time 10 minutes, remaining time 60 seconds, remaining time 42 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 3, 2, 1. The transformation was successful. The vampire in Karen's basement woke up. She put her hands on the floor and emitted a bright red magic power. Then her whole body emitted magical power. She stood up while her hands were still restrained by 2 long chains. She looked at the chain in her hand for a long moment. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. The vampire, whose body was full of vitality, shattered the door that had imprisoned her for so long. Suddenly she stood absent-mindedly looking towards the door. Andreas's memories of that day suddenly came back. He said at that time, "But she had to swear on the honor of her family that you won't kill me." Now she understood. A sick smile appeared on her dark red lips, calling Andrea's name. Cromwell Information Book. Silver Winged Godbird, a magical beast with strong power, capable of controlling lightning and wind even in games. It is difficult to conquer this magical beast. Lights covered the entire academy. Andreas immediately got on the bus back after being approved for the new magic potion. On the bus he was always thinking, "I got my money back for the ingredients," and then got on and was a little less worried. "As long as I keep making potions, I'll be able to focus on practicing. The current problem is the curse of stagnation. I can't think of a way to make use of it, so maybe I should exchange it for something more useful. There's no other way. I have to take advantage of Karen." I thought as soon as I finished, the wheels stopped rolling. Andreas coldly got out of the car with the other students. As he walked, he cautiously looked around. Andreas walked closer to stand in front of a house when he suddenly felt something strange. He looked around warily. After a while of not seeing anything, Andreas said, "Is it because I'm thinking too much?" Just as he felt, something with bright red hair was watching him from afar. Seeing that Andreas hadn't come for a long time, Karen started his insulting habit. The hot topic of the academy finally lowered the price to visit me. Andreas didn't care about what he said. Today I brought the magic potion that I just made. The old man looked at the bottle of magic potion and said, "Is it this?" Andreas replied, "Yes, I'll come visit you as soon as I finish reading." Test finished. You secretly researched this and now you're pretending to be a good student. I don't mean it. Andreas was about to explain but he interrupted. "Shut up and come here. I'll show you what it's like to be my student." Andreas cursed inwardly. Even with such a small thing you can take revenge, being narrow-minded. Karen opened the secret door and let Andreas in. The guy walking behind thought to himself, "I guess I can't talk about that today." Talking to him when he's upset won't accomplish anything. Checking on that vampire's condition should probably do the trick. Karen and Andreas went down together to the basement, which used to be filled with corpses. Is now devastated. Ruined as if it had just been bombed. The calm guy seemed to have guessed what was going on. It seemed like the evolution spell was successful. Karen angrily vomited blood and entered. In the ruins there is a dirt road that speaks directly to the vampire's madness. Andreas thought to himself, "It's a pity I can't see her anymore. She was a pretty good test subject." Looking at the scorched chain, old Karen got angry and tightened the chain in his hand. Face darkened. Called in a low voice, "Andreas." "Yes." "Are you moving your hands and feet on Angela's rope?" Andreas replied without hesitation, "No, I would be scared to death." He said that but in his heart he was silently cursing old Karen. What a fool. Karen thought that the vampire could break the chains and run away on her own, so she got mad and screamed, even though she's just a mixed race. Very worth it. Bursting with anger, Karen opened his mouth and screamed at the top of his lungs. It resounded so much that the whole tunnel could still be heard in Ca. Andreas ignored whatever he was mad at and left. As soon as he walked out the door, he sighed thoughtfully. Another day I would talk about the curse of stagnation. If you go alone at night, you will unfortunately encounter a witch. Long hair falling over his shoulders along with the devilish call, Andreas almost made his heart drop. The vampire swung down from a tree branch and stroked Andreas' cheek. The guy recognized the familiar person and immediately thought to himself, "She's waiting here to attack him." The tomato ghost leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Since I woke up, I've always wanted to ask you a question, please answer me." Seeing Andreas frozen, she called out again, "Look at me, Andreas." He immediately turned to look at her. The tomato ghost smiled softly and said, "Very good, now tell me, talk about the power you have." Andreas frowned and asked again, "Why are you doing this? Haven't I kept my promise?" "You probably know the price of breaking the family oath." She sat up in the air, resting her chin on her hands and replied, "Of course I know, but I can't help but want to ask you a few questions. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't break the chain myself, so I used another method." "Do you know what that is, that wonderful method I used?" Just as she was about to lean closer to him and tease him, she was suddenly surprised to see the scent on Andreas's body. In her mind, she silently wondered, why does this guy smell like that, just like the great Sinov? Thinking of this, she suddenly smiled happily, her eyes turned red and said, "I finally understand." Being looked at like that made Andreas sweat profusely. Her attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees, she raised her hand to caress his face and said, "Really interesting." Andreas said bewildered, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The next second, Andreas's eyes showed horror. The vampire grabbed his neck and pressed him hard against the tree trunk. With quick movements, Andreas was grabbed by her neck, stiff and painful. She added, "I have a lot of things to ask you but this place is too obvious so I'll go first. We will meet again soon. Until then, I will make good use of this power, and since you helped me, I also want to thank you." Her hand squeezed tighter and tighter, making Andreas about to ascend to heaven. "What kind of power is this? Don't worry, I will be gentle. Because you are probably my destiny." After finishing speaking, she licked her tongue with greed. Chromium Well Andrea's Dictionary. Dropping items. When Sim was a game, only good items dropped, but now the game has become real life so I have to process the ingredients myself, making the processing and preparation process much more difficult. At a luxurious dormitory called Fantasy. On the balcony of a certain dorm room, there were two young ladies enjoying tea and cakes together. Dying Alvin pointed at the images of great men in the book and excitedly introduced them one by one to the blonde girl across from him. And then after that, Lord Phi Lip brandished his sword with one hand. The blonde girl shed tears and begged Diane to stop. Diane, can you stop preaching for a bit? Diane not only didn't stop but on the contrary she also manipulated her friend, Julich. If you look closely enough even you will find a knight to support, basically like fans telling other people about their idols. Julich suddenly remembered something so he changed the topic. Oh yeah, have you heard the news? It seems Lucia Everlast has passed the Magic Tower's potion test. This topic successfully redirected the conversation. Story, Diane exclaimed in surprise. Wow, at that age. On the outside, she speaks admiringly but in her mind she can't help but judge. I heard rumors that she's quite lazy, but it seems like her abilities are undeniable. A literal sleeping dragon, always. She put down the cup of tea in her hand and complained to Julich, "That's so cool, why didn't I try to achieve something like that in my first year?" But slowly the depression accompanied you. The most shocking news is still behind. Julich quickly opened his tablet and said, "But surprise really do here. Look, the computer screen is currently showing an article announcing the magic medicine." Diane's eyes and mouth were surprised to utter the name, Andreas Cromwell. The guy stood next to Lucia, holding a magic potion certificate in his hand. Julich immediately said, "Who would have thought that an incompetent person like him would contribute to the preparation of this magic potion? When I first heard the news, I thought everyone was lying for fun." After the collapse of his family, the only thing he could blame was his own circumstances and talent. He asked her what she achieved on her own. Has he, that trash, really changed? Her friend Julich constantly mocked, to think that the insect king Andreas could achieve such an achievement. Diane thought unconvincedly, I have to personally confirm this. The scene changes to a class at the academy. Lucia wondered and asked Andreas, "Senior, why do you wear so many clothes?" Andreas raised his collar and replied, "I'm not feeling well." "So why are you here instead of resting?" "I need enough attendance points to graduate." At this time, the professor also opened the door and walked in. "Last night. I absolutely must not let others see the scar on my neck. The vampire last night took a bite out of his neck, leaving a huge tooth mark." Andreas thought to himself, what nonsense is she talking about? A destined lover and some scent, what exactly does she mean? Then that crazy guy suddenly bit my neck and disappeared. It seemed like I was wearing too many clothes, it was too hot. The teacher started his class, everyone was present, yes. Well then, the lecture will begin immediately. Before he could say a word, Vanbar saw Andreas covered up above. Normally I wouldn't care, but today the newspaper published a hot news. So I have to pretend to care. Andreas Cromwell, why are you wearing so thick clothes? Are you feeling unwell? Andreas pretended to cough a few times and then replied, "Yes, I just had a cold." "You must be feeling very tired from the magical potion research you just did. I've marked you as available. If needed, you can just go home." Hearing that, Andreas immediately took his bag and stood up, thanking the professor very much. But when he had just taken 2 steps, the teacher added, "But I feel a bit sorry for myself. Even though you came to ask for advice from me, a professor of medical botany, isn't it so difficult to just mention my name?" These words made Andreas a bit surprised. Although this old man was not good at all, there was no need to do that. In his heart, he cursed silently. What did this bastard just say? Why don't you do it and ask for something to eat? Andreas is also not average, he said clearly in front of the whole class. "I am extremely grateful for the advice you gave us, Professor. Especially advice on persimmon extract and matarata bark." Hearing this, Lucia immediately smiled and thought to herself, Are you provoking him? Andreas continued, "The professor told us that if we added them, instead of magic potion, we would get a pot of soup, but this soup might be a bit too delicious." The teacher immediately widened his eyes after hearing it, lips and face darkened. The whole class was also stunned by Andreas' actions. Looking at Andreas walking towards the door, Professor Vanbar angrily said loudly, "You're going too far." Andreas replied as he walked, "Because I don't feel well, I asked permission to leave." The old professor screamed and refused to let him leave. Andreas Cromwell. Andreas will still go even if he screams at his throat. He thought to himself, when I was still a weak person, you guys only knew how to mock me, but now you want to erase me. If you know what to do, just shut your mouth and obediently lick my shoes. If it's simply recognition, you'll be able to enter any class. Professor Vanbar frowned and continued, "How long were you planning to ignore me?" When suddenly the professor's voice rang out from below. The teacher looked in that direction bewilderedly and then exclaimed, "Lucia Everlast." Lucia stood up and said, "Can you explain for me as the co-inventor of the magic medicine?" Andreas was also extremely surprised. What the hell was she thinking? The teacher immediately replied, "The student said In this class we learned the basics of preparing magic medicine, and then we use those basics in practice. So what I want to say here is, researching on your own without the help of others is very meaningful. I mean, isn't that the duty of a magician, right? Andrea stood next to the door thinking, Ban Ban is being pushed back by Lucia. Lucia smiled slightly and continued, we will definitely ask for your opinion next time, when you are not busy with your own research. Knowing that Lucia is saving face, old Van Ban immediately followed suit. Immediately, we are always ready to help. Andreas, be careful, go home and rest safely. Flipping is faster than flipping rice paper. Andreas looked up at Lucia and silently praised. I handled the situation very well. I still don't know why. But, thank you very much. On a clear day in a certain city, in a mansion, someone was reporting on the recruitment list of potential candidates. First, I will announce the students who have joined Rodlin Academy. The viewer reported that it was a military officer, Master Duke Aura Sinclair Cloche, a tall, muscular red-haired gentleman. The uncle looked at the report and smiled slightly and said, that means the daughter of the Everlast Corporation created a new magic medicine, and now they want to sell it. The secretary immediately replied, yes, they named the magic drug Everlast and are selling this drug exclusively. Do we have samples? Yes, sir. After finishing speaking, the secretary quickly handed out a tiny red bottle of magic potion. The uncle stared at the bottle of magic potion and continued, if that girl was in her first year and had already created this, she must have created this when she graduated. Many people want to recruit, isn't this bottle too small? The secretary replied, that's why we have to contact her right away. While gulping down aura medicine, she said, well, we have to see if anyone else is paying attention to that girl. After testing the medicine, the noble uncle sat still and felt it. The secretary was also very curious about the uses of this magic medicine, so he approached and asked if he thought the magic medicine was okay. Aura Sinclair Cloche smiled happily and replied, well, that surprised me. Its effectiveness is much stronger than other magic drugs on the market, and it also has no side effects. If they successfully bring this drug to market, it will definitely create a fever, but there are things that need to be done. Attention, sir. The report shows that this magic medicine was not invented by that girl alone. Reading the information about the newly opened secretary, the uncle suddenly said thoughtfully, King Chrome's son as well, does he have a talent for making medicine? Apparently not, sir. There are also rumors that he took advantage of that girl. But if that's true, then why did she have to add his name? It's not right, and because both of their families have nothing to do with each other. Aura Sinclair Cloche stretched and yawned and said, then let's investigate. If he is really a gem, add him to the recruitment list. It's clear, sir. The scene moves to a darker place, outside the sound of rain falling continuously. A person sat with his back turned, holding a glass of wine and sipping on it, asking the man behind him how the year-end awards ceremony was going. The man immediately replied, still following the plan, sir, the Cromwell family will be demoted. The old man shook the glass of wine in his hand while mentioning the name Andreas Cromwell. Then grinned extremely pervertedly. I was looking forward to seeing if he was any different from his father. Soon the sky turned bright, and through the glass window a person was enthusiastically practicing with a sword. Andreas breathed a tired sigh. He tried to swing his sword to continue practicing. Until the 10,000th sword stroke was struck. Andreas just sat on the ground and stopped. The guy rushed with the red pill bottle next to him. As he drank it, he thought, without this medicine I wouldn't have the strength to exercise like this. The regeneration magic potion speeds up muscle recovery, while the healing magic potion will make you less tired. Together with the physical strengthening magic potion, your body can adapt to constant training. This is just a bet, but developing this drug is the right choice. At first I was very nervous, but after a while I still decided to develop this drug because the risk was low enough. At this time, the system suddenly showed up with a notification, Andreas Chromium well upgraded magic potion, billion, 89% success rate, do you want to upgrade? You have successfully leveled up the magical potion. Your normal magical potion ability has been upgraded to a super magical potion. The results were so good that I thought I was stupid, so I wasn't worried. You have created a low-level magic potion. Now I can create more types of magic potion. The success rate is high and the preparation speed is also much faster. As long as everything goes smoothly and I try my best, I will be able to grow faster. And if I have a good body and some weapons, I probably won't need to worry about fighting power anymore. With Karen still far away, I can't sell the formula to him right away. After the vampire escape, he closed the door and went away for a few days. Andreas read the message on Karen's door and thought to himself, is he in such a bad mood that he has to go on vacation, and he didn't even notify her? Students know, why is he so petty? Returning home after showering and washing, Andreas relaxed and said, I don't know anyone but him. I have herbal medicine class tomorrow morning, so don't think about it anymore. Let's go to sleep. When I got to class early in the morning, I didn't see anyone anywhere, only the bulletin board announced that today's class would take place outdoors as announced on the tablet in Vauban. Andreas was stunned when he read the announcement. Damn this old Vauban. Don't you know that I don't have a tablet and still use it to contact me? What did this old man think he was doing to the students? Then Andreas jumped up and ran to the academy garden. Right now in the garden, the whole class is here doing something, looking quite stressed. Andreas thought in bewilderment, what's wrong? Why is everyone in such a hurry? Looks like there's a test coming up. The bad professor has not yet seen anyone. Andreas Cromwell is late. It seems you were too busy researching so you didn't see the notification. Andreas closed his eyes and chanted a spell to control the anger in his heart. He thought to himself, why is this guy so childish? Very quickly, Andreas was pulled away from the old professor by Lucia. Here, I will explain it to you. You should buy a tablet because you already have the money. Seriously, I'm going to tell you how long I can remember it. The beginning and end of the story was clearly visible on the screen. Andreas pondered, meaning he had invented an awakening potion and planned to force students to take a test to analyze it. Andreas cursed under his breath while doing the test. He probably thought he had to show off. Old man Vauban came to provoke Andreas. With your level, you can probably find the ingredients with the ratio to prepare this magic potion and snap your fingers. Andreas frowned and looked at him, thinking, he really is a stubborn old man. Don't be shy, your future is very bright. On the outside he smiles friendly but inside he is extremely sinister. Today I will expose your true self. Someone took advantage of Miss Everlast, the rising star of the magic potion-making village. You are no more or less than a trash student. Andreas ignored him and focused on studying the material. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours later, he was stunned and held in his hand the results of the Awakening Potion Ingredient Analysis Test. First place Lucia Everlast, 1 hour, 2 minutes, 16 seconds, 100%. Second place, Andreas Chromium, 2 hours 4 minutes 3 seconds 100%. Third place Talon Bugman, 3 hours 3 minutes 1 second 96%. There is no cheating in the exam. Thanks to that, the whole class knew about Andreas' strength, one girl said in surprise. So Andreas is really a genius in preparing magic potions. Another friend was lamenting in pain, thinking about losing to a guy like Andreas. Lucia looked at him with interest and said, you're very good, brother Seaweed. I'm not a seaweed, my name is Andreas. I thought the professor's new magic potion would stop there, but it wasn't over yet. From afar, a scream suddenly rang out, Professor Vauban. Why do you treat me like that? All the students looked at a chubby male student. When the teacher saw that, he was dumbfounded and exclaimed, you are. The fat boy angrily said loudly, why did you say that the medicine I prepared was made by you? Why? The other student angrily questioned Professor Vauban, how could you do that? You know how much effort I put into this. After hearing this, the whole class froze. They started to talk loudly. Did Senior Jorolf make a mistake? Why did the teacher do that? Andreas did not rush to accuse but turned to ask Lucia, what do you think? The girl without hesitation replied, if it was Professor Vauban, he must have really done it. He thought so too. Seeing his brother moving forward, Lucia panicked and called out, wait a minute, where are you going? Lucia couldn't stop him and then grimaced and lamented, I just saved him yesterday. That's it, I don't care about you anymore, you stupid seaweed top. Andreas walked up to the professor and Jorolf and said, Professor, I want to ask you about the magic potion ingredients. The teacher saw that you were even more angry. Andreas, don't you see the current situation? Andreas said calmly, but that has something to do with this. If it's really your work then you can probably prove it right here, right now. Hearing that, his face became extremely ugly. Vauban cursed silently, this bastard. Jorolf also felt very excited, proving, like a magic tower test, huh? Andreas continued solemnly, if you really made this magic medicine, you could easily explain why you used the ingredients here, or are you afraid? What are you afraid of? You're so funny, I'm a professor at the prestigious Rodent Academy. So answer this question, why did you change upstream tree sap into cytomine petals? The professor of course had enough practice to answer, but when he heard the question, he immediately froze. Damn, I was so focused on the presentation that I forgot that part. Seeing that the teacher was embarrassed by the chubby student's leg, he happily said, "Why don't you answer?" "Because if you use flower petals, the cost will be reduced. If you're the one who made it, you should know." "Okay, now it's about proportions." They kept arguing with each other, not paying attention to the huge eagle standing there, perched on a nearby tree branch. The professor couldn't answer, so he started to protest. "What do you think you're doing? Only the magic tower has the right to test magic potions." Ignoring what he said, Jerily continued asking, "The last question, why did you use jelly bugs instead of cheaper pepina powder?" Vauban was speechless. When the students saw this, they immediately became suspicious and disgust. Why didn't the professor answer? Did he really steal? Yet he dared to steal students' achievements. Silence is admission, so the professor clenched his trembling arms after being pressured by public opinion. The teacher shouted in reply, "Pepina powder causes hallucinations. So I use jelly beetles even though they are more expensive." Gerald frowned and continued, "Professor, that's not why I use pepina powder. The reason is that when this powder is heated for a long time when preparing medicine, it will cause the user to have a stomach ache." He insisted that the fat guy was wrong. "You were wrong, surely, because it caused hallucinations." I suddenly remembered something. He told me that this powder has side effects. But you didn't mention causing hallucinations. Can you explain your answer? Seeing that the teacher could not answer this question, the students below immediately condemned him and pointed fingers. It was truly blasphemy against science. How dare he steal the efforts of his students? Resign. Word of thieves and scammers. The old teacher was speechless and couldn't argue a word. In the end, he was so distraught that he gave it back to Andreas and the other male student. They were scammers. "You two work together, right? I will report you two to the disciplinary committee." The sound of slapping from behind continued to echo. "Knock on, Professor, you're the one being disciplined." Andreas rubbed the back of his head and thought dejectedly, he's really hopeless. A bratty child has no other choice, is to tell adults. If so, I will ask Mr. Alvin to arrange for you to explain. It's easy. Because I was sponsored by that sweetie, in order to increase my credibility, he took out the card to prove it, surprising everyone who took it. Lucia was no exception, but she was so surprised that Andreas was able to trick him. She used the card to buy ingredients to scare him. He probably really believed it. That's right. After seeing the card in Andreas's hand, the teacher immediately became weak and did not dare to cough anymore. Andreas continued, "Why don't you want to explain? This drama has been eagerly anticipated by the Eagle from beginning to end, and it is none other than the master of the magic tower, this Vauban name. If you cause big trouble, you will have to pay a high price. But that brat is really knowledgeable. He even brought up my name. He knows the theory and ingredients of the awakening potion. He might actually be able to create a new magic potion before the year is out, right?" After everything was done, the eagle immediately took off and flew away, leaving teacher Vauban sitting listlessly on the ground with a pale face. The eagle soared high into the sky and flew back to its owner. Now Uncle Alvin no longer doubted Andreas's talent, quite the opposite. The uncle said, "I'm tired of waiting, Kane's son." Academy Canteen. At this time, the three people, Andreas, Lucia, and Vivian, are having lunch together. Little Lucia thought with tears in her eyes, "He really invited me to eat, but he ate at the school cafeteria." Seeing that she didn't touch chopsticks, Andreas asked, "Don't you eat it, it's delicious." Lucia quickly picked up a piece of meat and replied, "I'll eat it. It's so hot." Andreas sighed. He was indescribably stupid. He modeled and said, "This is what you have to do, rich boy. Hold it like this and then dip the sauce." Lucia frowned and said, "What does it have to do with me being rich?" Andreas graciously gave the girl a piece of meat. "Here." Lucia looked at the piece of meat and silently judged. It was eaten in the cafeteria. It was delicious, that said, but the kid still accepted the piece of meat from Andreas. Vivian next to me saw that and wanted it too. "Me too." Andreas asked blankly, "Huh?" She directly pointed to the piece of meat in Lucia's hand and replied, "That." Andreas smiled and said, "Oh, here." After eating, they left the cafeteria together. On the way, Lucia kept repeating the same sentence, "Where are you going to buy a tablet? If you have that, you will be notified when an event like today happens. So useful, right, right. But you're saving money, it's not that expensive." "Nothing is cheap for a rich person like me," Lucia replied angrily. "Hey, this seaweed." While the two of them were arguing about the tablet, Vivian was talking about being given meat by Andreas earlier. She turned to look at him affectionately and said, "Do you want my reward, sir?" Andreas refused without hesitation. No need, but why did you call me Mr. Fairy? Asking in front of Lucia made her sister immediately ask, Mr. Fairy. They reached the intersection when Andreas waved and said, I'm leaving. The steering wheel made Lucia bewildered and asked, Oh, I'm done eating, so I'll see you later. See you later, Vivian. After saying goodbye to the two of them, Andreas entered a brightly lit hallway. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a dark shadow approaching. That person is none other than Karen. Andreas thought to himself, he's back. As soon as they passed each other, Andreas immediately said hello, you have returned, Karen coldly announced, come to my laboratory tomorrow at noon. Clearly, looking at his back as he left, Andreas thought to himself, what a good time it was. After saying goodbye to Lucia and Vivi and Andreas went to the World Mace Forge on Alvin Street of Rodfin Academy before going to Karen's laboratory. Andreas carefully observed the sword in his hand and thought to himself, he is someone who always thinks that everything he has is his, so he will obviously use force to try to take the scroll from his hand. It's better than I'm going to buy this too. After thinking about it, he immediately gave it to the seller. I'll take this, can you get some more grinding stones too? Suddenly someone called his name, Andreas. He glanced and immediately realized it was Diane. She held the gift box in her hand and asked with surprise and wonder on her face, what are you doing at the blacksmith shop? Andreas bowed politely and replied, I need a sword. Diane exclaimed in surprise, sword, aren't you a magician? It's good to have one for self-defense. Seeing Andreas staring at the gift box in his hand, Diane immediately said, This is a gift for my brother's ogre. Andreas heard this and immediately thought, brother, does she mean Carlos Alvin? Carlos Alvin is the eldest son of the Alvin family. He left to train to become a warrior. We were very close before. When the game starts, Carlos has already passed away, so there isn't much mention of him in the game. If I'm not mistaken, he died at the end-of-year event at the academy. After Hazar escaped from Duke Balo Rick's territory, he joined a religious church, the Zephyro Church, the same church that caused the riots. Andreas said, is Carlos preparing for the year-end event? Diane replied in surprise, oh yes. It would be great if the three of us could meet again. Is that so? This makes Diane both surprised and happy. She thought to herself, after hearing everyone talk about him, I think something has changed in him. The blue-haired guy, he's been practicing all morning. Andreas has been getting good grades lately, but how should I ask? It's okay, I'll just ask normally. Diane's confused expression made Andreas also confused. If she wanted to ask, what should she say? Diane's mouth opened in embarrassment and she was speechless. Seeing that, Andreas immediately said goodbye, I'll see you later. Andreas walked past but Diane was still hesitating between saying or not saying. Finally, she mustered up the courage to turn around and ask, I wanted to know why. When she turned back, Andreas's back was nowhere to be seen. In a moment of hesitation, she let him go. On this side, Andreas is still thinking about Carlos. I need to think more carefully about Carlos. There's still time until the ride happens. The next night at the academy's faculty area, Karen sat cross-legged on the sofa and said, I have searched all over the mainland to find a material of similar quality to Angela, but so far I have not found it. So I plan to keep looking a little more. I don't have much hope, but I still need them for church this week. Outside, Andreas was still listening intently to what he said, but inside he was quite tense. This was the time the game started. If he showed his greed and asked me to hand it over to him, I would win. Closing the book in his hand, Karen continued, from now on we will be busy. Prepare yourself. Sir, I have something to say. What is it? I have the apocalyptic legend. Karen heard this and immediately stared at Andreas. The guy also looked at him extremely nervously. Karen said in a harsh voice, ahem. Don't talk nonsense, that's not something people like you can achieve. Andreas summoned the gate of nothingness. He reached in to search and replied, this is not something I can handle. He strained his eyes to follow Andreas' every move. So, speaking of this, Andreas took out the glaring stagnant page box from the gate. Karen's face suddenly showed shock and confusion. Andreas raised it with both hands and respectfully brought it towards him. I want you to hold it. Looking at this huge product, he swallowed twice, not knowing what he was thinking. Finally, he waved his hand and said, you just take it. This is an item people crave, so keeping it will only cause trouble. Just bring it to the church, then I will be able to exchange it for another item. Andreas thought to himself, I knew you would say that. You are clearly the type of person who values his life more than anything else. Karen further advised, because this weekend we also have to go to church, remember to arrange your schedule. I understand, sir. Late at night, quiet. Only the sound of horse-drawn carriages could be heard at the eastern edge of the city, the area adjacent to the Forbidden Forest. Andreas left Karen's house, still unable to help but think, I'm a bit ahead of Karen, but the problem now is going to the church. There are many dangerous people, and words have no effect. Whatever I do with them, I will have to negotiate as safely as possible. Thinking about it, Andreas glanced at Karen opposite to see what he was doing. It is not unexpected that he is immersed in his own interests. I will be able to exchange the scroll for items that will help my growth. I will get what I deserve. The corner of Andreas's mouth curled up slightly in satisfaction. He had completely assumed that the scroll was really his, but if something bad happened, he would shiver like a shield. Suddenly the carriage stopped, causing both of them to escape their own thoughts. In the mist, a stranger was calming the frantically howling horses. Calm down, calm down. Through the exchange technique, Karen used the skeleton's eyes to observe the situation outside. He saw a man taking off his hood and walking towards them. Suddenly, on the other side of the window, a blond man with tattooed arms appeared. Hey! You guys are going to the church, right? Do you mind if I give you a ride? Andreas looked at him with bright eyes and thought, that's it. The next second, the blond uncle was sitting on the carriage, thanking God. Even though the car isn't very good. Andreas finally recognized this person. He thought to himself, Salem Medidia, one of the 10 greatest people of all time. He was even willing to violate the prohibitions to discover everything. That's why he called the devil who pursues the truth. If information about the letter is leaked, the situation will probably get extremely bad. Karen frowned extremely when someone gave him a ride, but unfortunately for him, Salem saw it and frowned. Hey, what's with that expression? Are you dissatisfied with me going to church? The oppressive murderous aura created made Karen as obedient as a puppy hastily explained, it's not like that, Mr. Salem. I thought he was about to eat when he suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha, don't worry kid, I've been there a few times. Andreas looked at him and thought, I knew he was crazy but I didn't expect it to be this crazy. Suddenly Salem put his face close to Andreas and asked, Hey kid, what's your name? Karen next to him immediately reminded, Introduce yourself, he is your senior, Salem Medidia. Andreas Cromwell, as soon as he heard the boy Salem's name, he screamed in excitement, Oh my God, have you ever killed another Cromwell person? Andreas looked at Karen in bewilderment, sweating profusely, wondering what he was saying. Perhaps he was referring to some secret of the Cromwell family. Seeing everyone's expressions of bewilderment and confusion, Salem was fond of showing off the appearance of his predecessor. It seemed like he didn't know anything. Okay, how about I give you a special piece of advice? Fight as much as you can. He didn't look like he was joking, so Andreas glanced over to see Karen's reaction, but he remained speechless. Andreas sat silently thinking to himself, his expression saying he shouldn't ask anything more. Karen was hiding something. In the mist a few steps away from the carriage, the black mud suddenly boiled as if something was rising. The exoskeleton discovered something strange. That's when Karen opened his eyes to examine. The two chests suddenly braked. Karen's cold voice rang out, What do you want? Whatever you want to say, use your identity, Dragon. Right in front of the carriage was the head of some black creature hiding under the ground, slowly rising. In the blink of an eye, the muddy layer on the ground formed a complete but extremely slimy body. The next second it turned into a tall and muscular man with an elegant style like a true gentleman. He adjusted the hat on his head and said, Sorry, long time no see Karen Dipperin. Dragon was excited to see his old friend again. But the smile on his face suddenly disappeared when he saw a figure along with Karen getting down from the carriage. The uncle immediately regained his arrogant appearance when he saw Sam Lamb. Dragon walked behind Salem and kept talking nonsense. I can't believe you're with Senior Salem. Salem frowned and continued, Can you shut up, your breath stinks. Andreas walked behind the elders and thought to himself, Deep Sea Dragon, maybe he was trying to steal the scroll but he didn't think we would go with Mr. Sam. After walking for a while, Karen suddenly stopped and pointed his finger in the distance, looking over there. Mr. Mersch has observantly noticed that we have arrived and is showing us the way to the congregation. Under the dim moonlight, a tall tree stands out in the middle of the forest. The top of the tree seems to be emitting firelight. When Sam saw this, he grimaced and silently lamented, Why did he have to choose such a high place? The uncle furrowed his yellow eyebrows as if contemplating something. Then, with the smile of someone in control of the situation, he said, Just as I predicted. In the thick fog, thin legs appeared. The Karens behind saw this and showed expressions of surprise and horror. Looks like there are some greedy dark magicians here. Karen thought to himself, are they stupid or something? Are you planning on stealing the letter roll while Salem is still here? Thinking, the three began to prepare to fight the dark magicians lurking around here. As the situation became tense, Uncle Sam took the initiative to attack. Now let's see how many dark magicians are here. As soon as he finished speaking, long black tentacles suddenly sprouted from the ground and grabbed his legs. Salem tied up. The uncle calmly raised his huge weapon arrogantly and then launched a strike straight down. A huge explosion ignited a huge source of energy, destroying the tentacles in the blink of an eye. Right where he was standing right in the middle of the smoke and dust was the majestic Salem with the staff in his hand releasing a huge stream of purple-blue mana into the surrounding space. The mana balls hit Karen and Dragon but didn't hurt them at all, they just flew everywhere. Andreas was no exception, he also caught a few mana balls from Uncle Salem's blows. After escaping from the mud that bound his feet, Sam said excitedly, I see, so there are only about 17 of you. Sneaking out an overwhelming number of people only made Sam show a twisted, hungry face. He licked his old lips in excitement with the beginning of the game. Come on, it's time to play hide and seek. A ghost of light, the blue color suddenly appeared. The huge body of Sam Lem disappeared right before everyone's eyes. The uncle only left a thin stream of smoke to signal the sneak attackers of Sam Lem who were hunting them. The wizards on the tree were so scared that they were about to pee their pants, and now they realized, damn it, we've been discovered. Everyone quickly withdraw. The whole group rushed to tell each other to hide, but as soon as they turned around, their eyes widened in fear. Salem's face under the blue light looked scary like a horror movie with a triumphant smile. He said happily, I see. Salem gently cast magic, that said, but it was enough to blow away the entire edge of the forest. Terrifying energy rose up, illuminating the entire sky. Meanwhile, the congregation was still peaceful as if nothing had happened, with purple hair and fur coats leisurely enjoying tea. Next to her was a female magician sleeping leaning against a huge peacock with a tattered robe, also holding a small teacup with its fingernails. Next to an introverted witch who revealed nothing but two glowing irises. All of these people are holding a round table party right in the middle of the enchanted treetop. While it was quiet, at this moment the door suddenly opened with the appearance of a group of unstable people. Sam Lem took the lead and said excitedly, Hey Mersh, long time no see. Karen also bowed respectfully to continue. It's been a while, Mersh Jester, the witch said dejectedly, even you came to Salem. Hearing that, the uncle laughed and replied, there's no need to be so cold, it's thanks to me that the letter got here unharmed. Hey, open your bag. Come on, look at this. Immediately both the witches and the witches stood up to concentrate, but only saw Andreas pour out the heads of the people who had just attacked them. The purple hair also watched unconsciously. She relied on the technique and didn't understand anything. Her face was dreamy as if she had just woken up. The peacock sat drooling hungrily. The introverted witch spoke up, this is an emergency meeting and there aren't many of us yet you still kill people unnecessarily. Andreas thought, they were all mid-level or higher dark magicians and were quite annoying to face in the game. And he was able to handle them simply by releasing his own magical power. Salem Aditya is truly a force worth paying attention to. Uncle Salem frowned and replied to that guy, without me here, it will be late before you can admire the scroll. Mersh continued, enough about that nonsense, hurry up and show me the letter. Receiving Karen Andreas's consent, he moved forward to open the space gate. He didn't know that Uncle Salem was behind him evaluating him. This brat Andreas was quite interesting. It wasn't even a little startled after seeing the massacre just now. And he didn't hesitate when I told him to cut their throats. And what's more, this kid has the same dual system as me. The adults were staring at Andrea's every move. Until Salem suddenly playfully blew on the boy's neck. Andreas was startled and turned around and said, oh, what the hell are you doing? I like you already, kid. Andreas thought sadly, Uncle Salem in the game is gay. Purple hair couldn't stand Salem's teasing and immediately said angrily, what do you think you are doing, Salem? Mersh also suggested that the jokes stop here. Salem didn't care about them but looked at Andreas intently and said, I will definitely help you one day, but only once. Consider it a favor because I have some sympathy for the Chrome family. Well, these words made Andreas both happy and worried. What did he promise? Salem is a person who never goes back on his promises. There are countless times when he keeps his promises no matter what. If I have his help, should I change my plans a bit? At this moment, a foot wearing high shoes stepped out of the space portal. That was the nickel with the stagnant page shining brightly in his hand. The purple hair looked at the item attentively, the witch confirmed that it was truly a gem, there was no doubt about it. Karen glared at the boy and thought, since when did Andrea summon one? Salem also wondered, did you entrust the forbidden letter to a skeleton? Yes. So it must be very tough, right? Hearing that, Andreas was quite scared but tried to reassure himself, stay calm. I don't want to make mistakes with these monsters at all. I can't hesitate even a little bit. All the church people had gathered to stand around the stagnant site. Just waiting for that, he asked Nickel to return. The hand quickly pulled out the sword. To the surprise of the adults. One hand opened the space gate for Nickel, the other raised the sword. Salem also didn't understand what the boy was planning to do. And the rest of the crowd also looked intently at him. Andreas stabbed himself in the middle of his chest in the shock of Karen and Dragan. His hand grasped the sword that was stuck in his chest. He breathed hard trying to keep himself awake. Mersch said in confusion, what are you doing, disciple of Karen? As planned, Andreas deftly stabbed his sword to avoid danger. He tried to say every word as concisely as possible. I was the one who discovered the scroll. So I want my contributions to be recognized properly. But the purple hair didn't think so. She burst out with mana to control the tree branches to bend wildly. Mersch said, you have gone crazy with greed. He let his hair freely deal with Andreas. The thorny tree branches were about to grab Andreas's legs when they suddenly braked. Purple hair noticed something was wrong and immediately called his friend's name, Mersch. Andreas added bloodily, the scroll is currently in my inventory along with the skeleton, so if I die you will never be able to get your hands on that scroll. Salem, didn't you say you would help me once? Now is the time. Andreas's face became increasingly pale due to blood loss, his eyes were sunken and showed signs of collapsing, so he urged him to hurry up, he didn't have much time left. Salem stood bewildered and confused, you are acting so carelessly just because of what I said before, what if I trick you, what will you do then? I will do the best I can, even if it means I die. In order to survive in this crazy world, I am willing to go crazy to achieve my goal. Sam Lem was very satisfied with that answer. He walked closer to Andreas and said, you're really a funny brat. I told you to struggle, but I didn't think you would do it to this extent. As he finished speaking, a huge source of mana radiated from Sam's staff, causing the whole crowd to be startled again. The insidious spear of the evil snake officially appeared in his hand. The spear sprouted a series of pythons. The uncle smiled happily and said, if you insist, then. I have no choice but to kill them all. Sam Lem was very satisfied with Andreas's answer. He approached him and said, you're really a funny brat. I told you to struggle, but I didn't think you would do it to this extent. As he finished speaking, a huge source of mana radiated from Sam's staff, causing the whole crowd to be startled again. The insidious spear of the evil snake officially appeared in his hand. The spear sprouted a series of pythons. The uncle smiled happily and said, if you insist, then. I have no choice but to kill them all. The uncle raised his evil snake spear and loudly declared, from now on anyone who touches Cromwell will be killed by me. Whitehair immediately replied, we won't touch him. Sam Lamb added solemnly, and if anyone dares to ask about this in the future, I will find him and kill him without mercy. Mersch then spoke up, are you really going to fight us because of that kid? Are you serious? Salem smiled happily and replied, you know how I am, I won't lie about things like not like this. The purple-haired man sighed, hey, are you kidding me, Sam? The uncle's patience was at its limit at this point. Sam radiated an oppressive amount of mana and said, damn, do I have to repeat what I said? Hearing that, no one dared to say anything. Everyone who took it stood motionless, not daring to breathe loudly. Mersch said, then there is no other way, so what do you want, disciple of Karen? Hearing that, Andreas carefully pulled out the sword from his chest. He said as he healed himself, thank you for waiting. Tell us what you want. Can you tell me what I can exchange for that? How ironic, you don't even know what you want. Take 5 things from the following list, choose carefully. If I'm not mistaken, there are a few corpses here. Reading the meter-long list, Andreas thought to himself, corpses, it's a congregation so they must have some top-quality corpses here. Former Fairy Queen Milan and Tiger King Timur, those are all first-class ingredients, I have to get them. King Kong worriedly said, Jester, those are corpses that have been sold to Mornay, if you give them to the boy Mornay will be very angry. Andreas heard this familiar name and thought in surprise, Mornay. Are they saying that those corpses were bought by the pioneer of necromancy? If I get involved with him, things will be very troublesome. I have to quit. I don't mind, take it. How generous, how morné. Kron suddenly screamed, Master. Andrea still doesn't have enough capacity to handle those corpses. I said I don't mind. Karen, you there, those corpses are in my extra space bag, take that bag with you. Hearing that, Andreas immediately stood motionless. Salem next to him smiled softly and said, You deserve it, kid. He thought to himself, I don't know why Mornay is so generous, but I can't miss this opportunity. Thinking about it, Andreas immediately bowed in respect and said, I am extremely grateful for your generosity. Now I will choose the remaining items including the corpse. Karen behind him was so angry that his eyes were about to explode and he thought, damn, I knew I had to bring the letter here alone. After a while of choosing, Andreas finally got the things he wanted: blessings, blue canigula flowers, Yoban roots, fairy tears, Kedunan's precious gems, the corpse of the fairy queen Myline, the corpse of Timur. Salem frowned and said, Kid, there are still better things in there. Are you sure you want these things? Andreas immediately replied, To me these things alone are extremely valuable. I can make a total of 4 magic potions with this, but they're worth several million, and I finally chose some ingredients to make Lucia's medicine in the middle of the hour. Mersch interrupted their conversation, Now hand over the letter. Andreas replied, opening the space gate, Of course. The glittering golden box is being taken away by the Mersch. Salem leaned closer to Andreas and said in a low voice, Prepare to go. Before the boy could regain his composure, the uncle grabbed him by the neck and flew away in the bewilderment of the congregation. Purple Hair hastily ordered, chasing after them. Andreas, after escaping, was still gaping, not understanding what was going on. He thought for a while and then said, They intend to kill me right after I hand over the letter to them, right? That's correct. If you promise, you must keep your word. I will bring you a safe promise. Where do you want me to take you? I want to go back to the academy. Please drop me off at the nearest train station. Rodlin Academy. Yes, does Bart know you're a dark magician? If he knew if you thought I was still alive. Fate is indeed a curious thing, isn't it? Well, you'll automatically know when the time comes. What the hell is he talking about? Like I said on the way here, keep struggling, that's all, as long as you can survive. You will be able to know who you are. Late at night, Andreas returned to the academy. In his room, he started to take out the items he got earlier to check. Andreas looked at the huge tiger carcass on the ground, then turned to Nick and said, I can't believe something this big can fit in that bag. The space bag is really extremely useful. He thought to himself, I have no other choice but to summon Nickel as a skeleton, but with these 2 corpses it would be better if I level up my necromancy ability first and then summon them as level summons. Hi. After finishing speaking, he immediately began the process of disposing of the corpse. For now, let's just put it away for now. And now. While wondering what to do next, his eyes suddenly fell on a book in his equipment bag. As soon as I picked up the book, the system immediately informed me that it was Mornay's Secret Book of Dark Magic, a high-level skill book written by Mornay himself. A gift from Mornay Star. Andreas opened the book to read in surprise. It contains a lot of knowledge that I can't get just in Karen's library. If I read this, then I'll be able to turn today's corpses into high-level summons, right? What else is this? While I was concentrating, the system sound rang out again. It announced that the legendary skeleton warrior has 100% ability to evolve. There are 66 evolution paths. Do you want to evolve? I'm still wondering when I can evolve, but looks like the time has finally come. The fact that the status window appeared after I sent the letter away shows that the forbidden letter has some impact related to evolution, but worrying about it won't give me an answer, so there's no point in thinking about it, and it says it should 100% evolve first. After the evolution process began, Nichols still stood there bewilderedly looking around. Seeing that, Andreas thought to himself, it doesn't look like he's suffering like a vampire, maybe because he's undead. At that moment, the door to the room suddenly rang. Was doing something important, so Andreas immediately ran over. Who was it? Opening the door was none other than Lucia with an excited look on her face. Senior, do you have any time? The scene changes to a certain room. Uncle Salem is sitting and talking to an old man with white hair. Salem flipped the book in his hand and said, Mr. Mornay, can I ask you something? Tell me. The reason you told me about the letter was because you needed someone to protect Andreas. I said it wisely. The uncle waited for a long time, but Mornay still said nothing. Sam Lam rubbed his head and continued to say, "Ah, that's an admission, haha, well, you take really good care of Kane, including his son, no, wait, you were forced to take care of him by the Empire, right, and teaching him was very difficult because he had no talent at all." The old man then spoke in a low voice, saying goodbye. "Do you know the origin of necromancy? Why do you suddenly ask?" Old man Mornay recalls the image of a beautiful girl with a smile as bright as a flower. And a man was looking at her passionately and said, "Necromancy originates from the pursuit of immortality." Not more precise. Necromancy is the pursuit of immortality with those one loves. It was born with the obsession to keep those you love forever. Salem knew he was remembering his painful past with the girl he loved, so he whined, "What is this about old people? Maybe that's it. Aren't you also a great magician? You should understand what I mean. Ha ha, leave it to my imagination, eh?" Sam Lam frowned and said seriously, "It seems he is still entangled with the Cromwell family, besides that Kane. And even if I pressed him he wouldn't answer, so I gave up." Mornay replied, "What about that boy? I'm curious what you think of him." Salem remembered the fly that was buzzing next to him at that time, so he frowned and replied, "I know you see everything, using that zombie bug to roam around and buzz everywhere. Anyway, I'll tell you this, that kid will be the craziest person in the world, even crazier than me. I look forward to it." At the office, a man with curly hair introduced to Andreas, "I am William Everlast Hollington." Andreas shook William's hand and said, "Andreas Cromwell, Mr. William invited you, please come over and sit." Mr. William held a file of documents and said to Andreas, "I'm sorry for making you come all the way just for this advance payment of magic potion profits. I just want to talk to you directly, that's all. Because from now on the two sides will cooperate together and you will also be Lucia's best friend." Andreas looked satisfied and said, "I'm also looking forward to meeting you. Honestly, I'm extremely grateful for what your daughter has done to help me, and even proposed such a good deal." Mr. Williams smiled and said, "You are the manufacturer, so enjoying this license is not too much." Lucia crossed her arms and said to Andreas, "You are grateful, thanks to me, you can definitely win the deal, transaction this time." Mr. William gave the contract to Andreas and said, "Here, please look at it." Andreas looked at the contract and thought, "So I'll get 60% of the profits, each worth 3 million wills, so the total would be more than 1.8 billion. Oh wait, just 1 month and we sell more than 1,000. Mr. William told you, it's really selling like hotcakes. I swear your profit will be even bigger than that. So that's enough business talk, let's go have dinner. This is the first time Lucia has brought a friend home, so I'm really looking forward to hearing your story." Andreas didn't say anything, just looked at them shyly. A month later, the good news spread far and wide, and now the Everlast family's magic medicine has become extremely popular, not only used in combat but also extremely favored by the nobility. To increase the quantity of product, the trading company has decided to expand its supply and production equipment. Andreas read the news and thought to himself, "I never dared to dream that I could sell more than 2,000 orders in just 1 month. If I had known this in advance, I would have bought the capsule form sooner. To be honest, I think just selling magic potion alone won't make a lot of money. But thanks to the popularity of that medicine, I have recently received more and more sponsorship from aristocratic sponsors. I already have 6 billion wills in my hand. Cromwell's real estate is only worth 3.5 billion, including management fees. Now, even if I buy it back, I still have enough money left over." Announcement from the train, "Next station to the National Cemetery, Hartwell Station, please get off at the right door." Andreas carried his luggage off the train and thought, but first he had to get his signet ring back. At a mansion, Andreas saw Pyman and a masked man standing in front of the door. He was surprised and thought, who is that masked man? Pyman saw Andreas coming back and invited him and said, "Hello kid, let's go inside and make a cup of tea, shall we?" Andreas asked Pyman about that strange guest. This one was. Pyman looked at the masked person and said to him, "This young man. I hired him to come here as a guarantor, because I also need to have a precautionary measure to avoid future consequences." Andreas opened the door and said, "Come on, let's go inside first, above." On the coffee table, Andreas looked at the masked man and thought incredulously, "The guarantor is holding a sword with a hidden face. Come up with something more believable. I know that Painon has been practicing necromancy here for a long time, but after the last challenge, it seems that he is no better than Karen. In short, he is still a beginner. Notification system, Andreas Cromwell, species, Mana 2430, characteristics, dual evolution, talents, dark magic, necromancy, supernatural, elemental magic, weak water, making magic potions, supernatural aids, movement, excellence, combat, excellence, skills, dark magic, see more, elemental magic, see more, dark magic, medium term, necromancy 3 out of 100, skeleton summon is V6, elemental magic, elementary rank, earth element 9 out of 100, stone spear is V5, earth shield is V7, Andreas thought, in general he is still not my opponent. Nickel, after evolving, can use aura, so unless facing an expert, Nickel is almost invincible. The only problem here is this man's strength. Maybe I should release some of the energy in my Dantian area. I thought earlier that I didn't need to use much strength to deal with him, but there is a problem. If I add this guy, I'm not sure. Paimon pushed the cup of tea to Andreas and said, "Here, I ordered this tea from someone in the church, it's very good." Andreas said to Paimon, "If you don't mind, I'd rather talk about the signet ring than sit here drinking tea." Paimon didn't seem happy, he said, too impatient. Andreas calmly continued, "The corpse I bought from you is of average size, but because you have always been accommodating, in return, I will pay you 5 million will." Paimon was surprised at the price Andreas offered. He turned around and smiled again and said to Andreas, "Look at you, I didn't notice for a moment, but you have become so wonderful, Andreas, and very generous, even though your time has passed, but nonetheless you still an earl, right?" Andreas said nothing, just breathed a long sigh of satisfaction. But Paimon changed his attitude. He put his hand under his chin and said, "But that's a bit difficult for me, the price of keeping a secret is not that cheap." Andreas asked, "Do you mean I should pay more?" Saying that, but in Andreas's mind, he was thinking, "What a villain." Seeing that Andreas was right, Paimon demanded, "Don't worry, I was only going to exchange for the things you found at the church. I heard you've got quite a bit of money, so give me a portion of it." Paimon looked interested, waiting for Andreas's answer. He asked, "How's it going? The transaction wasn't bad, right?" Andreas took a sip of tea and said, "I appreciate this idea." Andreas's words shocked Paimon and the wearer. He put the cup of tea on the table and said firmly, "But let me say it again clearly, 5 million, not a penny more." Paimon couldn't keep calm. He said angrily, "Kid, it seems you don't understand what I want to say." Andreas replied, "No, I understand clearly one way. That from the beginning, he had no intention of making a fair transaction." Paimon's face turned black. The masked man suddenly pulled out his sword and said, "Paimon, I guess there's nothing left to negotiate now." Andreas summoned Nickel and said, "Yes, I'm tired of talking all this time. By the way, I still have one more question. Do you really think you can defeat me?" Both Paimon and the masked man were still going from shock to shock. Notification system, Lazy Ghost, Legendary level, Nickel Life Hill, Undead rank 5, Self-awareness, Sword Master skill, Spectral Wandering. Paimon stood up and said to Andreas, "I will still throw in more money like I promised you." Then he ordered the masked man to cut that brat right away from me. Its initial fare. Both Paimon and the masked man fought towards Andreas, but Nickel fought them back. Andreas watched the fight. The cloak with the bomb attached turned over Andreas's head. "You recognize it, sticky bomb. I used to use it in the past in the game." Not only can he stop Nick, but he also has the strength to watch over himself. He is not ordinary at all. The masked man stabbed his sword almost into Nickel's body. But Nick quickly grabbed that guy's ankle and threw him to the ground. Nickel summons his sword. Andreas saw this and thought, Nickel is covering the aura on the light sword. After evolving and gaining power, it wasn't surprising that Nickel could use aura, but the opponent is so difficult to fight. Who is this guy? The masked man was slashed in the chest by Nickel. When Nick was walking towards the masked man, he raised his sword to pierce Nick's head but failed. On the contrary, he was kicked straight by Nick. Out the window. The mask was caught by a group of hands from the magic bracelet. He growled and said, "Damn it." Paimon looked at the mask and asked, "What are you doing, Dan? If you want to receive money, you should work harder." Andreas watched and thought, "This bastard, he summoned the undead while I wasn't paying attention." Paimon looked at Nickel and said to Andreas, "He must be a phantom, huh? Looks like you got a good body. But let's see how long you can last against my army and don't forget that we are standing on a cemetery where our army is limitless." Paimon summons corpses to fight. Andreas saw that situation and said the sign to Nickel, "We are surrounded, Nickel, split up." When we get the chance, we'll get Paimon back. Both Andreas and Nickel are divided. Each person takes their own side to fight the corpses that Paimon has summoned. Andreas fought and said, Earth Shield. There will never be an end to these soldiers, stone spears. Andreas alone was surrounded but You can still defeat them alone. Seeing the unstable situation, Paimon shouted at the soldiers, they were useless, just a kid. When Paimon turned to look behind, saw Nickel about to attack him, but he was saved. Dan said angrily, the skeleton deserves to die. Nickel discovered a bomb stuck to Dan's body. Nickel detonated the bomb, injuring Dan. Dan thought painfully, damn it. There is no time to use recovery medicine. Andreas fought and thought, at this rate the situation will become very bad. He looked around and thought, where's the Nickel? Maybe I've lost my senses. It's like everything is torn apart. Andreas collapsed to the ground tiredly, his cloak torn. You think, until Nickel comes back. Can I resist this? Andreas just closed his eyes. Then a soldier raised a hammer right above his head and secretly. Other soldiers also rushed forward, but Andreas was able to escape them. Another soldier used his head to hit Andreas's forehead, causing him to fall to the ground. Andreas lay on the ground dodging the soldier's punch and thought. No way, am I going to die here? In the hands of a skeleton soldier. If I die here, what will happen to Ami? As for Lucia and Vivian's illness, I finally have the motivation to live, I can't die like this. Andrea's mouth was full of blood, gritting his teeth and waking up. Notification system, through constant training, talent, and fierce fighting, has awakened Aura. Dantian has been activated, can use Aura, due to dual nature, both Mana and Aura can be used at the same time. Andreas held the sword tightly and thought, I will return to where I belong. Andreas was lying on the ground with injuries, the system announced again that the second awakening achievement had been achieved. Andreas once again defeated all of Paimon's soldiers. He dragged his severely injured body towards Paimon. Paimon was now held up by Nickel with the tip of his sword towards his chest, he called out for help. Andreas approaches and asks Paimon, where is the ring? Paimon said in fear, put down the sword first before talking, okay, think carefully. If one person dies, you can negotiate a better deal. Andreas looked at Dan being knocked down and lying on the ground. He thought, thinking about what was about to happen now, what he should do. Maybe if I use this guy's sword it will be better. Seeing that Andreas didn't say anything, Paimon called, hey, Andreas still asked the same question, where is the ring? Andreas held both swords and walked towards Paimon, making him even more scared and said, wait, calm down. Finished speaking, Andreas slashed Paimon causing one arm to fall to the ground. He asked Paimon, say it, I'm not interested in discussing this with you any longer. Paimon painfully supported his arm and fell to the ground and said, in the closet, in the bottom drawer of the closet in the house. After finishing speaking, Paimon suddenly vomited blood from his mouth and lay down on the ground. Andreas thought, intending to destroy him anyway. Andreas looked back at the sword he had just taken from Dan's place, he thought, is it poisonous? A skilled swordsman wielding a poisonous sword, who is this guy? Andreas recalls that when the masked man was sent flying out the window, Paimon called him Dan. Andreas muttered in his head, Dan is bloodthirsty. If it's really him, then this mask. Andreas opened Dan's mask and thought, just as I thought, the appearance had changed. Andreas put that mask on his face. And there was a change in appearance. Andreas took off his mask and thought, he even has a shape-shifting mask artifact. This is enough proof, this guy is the bloodthirsty Dan who started the battle in the game. Later in the game he will be hired to kidnap the child of the northern barbarian clan leader, sparking a great war between the North and the Empire. Andreas and Nickel stood among the corpses. Andreas said, the war had already spread across the continent and I was being dragged into it, but it seems I accidentally stopped it. Well anyway he's not the type of character who will live a good life, thanks for the mask, I'll put it to good use, bloodthirsty Dan. Andreas said to Nickel, Nickel, go find the ring, I will clean up this mess. At the clinic on Alvin Street. Andreas was injured, he was watching the news. Dark magicians, maybe they are right next to you, terrorizing the national cemetery. The necromancer Paimon and the sword he hired fought for the gold. Andreas thought, it seems like this will does not affect me. Andreas sat on the bed and said, so it's time for me to take care of the most important thing. Andreas bought the Cromwell house, the notification system, paid 2.5 billion wells, including surcharges and taxes. After buying, Andreas gently thought, okay. Then he sighed, not knowing how his mother would react. Lucia from behind covered Andreas's eyes and asked him, guess who? Waited for a while. Andreas didn't say anything. Lucia walked up to him and said, I'm not interesting at all. Hey. What kind of rude attitude is that? Your lovely junior is here to visit you. Lucia put down the fruit basket and Andreas said, thank you. Lucia teased him, yes, thank you very much. Andreas thought miserably, what else can I say? Lucia seriously asked Andreas, by the way, what happened to you? Andreas replied, it's nothing, I just exercised a little too hard. His training partners are Dan and Paimon. Lucia told him, if you keep this up, one day you will die. Suddenly Vivian opened the door and walked in. Andreas called, Vivian. Vivian looked at the injured Andreas lying on the hospital bed and called out, Angel. Then Vivian jumped into Andreas's arms and said, I was so worried. Andreas looked at Vivian affectionately and said, I'm okay, Vivian. Lucia stood next to him, looking unhappy. A week later, on the carriage, Andreas and Ami were sitting together. Ami looked at Andreas reading a book and thought, he said he wanted to show me that. What is that? He said he got the ring so I went with him, but where are you going to talk to me with all the curtains closed? How can he have enough money to pay for this luxurious carriage? The carriage driver said to the two, Sir, we are here. Andreas closed the book. Ami asked him, Brother, where are we? What do you want to show me? Andreas said secretly, You'll know right away when you come down. The carriage driver also called in. He was right, he knew right away when he got off. A housekeeper opened the door for Amy and said with a smile, Welcome back, Miss Amy. Ami said in surprise, Lupine, what's going on? Why is Lupine here? Andreas said, I asked her to come and be our head maid again. Ami was even more surprised. She said, Oh, honey, you know we can't afford it right now. Ami held Mrs. Lupin's hand and said, I'm so sorry, my brother is still very naive about everything in the world. But Ami suddenly realized something. She got out of the car and see Cromwell building. She said emotionally, the Applewood mansion is our home. Ami remembered her childhood days and turned back to ask Andreas, why did you bring me here? Andreas gave an envelope and said, read this. Ami read it and asked Andreas, really? How did you buy back our house? Ami was suspicious and turned to ask Andreas, don't tell me you did bad things to buy it back. Andreas held up the tablet for her to see and said, I have invented a new medicine. Take that money that allowed you to buy back our mansion. You don't have to work hard anymore, and from now on, I will make sure money is transferred to our card every month. Ami said softly to Andreas, I don't know about this, even though you worked very hard, and only had one ring. Ami remembers the old days. She told Andreas, don't come back anymore, and you don't need to return me. Andreas quickly stopped Ami, wait. Back to the present, Ami sobbed and said, I told you cruel things, I told you not to come back, I didn't mean to say that. Andreas patted her head and comforted her, this stupid girl, of course he knows, from now on, he will act like a responsible older brother. Ami told him, I always trusted you, but at that time I was so angry. Andreas patiently told her, I know. Mrs. Lupine felt touched by the brotherhood of Andreas and Amy. Look at the tiger monster that was killed and is now lying on the floor in the middle of the 8 trigram formation symbols. Andreas was on the side leisurely opening his notebook. He thoughtfully looked at the information displayed on the notebook. His achievements, his second false awakening had been completed. Looking at it and reading the related contents in that notebook, Andreas immediately thought to himself, thanks to the characteristics of the achievement rewards, I was able to learn Necromancer skills much faster. And then soon the system appeared and announced to Andreas, the enlightening, epic character, the more you ponder and explore, the easier it is to acquire knowledge. Therefore, Andreas quickly learned many moves and skills such as Blood Curse, 4 Fury, summoning zombies, exploding corpses, summoning dry bones, and summoning spirits. Seeing that, Andreas immediately thought to himself, this feature increases the speed of learning skills and knowledge. Now that I can summon spirits, this is probably the right time to try summoning Timur. Then Andreas stood up. He looked at the tiger on the floor with the magic circle. Andreas decided to do something. After that, he was a little worried about this test, so he stood in front of the tiger's body and recited some kind of spell. Andreas sighed nervously and thought, it'll probably be okay. I've checked everything. The set of reasons for failure can happen twice already. Let's get started. Andreas then looked at the book to see the instructions. He raised his hand in front of the magic formation where the white tiger monster was lying and then launched some move. The system immediately appeared and informed Andreas, minor necromancy, to activate the summoning of spirits. A dead body has been identified. Andreas immediately remembered the resources he currently had in his body and thought, I can now optimize my magic. And then right after that the system appeared and informed Andreas that the ingredients that could be used for necromancy had been identified. Hearing that, Andreas immediately planned the next step, thinking, if I could have Timur's power to help me, and Nickel had already evolved, even if I were alone, I could already own a team. Thinking about it, Andreas immediately cast a spell on the White Panther and whispered, Wake up, O fierce tiger tribe leader, the one who made this whole hell tremble. After a few seconds, the system appeared and informed Andreas that the target's skill value had surpassed the summoner's power, and its stability was reduced. Bonus skills are applied. And in less than a second, the fierce tiger opened its red eyes. His whole body gradually began to move again. Along with that, the system also appeared and announced to Andreas that the necromancy and spirit summoning had been successful. A legendary spirit had been summoned. The level of integrity of the corpse is quite high. The index is added, and right at that moment, the White Panther aggressively sat up. His powerful energy also swirled up strongly, and along with that, the system continuously informed Andreas that the integrity level of the corpse was extremely high. The rank of the undead had increased. It had become the leader of the undead. The level of integrity of the corpse is transcendent. It has partially restored the ego. Necromancer, Legendary, Timur, Undead, Rank 5, Mana 891, Trait, Ego. At that time, the White Panther Timur was roaring strongly in front of Andreas and it was screaming in full majesty. Looking at it, Andreas couldn't help but feel scared and confused. He was a little unsteady on his feet, I thought. Even its roar was incredibly loud and powerful. Luckily I had already used soundproofing magic. Then he seriously said to that white leopard Timur, from now on, I will be your master, Timur. And then time passed. In the snowy mountain of Vilbory, the area of Marquis, Magna, where the heavy snowfall, everyone had to wear a thick fur coat. Here there were an army stood in neat rows waiting to receive orders. Their leader began to loudly speak to everyone, now I will explain the final exam. The goal of the test is to survive and collect points. You all will be on this snowy mountain for 12 hours. And you guys will have to collect hidden points all over this mountain. In this line, there was Andreas, and there was a girl who wasn't paying attention to what the examiner said, but nudged the girl next to her on the shoulder and playfully told her, maybe this time you'll pass. Everyone, let's continue. The girl next to Diane Elvin was a bit confused and didn't say anything, and the person checking and giving the test continued to tell them seriously that the bracelet everyone was wearing was also a tool to calculate omen, and it could also take points from other people's bracelets. Please keep in mind that if you escape from the mountain range, making it impossible to continue the assessment, or the bracelet is broken, you will be disqualified immediately. Hearing that, the other players immediately felt a bit worried and confused. And then the person giving the question continued to speak up and tell them, okay, that's all I need to explain, everyone please put on your blindfolds, the supervisor will take everyone to the starting point. And then on this deserted and quiet mountain appeared another sound that did not fit at all. That was the sound of the engine starting up, and then everyone was transported to their starting point. At Vilbour Cliffs, about 46 hours before the end of the test. Andreas struggled to climb to the top of the mountain, searching for the hidden spots with some difficulty, thinking to himself, a flat area at the top of the cliff, it seems like it would be useful in both attack and defense, I guess I will set up base here. And then when he saw Diane Alvin, Andreas was surprised to see that Diane Alvin was in a barrier with fire properties, and she was freely moving around here. Andreas was a little surprised, thought, she cast wide area search and barrier magic at the same time. She could protect herself from the blizzard and still find her way, but that would cost a huge amount of mana. And at that moment when Andreas had just finished thinking, Diane Avalon began to feel exhausted, her whole body began to breathe harder. And Diane also had to stop on the top of the mountain because there was not enough mana left to maintain the wide area search spell. Seeing that, Andreas immediately got a little worried and thought, she's used up all her mana, I can eliminate a formidable opponent. But if I get Diane's help, I can get the most points in this search, let's see how things go. While thinking about a strategy, Andreas walked closer to Diane's place, because he suddenly saw someone's silhouette approaching him. Right at the moment when he was exhausted and his mana was gradually depleted, Diane immediately became alert and angrily threw an icy force at that person and shouted a little worriedly, someone, don't move. Andreas approached Diane and he spoke to her, it seems like you used too much mana, Diane. Hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Diane doubtfully asked the other person, and, Andreas still seriously told Diane, magic is indeed beneficial, but if you keep using it wastefully like that in this type of environment, you will be in big trouble. The more Diane heard that, the more she didn't believe in Andreas. She got angry and threw another icy palm at Andreas and cautiously said to him, "You're pretending to help me to aim for the score bracelet, right? I might have been exhausted but to face someone like you." But then the resources in Diane's hand suddenly disappeared. It seemed like she had run out of energy as well as mana. And then as Andreas approached Diane and said to her, "Let me give you this advice," Diane immediately panicked and backed away. She said angrily to Andreas, back up, stand there and talk." Looking at Diane's scared attitude and constantly backing away in panic, Andreas helplessly thought, did she really hate it that much? Then Diane angrily shouted at Andreas, "What do you want to do?" Andreas seriously spoke up and said to Diane, "Do you want to cooperate with me?" Then she felt it was unreasonable and laughed and said to Andreas, "Why should I?" But then Andreas sat down next to Diane. He took off his hat, revealing his handsome and majestic face, reaching out to Diane and telling her, "If I were alone, I would be vulnerable if something happened. It would be better if we had more teammates standing side by side, don't you think?" Hearing this condition, Diane immediately became suspicious and thought carefully, that might be true, but I can't trust you as a person. That's when Diane remembered Andreas's silly and slightly perverted face. Then Diane immediately panicked and held her head in confusion, wondering if it was pride, fame, money, or personal goals, and then at this time Andreas slowly took out something from his pocket. He pretended to be stupid, looking at the stick she was holding in his hand and said to Diane, "Ha, I wonder what this is." Right now, in the middle of the snowy mountain, her energy was exhausted. Diane was probably starving. She looked at the chocolate bar in front of her in Andreas's hand and couldn't help but drool. Seeing that Diane was so easily seduced, Andreas immediately smiled with satisfaction. And then Andreas knew that Diane had thrown away her integrity and pride for the sake of food. Andreas also smiled helplessly and said to her, "Okay, let's go." And Diane didn't want to lose face, so she angrily shouted at Andreas, intending to hide her feelings and tell Andreas, "Don't misunderstand, just now." Andreas immediately interrupted Diane and told her, "Don't you want it?" And then at that same time, in another place on this snowy mountain top, there was a player who was beaten until his whole body was bruised, and his head was grabbed by another big guy and told his accomplices, "This guy, and not either." That accomplice is a goblin, holding a photo in his hand for comparison. He looked at the person in the photo and the guy who was killed in front of him and angrily said to his accomplices, "It doesn't look like him at all, you idiot." Hearing that, the big monster immediately threw the other player aside and said to his fellow goblins, "My eyes are very bad, I don't know who they are looking for and they have killed so many players. Looking at the pile of corpses at their feet, one could see that these guys were ruthless in their business." And then that goblin angrily shouted at his accomplices, "How many times have I told you? This damn weather, I still have to do this damn thing." The giant monster immediately continued his motivation and told his accomplices, "We have received the money, there is no other way." And then the goblin angrily looked at the corpse next to him. He was about to get a little angry at this person and say, "That bastard, give us this damn job." And at that moment a giant ball of meat appeared in the sky. Its whole body emitted a devilish aura. This person disdainfully spoke up and said to that goblin, "If you have time to curse, if you curse, keep going quickly and find him." Seeing this guy suddenly appear and speak without any warning, the other two couldn't help but be surprised. The goblin said to him angrily, "You startled me." That one-eyed ball appeared behind the mysterious man and said to these two monsters in front of him, "This is why I don't want to hire idiots like you." As for the giant monster, he suddenly looked at the monster's eyes in front of him and thought, "Star eyes." And then that giant monster spoke with that eye, "I have learned a little about the goal you requested. Why did you send us to deal with a brat student, and I thought you would come too." That eye immediately became irritated and ordered the giant monster to mind his own business. "Just do what the jester asked you to do. Now go deal with the target." After saying what needed to be said, that eye immediately disappeared in the wind. After seeing him being so arrogant and looking down on him, the goblin got angry and resentful and said to the giant monster next to him, "That bastard. Well, I lost all interest, take a little rest before continuing." The giant monster disagreed and told this goblin, "Zero, let's follow the scent they left further. The human smell probably only comes from the supervisor or the students. If we only kill the students, we will eventually catch the target we are looking for." Besides, sooner or later these guys will become our enemies, so let's take this opportunity to kill many of them." Hearing that, the goblin immediately laughed loudly and said to this giant monster, "Very well said." Still up high observing the situation of these two guys, the eye from before was standing with a mysterious man with blue eyes. He disdainfully looked down on the other two and thought, "You idiots, I don't expect anything from you. Go ahead and attract their attention. Meanwhile, we will cast a magic to cause an explosion at the top of the mountain." We're getting closer to burying the jester's target. It turns out that right now, on a flat and deserted piece of land, there is a group of mysterious people working together to create some mysterious formation, and the other contestants and players still don't know anything about the danger, is gradually approaching them but still resides peacefully in this mountain. As for the current situation on this mountain, Andreas looked at the two ticking watches on his hand and said to Diane, "This too is 6. Next to the two of them were two other contestants hanging upside down from a tree. They were angry and shouted at Andreas to let them down, the blood rushing to their brains, but ignoring the screams of the other two. Andreas turned to Diane and said, "Based on the current situation, they must be the best group." Diane did not say anything to answer Andreas. She was serious. I was about to say something to him but then stopped. Then the two of them continued their journey to hunt other groups of contestants. Diane walked behind Andreas. She was a bit surprised and curious about his current abilities and thought, where did he learn how to track such traces and arrests? Not only that, he can even move quickly on rough cliffs, not at all like an artilleryman. After following Andreas and hesitating for a while, finally unable to contain her curiosity and questions, Diane spoke up to Andreas. "Hey, what happened? To put it bluntly, up until now, you've been a complete trash." Hearing that, Andreas couldn't help but feel helpless and a little disappointed with this statement, saying it without regret, as usual. But then Andreas calmly said in a confident and mocking voice to Diane, "If I had been normal, you would have lost everything. Just like you said, Diane, I've always been a trash person. Never once have I paid attention to my younger sister Amy, even though she's the only relative I have left. When it dawned on me, I decided to become better, and during that time, I discovered that I also had a special ability. Diane, I'm sorry for everything." Hearing Andrea's mature words, accompanied by an apologetic bow, Diane couldn't help but be surprised. She couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes, but then Diane was still polite with Andrea's bowing and apologizing and told him, "It's okay." Hearing that, Andreas immediately continued and said to Diane, "Then, let's continue, let's go to the top of the mountain." Diane was a bit confused and replied to Andreas, "Okay." Then she immediately reminded Andreas, "But you know there is only one winner, right? And that will be me." Standing under a tree from behind the car, listening and watching all the actions of the two of them, Ivy Claire immediately laughed at Andrea's previous excuses and thought, he didn't even blink when he killed her. Who is in the buy rich case? Used to be a scumbag, but now he's changed for the better. How can he suddenly go from being a jerk to being like that just because his conscience changed? Andreas Cromwell, this kid is interesting. And time passed again. Now Diane was still moving inside the barrier she created to keep her body warm, and she followed Andreas's steps and asked him, "How much longer is to arrive?" Andreas ran while holding a map with directions to look at and told Diane, it was likely about 3 minutes away. Then he silently contemplated the next step and thought that he could add points and bracelets from other students, or you can collect items marked on the map. Then he cautiously turned back and told Diane, be careful not to be attacked by your opponent." As soon as Andreas finished speaking, an axe flew from the gas station to attack the two of them. I don't know whether to say it was Andreas's bad luck or a good hunch. And in that unexpected situation, without taking precautions, Diane suddenly fell backwards because she couldn't stop in time. Andreas reacted very quickly and threw the axe back in the direction it had flown to attack him. It turned out that the two monsters from before were killing innocent students. The goblin smiled happily and said to Andreas, "Really, there are these mice again." And the giant monster also spoke to his fellow goblin. What a surprise! The goblin looked at Andreas and Diane and smiled happily and said to his accomplices, "These are delicious prey." Looking at the two monsters in front of him, Andreas immediately thought angrily, "These guys." And when she saw those two monsters walking closer towards her, Diane got worried and approached Andreas and said to him, "Andreas, are you okay?" Contrary to Diane's worry, Andreas calmly stood in front of Diane and told her, "It's okay, it's just that those people don't seem to be doing well." Looking at the bodies of other contestants lying dying next to the two monsters, Diane was surprised and startled. She was panicked and confused and said to Andrea, "What happened?" And then the goblin pointed towards Andreas and said to his companion, "Oh, cheer up, Mantos. Hearing him say that, both Andreas and Diane were confused, not understanding what he was trying to say, but the goblin happily looked at the portrait in his hand and told his fellow monster, with green hair, that it was him, the object we were looking for. Hearing that, Diane was a little confused and turned to look at Andreas. Hearing that Andreas was the person they were hired to kill, the goblin happily laughed loudly and told his companions that it was worth the wait. Hearing that the person they were looking for was him, Andreas immediately felt confused. He cautiously asked the two guys, "You know me?" The monster couldn't wait to rush in to kill Andreas. His hand was clenched to prepare to swing his fist at Andreas and smiled and said to him, "No wonder, we came here to see you, right, Zero?" That goblin accomplice bravely licked the sharp knife in his hand while telling his other accomplice, "Kill him and leave here." Andreas immediately spoke seriously and coldly to the other two guys, "If you want me that much, let the others go. Let's go to a more secluded place to talk." Hearing that, Diane was surprised and protested. She panicked and told Andreas, "If you're crazy, I have to beat you too." But Andreas was calm, even strangely calm, and turned back to tell Diane that some of them were still alive. "Please take care of them until the supervisors arrive." Then when Andreas was about to leave alone with the other two monsters, Diane panicked and worriedly told him, but Andreas calmly and confidently told Diane, "It's okay, I will definitely win." Hearing that, the goblin immediately felt ridiculous and said to Andreas, "Won us? Who the hell are you, you idiot?" "Sure, look here, we go and come back." And then Andreas left with the other two guys. Diane worriedly looked at the silhouettes of the three of them slowly walking away and thought, Andreas. And after following the two monsters to a flat and deserted piece of land, Andreas immediately spoke up and told them, "It's okay to stay here, right?" The other two looked around for a bit and then commented and said to Andreas, "Well, no one will care if we make a fuss here." Then the green goblin looked at Andreas. He was full of excitement and said to his big accomplice, "All I need to do is cut off his head enough to be able to identify him, right, Zero?" The giant monster immediately revealed his axe and said to his accomplice, "Yes, it's over here," and then go back to finish off the other guy. Hearing that, the goblin laughed loudly and said to the giant monster, "I understand." Then the monster swung his axe at Andreas and said to him, "Okay, let us see how good you are." But Andreas was very quick to dodge his attack. And at the same time, the goblin excitedly picked up a knife and jumped in the direction of Andreas, intending to attack him, excitedly telling Andreas, "Don't forget me." But by the time he confidently rushed towards Andreas, he had quickly slashed several lines with his sword, making it impossible for him to get close to him. And then the giant monster suddenly attacked Andreas from behind. But very quickly he used his sword to block his attack. So the other two guys were surprised and confused and said to Andreas, "What the hell is this? You are not a magician." Andreas calmly put his sword in and said to the other two guys, "Mantos and Glau are right, Zero. You guys should stop holding the stereotype that magicians can't use swords." Hearing that, the goblin immediately said in confusion to his giant monster companion next to him, "How did he know our names?" And when Andreas summoned a crystal ice ball, a source of energy in his hand, he was full of pride and confidence and said to the other two, "Okay, I will tell you if you will confess, who sent you here." Looking at Andreas's aggressive aura and confident attitude, the goblin was confused and somewhat afraid and turned to tell his accomplice, "This seems to be bad news, Mantos." The giant monster was also bewildered and surprised and cursed, "Mother." It turns out that now Andreas has summoned very powerful, heroic-level spirits behind him, which is the white tiger he just collected the day before and a dry skeleton. With these two souls firmly behind him, Andreas confidently and arrogantly told the other two, "Even if you don't want to, you will have to spit it all out." And at this time, the giant monster pulled out the iron armor and put it on his hands to perform bold punches and said to the goblin, "It seems we have been tricked." The goblin was also angry and said to the giant monster next to him, "Kidwell that bastard." And when he looked at the giant monster's equipment, Andreas immediately analyzed his thoughts and put on his gloves. Then he turned and said to the dry bones and the white tiger behind him, "Nickel, Espera. You can slash anyone who intends to escape." Hearing that, both the giant monster and the goblin were angry. The goblin was somewhat angry and said to Andreas, "The shameless bastard." And at the same time, the giant monster swung his iron fist in Andreas' direction and angrily told him, "We're not done yet." Andreas easily avoided his attacks, while analyzing his battle strategy and thinking, "I intend to combine the skills like when I was still Makoto Kaneshiro, with the fighting skills here." And then, while avoiding the attack, Andreas rushed forward to attack the giant monster. He used his bare hands to swing his fist at him, along with a fatal kick, causing the giant monster to be beaten so hard that he had no time to dodge or counter the attack. And at the same time, while Andreas was still dealing with that giant monster, while he was still kicking him, his accomplice, the Green Goblin, immediately rushed forward with a knife. He pointed the knife at Andreas and angrily told him to go and die. But just a few seconds later, Andreas used a palm to hit his forearm, causing the knife in the Green Goblin's hand to fall out due to not holding it firmly. He was bewildered and unconsciously exclaimed, "Ha!" But very quickly Andreas was able to grab the knife before it fell. He said in disgust to the Green Goblin, "Let me teach you how to use a dagger properly." Having said that, in front of the Green Goblin's bewilderment and vigilance, Andreas swung a knife at him, causing the Green Goblin to hastily bend down to avoid Andreas' attack. But before he could finish breathing, Andreas swung his knife at him again, causing the Green Goblin to hastily use another dagger of his to block Andreas' attack. And then Andreas' eyes became more and more serious. On the other side, when Andreas and the Green Goblin were fighting, his accomplice, the giant monster, was struggling to stand up in pain. And then in that battle, the Green Goblin quickly panicked when he discovered that he had revealed a loophole in his technique. Andreas immediately took that opportunity and quickly launched many slashes towards this Green Goblin. And then finished him off with a powerful kick. This immediately caused the Green Goblin to be kicked away and slide on the ice. He immediately got angry and shouted at Andreas, "The bastard!" And then, feeling eyes looking at him, Andreas immediately turned around to see the giant monster standing up and looking towards him. Andreas immediately turned around and glanced at him, and when he saw Andreas looking back at him, the giant monster was unconsciously scared and startled, and then he hugged the wound on his face caused by Andreas with pain and anger. Andreas was disgusted and full of arrogance, so he said to these two guys, "Don't tell me that nothing is done yet, but you've run out of opportunities to have fun." Andreas felt a little happier and more secure in his heart, thinking that his fighting knowledge was working. Standing on the other side, watching, the White Panther and the Dry Bone were summoned by Andreas. They were standing with their arms crossed watching Andreas fight, but found it difficult to understand what Andreas summoned them for while he fought, alone without them. Vivian told Diane, "Then I'll leave them to you. We all know her abilities and position in the academy, but I think it's best for us to cooperate together." Andreas said, "There are still survivors among them, please take care of them until the warden arrives." Diane replied, "I can't stand by and watch any more casualties." "Okay, we will chase as soon as possible, be careful not to get caught in their sight." Diane replied, "Yes." Andreas said to Mantos, "I think you should open your mouth. Who are you? Who sent you to?" Mantos lay still in the snow and smirked, "Ha ha, just kill me. Nickel gave me the sword. So I will grant your wish. I have other ways to find the answer, so there is no need to waste my breath on you," Andreas said as he drew his sword. Glau lay on one side in fear and replied, "It was the jester Ryuban sent us." Mantos shouted, "Glau." Glau replied, "Manto, I don't owe anything to someone who treats me like an animal, Mantos. I'll reveal everything to you, he didn't just send the two of us." Andreas thought, "I knew it was someone from the guild behind all this, but I didn't expect it to be the jester. If there is anyone who dares to question it, I will find and end that person." If the jester still acts despite Salam's threat, it means he is confident that he will not be discovered if he eliminates him. Perhaps that is the reason these two guys broke loose. Andreas asked two names, "Where are the others?" Glau replied, "Who knows, but they also don't want to know about feuding with Rodlin, so maybe they are preparing for something, like a landslide in the mountain. That old jester, it seemed like he wanted to kill me and pretended it was an accident. He tried to create an alibi to avoid being hunted by Salem and Rodlin." Glau shouted at Mantos, "Let's get out of here, Mantos, we will get dragged into this." Andreas replied, "Do you think you can just go like that, after killing all the students? Who said I would let you two live? Snowstorms are falling on the mountains." Diane thought to herself, "I'm almost to the top of the mountain, but where is Andreas? I don't know where there is a crowd of people surrounding Diane." Diane panicked, "They are not the previous guys, who are you?" One of them replied, "I wonder which mouse dares to invade our holy place, surely you are not an ordinary mouse." Diane replied, "You suddenly attacked me and didn't bother to answer my question. If I killed you it wouldn't be my fault." That guy thought, dual magic spell, she combined blizzard magic with ice magic. Diane shouted, "Freezing. These idiots should avoid it." That guy shouted at his clique. Even though he's young, his ability to control his nerves is formidable. But, even so she's still just a brat, it's funny, I'll toy with you until we get this over with. Dying said, black magic. Many black orbs appeared on that guy's body, and a red light appeared in his hand. Ivy stood at the foot of the mountain and thought to herself, what is this incarnation? Dying said, at this point my mana will. She ran and dodged the bad guy's moves. He threw her a bullet and saw her fall into prison. There are countless tentacles on his body, ah ha, look here, this is what we call a person with a difference in experience. Dying stood up and said, the difference in experience, all you did was add a head on top, nothing else. He replied angrily, you insolent girl, I will tear you into a million pieces. Dying was not afraid to answer that threats like this will only make you look more smiley, old man. He was angry, playing time was over. Hundreds of his tentacles rushed towards her. Suddenly, a guy wearing a mask appeared and stopped him. Dying suddenly asked, who is it? The young man replied, mercenaries were sent by Rodlin, I will take care of the rest, quickly run away. Dying thought, mercenary, you suddenly appear and think you can take care of all these guys yourself, are you crazy? The guy replied, his goal was not to kill you or me. The guy thought, now I can't call out Nicker and Timmer. He just wants to create an avalanche to engulf this place. Hurry, go, the boy urged her. The devil with many tentacles on his head shouted, bastard, who are you, how do you know that? The young man replied, why should I answer to someone who is about to die? You insolent bastard, he said angrily. The two started to fight. The boy wearing the strange face used his sword to cut off some of his tentacles. His accomplices began to rush out to fight with him. Dying on the side watched in surprise, it was so fast. Suddenly I saw his eyes turn red and shine. Dying shouted, be careful. Dying covered her face with her hands. Some people called out, Master Kidwell. The boy wearing the strange face used a sword to stab him in the neck, causing his mouth to bleed profusely. He angrily used his tentacles to swing at the boy. The boy was therefore pushed back. The boy's accomplices arrived, are you okay? The masked boy shouted, backing away. The host is probably dead, but it still moves. Perhaps the monster has taken over his body. The monster with many tentacles gradually covered his body. The monster ran to Dying's place. The masked boy saw this and quickly ran to push Dying away to avoid the tentacle monster's blow. The masked boy said to Dying, while I was a distraction, run away, quickly, she responded to him, but I don't know who he is, but I owe him my life. It's impossible to leave him behind and run away. Must do everything to help him. Slowly but surely. Accumulates energy, making it thinner and sharper. Dying creates an arrow with a sharp blade. I did it, she thought to herself. Damn, if I could summon Nickel or Timmer I would have defeated this monster, the masked boy thought to himself. That stubborn girl still hasn't run away and still doesn't listen to anyone. Dying held the ice arrow and rushed towards the monster, at this very moment. The arrow rushed towards the tentacle monster. The masked boy whispered, mana error. If I can destroy it. The boy threw his sword at the monster and almost got it, because he was too hasty. One of the monster's tentacles wrapped around the neck of a nearby soldier. Everyone shouted, Master Kidwell. Then they were all swept up by that monster's tentacles. The monster roared fiercely. Dying panicked, why did it attack my side, why? The masked boy wondered, was he absorbing their mana? All the people swept away by the monster gradually exhausted their life resources. The tentacle monster roared fiercely. The masked boy said, it's not over. This thing is a barrier created by magic. Even sharper. And even faster. That girl, she used up all her mana to create this. He looked towards Dying and said loudly, stop trying to force yourself to run. He rushed towards the tentacle monster, his movements became more agile. The monster used its tentacles to swing towards the boy. The boy thought to himself, it won't end like this, we have to find its fault. The boy rushed towards the monster. Damn, I can't touch it yet. Although the monster's fault could not be found, the monster was cut in half. The masked boy suddenly looked towards the victory. Ivy looked at the masked boy and asked, hey, who are you? The masked boy muttered, damn it, if you meet someone you won't meet Ivy. Ivy continues to ask, if you don't answer me, I will kill you and take off that mask of yours. The masked boy replied, those black magicians have placed huge exploding magic circles around here. If they don't deal with them immediately, the students will be in danger. Ivy doesn't believe it. Stop spreading lies, you bastard. The masked boy replied, it was probably about to explode. I'll let you figure it out yourself. After saying that, the masked man disappeared. Ivy screamed, damn it. I will definitely find you, I swear. Andreas took off his mask. Damn it, he was almost exposed. If it's Ivy, I'll probably be able to handle it. This snowstorm is getting bigger. The scene shifts to Tenera Strait in a mysterious castle nearby. There is a mermaid with a blue tail lying motionless. Next to her is a small bird. A black hooded man was performing his magic. He sighed, phew, this place is my lair Salem. You should have come to give me an hour's notice. Salem replied, what's the point with your name? Jester, you're looking down on me, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't do that. Jester replied, I don't understand what you are talking about. Like pretending to be stupid. You've lived for so long that you're tired of living, right? Do you want me to scoop up your body? Salem was angry. Jester replied, what do you want? Salem replied, you know what I want. If you keep insisting that it was a natural disaster and it wasn't me, then you're really going to be in trouble, you know. Just stand still for a week. Then I will save all the good parts for you to enjoy. He leisurely raised the glass of orange water to drink. Andreas walked and read the newspaper. The Dark Mage Kidwell was defeated at the hands of Assistant Professor Ivy Clare. An important interview with the Empire's investigation organization. Terrorism targets the Academy students. The daughter of the Alvin family confirms that she was saved by a mysterious person at that time. Because of Tolman's suspicions, Batch has now personally taken charge of the investigation. Things are getting more and more serious. It seems like there will be a noisy time soon. I have to keep quiet for a while. I should probably spend a few days practicing my legs. Ivy asked Andreas, you seem to like your homework in the night department very much. I wondered why I had to come all this way just to find a magician. Come with me, you virgin mage. Andreas followed Ivy. Don't tell me, he already noticed. Ivy asked, you know why I'm here, right? Andreas replied, yes, he certainly knows. Oh, that's easy, Ivy replied. Andreas thought he was so straightforward. With all due respect, I am not ready to start a relationship with the opposite sex, Ivy shouted, I will kill you. Dying told me about the demi-human couple that murdered the students. How are they doing? Andreas replied, I don't know because at that time I took advantage of the investigation organization's people being distracted and escaped. Luckily Dying didn't mention anything about them chasing me, Andreas thought. Nonsense, do you expect me to believe that story of yours? Ivy sneered. Andreas sighed, but it was true, and now if you don't mind. Ivy launched a move towards Andreas. Luckily Andreas avoided it. Ivy continued to use his sword to slash at Andreas. Ivy said, how can a skinny and weak magician like you block a blow from an assistant professor of the night department? Hey! Just blocked a blow, thought Andreas. Ivy continued, wow, that's really suspicious. Are you trying to say that I'm also part of those black magicians, Professor Ivy? Andreas asked Ivy. Vivian stood behind the wall and eavesdropped on the two of them talking. Is Andreas a black magician? Ivy continued, it's too reasonable. Whenever there's a case involving black magicians, you always act shady, and you even saved me when I fell into a trap of a black magician, Professor in Bullerik's case too. Ivy thought to herself, it's true that the voices are different but the body is exactly the same. How can he do that? Andreas replied, I understand what you mean. You feel that what I told the investigation organization is not convincing. That's right, Ivy replied. Vivian hasn't been herself since the midterms. What have you done? Andreas said, all I did was save her. Really? Ivy replied in surprise. Well, I just went through the barrier and saved her, that's all. Vivian hid in the corner, knowing immediately that Andreas was the fairy. Ivy pointed her sword at Andreas. Stop lying. How can a loser like you freely jump in and out of the magician's shields like that? Vivian slowly walked out. Andreas saved my life that day. Andreas was surprised to see Vivian. Vivian. Ivy took back her sword. I'll keep an eye on you, Andreas Cromwell. Thanks for helping me, Andreas said to Vivian. Vivian replied, it's nothing, fairy. So that's right. Amy is sitting at work. Lady Amy, we have finished cleaning the mansion, the butler said to Amy. Thank you, I'm very tired, the mansion has been abandoned for a long time, Amy replied to the housekeeper's words. It's okay, however, we thought it wouldn't be right to enter the previous homeowner's study, perhaps Miss Amy should go see it first. Amy sat on the chair and replied, okay, I'll go there and check right away. Amy stood up from the chair and walked to her father's study door. I remember getting scolded a lot when playing hide and seek with my brother here. She opened the door and walked in, it seemed like a long time ago. The room was messy, what a mess, Amy exclaimed. Well, there's no one here to watch over it. Amy saw a photo and picked it up to look at it. The scene moves to Welton territory. On the train, Ivy asked, weren't you a bit reckless on Salem Day? Salem sat opposite and replied, why, the greatest magician on the continent actually appeared in public like this. Kid, I've already given you private tutoring and you're still complaining, those guys are only following you because you're too weak. But let it go anyway, Andreas thought, didn't he hear what I said? Salem continued, you know that the energy in your dantian and the mana in your heart are similar, right? Andreas replied, yes. So, in theory you could convert and use them, of course this wouldn't be possible if you didn't have a dual type, and it wouldn't be necessary. But having explained that, I, the great Salim, will teach you the actual method of transformation, also known as rotation. 10 minutes later, Andreas thinks, both theory and practice are easy. I didn't think the conversion of mana into gas would be this fast. What did you invent, Salem Adidia? Salem said to Andreas, well, look, you did it, keep it up. Salem stood up and moved away. Wait, please answer me one more question. Do you know anything about my father and the Cromwell family? Asked Andreas. Salem stood up and replied, oh, about that, Cain is old man Minern's apprentice. Like I said, find out for yourself, it takes a long time to explain. Andreas was confused, what do you mean, Sir Salem? Cain Cromwell, is he a dark magician? I never thought he was a dark magician, even when playing games or when he came to this world. Luckily I'm on my way home, if you look at your house you'll probably find something. Andreas arrives at the Cromwell mansion. Amy said to Andreas, what do you think, Lupine cleaned this place well? Andreas was surprised, isn't this his father's study? Amy replied, yes, but it was too dirty, so I replaced it with new furniture. Andreas looked around and replied, thank you, now it can be used as a living room, but you left important things here, Amy said. Tada showed off the family photo to Andreas, which was our family photo. How nostalgic. It feels strange, Andreas thought. I feel so nostalgic, but at the same time this feeling feels like it belongs to someone else. There was a flash of light coming from the picture of Amy panicking, what? What is this? Even if I touch the picture frame, it immediately activates the magic circle, Andreas thought. Open a hidden door, if and so activates only when the two of us touch, maybe. What's inside is Cain's legacy, or in other words, an inheritance. Let's go inside and see, if it has to be hidden like this, there must be something very important in here. Andreas told Amy, I will go check, you better wait outside, why can't you just let me go alone, Amy said. Andreas walked in and said, this magic tool is very dangerous for you, Amy said, but. Go, yes. Be careful, Andreas said, yeah, don't worry. Andreas walked back to the cellar, a dark item, feeling like it was pulling his leg back. A tree, said Andreas. He saw a tree at the end of the tunnel, a big tree emitting red rays of light. At the base of the tree there were countless flowers blooming. Andreas exclaimed, there are too many fairy flowers here. The system pops up a notification, Book of Apocalypse, Chapter 0 Pure Evil is waiting for results. This is the main part of the Bible. Why is something I've never seen in a game here? Andreas saw a letter hanging on the tree, something. Andreas raised his hand to grab the letter. A letter tied to the tree of sin, did Cain leave it here? Andreas opened the letter, a red light surrounded him. A person wearing a black cloak slowly walked towards Andreas. He placed his hand on Andreas's head. Andreas was startled to see the past of the evil tree. Andreas's father brought back a seed for the gray-haired old man. Seeds are planted in a gray pot. The tree gradually germinates and grows bigger and bigger. The evil tree emitted a red light that enveloped the entire room. Everyone who saw the big tree was very happy. Andreas's mother was stabbed in the stomach with a knife, her father was in great pain and hugged her mother. When Andreas witnessed that scene, his face was extremely blank. I see, so that's how it is. The Empire and the Black Magicians are colluding together. Well, just like what Salem said, the Emperor left Cain in Mornay's care. Cain learned black magic and began to develop evil within. But once achieved, that will be eliminated because the Emperor has no use for him anymore. His wife's death and his mysterious illness, the family's ruin, Cain quickly realized that the Emperor had planned it all. So he took revenge on the Emperor in his own way, by hiding the seeds of evil in a place where only his siblings can enter. Strange man, have you seen the memories your father left behind, Andreas Cromwell? Andreas turned to look at the man. Or should I call you Makoto Kaneshiro? Andreas drew his sword and said, Who are you? What a pity, I thought you would find out right away, you are a game addict, he said contemptuously. Andreas remembers when he was still Makoto Kaneshiro. Thank you for playing our game, are you familiar with it, Makoto Kaneshiro, right? Could it be this person? Andreas pointed his sword at him and said, Are you the programmer who brought me here? He replied, Hit the nail on the head. So how is the world of deadly sins? It's an extremely wonderful world of fake kings, isn't it? Why did you bring me here? Andreas questioned him. He used his hand to hold Andreas's sword. Nothing special, I just want you to clear this game. Andreas said, Purifying the game? Yes, it's simple, right? He replied leisurely. Surely you've seen the way this world ends many times, like Luis, Lucia and Diane. But in the end they all ended in an apocalyptic ending, right? The world was destroyed by the outbreak of the evil seed that swallowed up all the hateful deaths and their owners. What are you talking about? Andreas asked him. Once you collect all the deadly sins and defeat the final boss, will the end of the world be averted? He replied, Maybe you can only see so much, but once the seeds of sin become aware, that's when the world will end, and to prevent this, you must completely control it. Controlling the seeds of sin? Andreas asked him. Yes, and only Cain's flesh and blood can do so. The system displays a message. The young seed of sin requires the blood of the contractor. Please surrender your blood and sign the contract. He said, It seems like the seeds of sin have already known you. Maybe you're a useless bastard. But only a few people can fall into this before the seeds of sin mature, and you are one of those few, Andreas. After 6 months, once it has gained consciousness, the evil seed will step outside this wall, and will sneak out of its host. I was wondering why I entered this trash character, so this is the reason. Cain hid the seed of sin, so only Amy and I can access it. Andreas told him, Then what exactly do you want me to do? He replied, Simply, I want you to sign a contract with the evil seed and become its client, and feed it deadly crime and tame it. Andreas looked at the tree of sin and replied, It's easy to say that, but if I fail, won't it swallow me whole? There is no other way, this is the only way. If you succeed, both the world and you will survive. I'm sorry for bringing you here and forcing you to do this, but I rely on you too. There you are. As he spoke, he gradually disappeared. Andreas's father appears to encourage you. My son, I believe in you. If it were a child, it would definitely work, and remember to take care of Amy. Andreas took off his glove and slashed his hand with his sword. This is not an ordinary otherworldly reincarnation story. And I don't like being forced to come here to work for free. Just like he said, there is no other choice, and if there is no other choice, then I have to face it. Andreas cut his hand and dripped blood into the sinful tree, just like what I always do. The system appeared. The Book of Apocalypse, Chapter D of Pure Evil was in the user's body. Book of Apocalypse Chapter D, Pure Evil has recognized the user as its master. Mana Recovery Index increased to 144%. Mana density will increase over time. The mana element will approach darkness over time. The more abilities you increase, the more deadly sins you gain. The more abilities and features you unlock, the more deadly sins you gain. Cain Cromwell is the father of my shy soul. Please leave the Cromwell family and Amy to me. Andreas promised himself to his father. Please rest in peace, father. I will take revenge for you, I swear. The white-haired and bearded man held a mop and said, Have you found the germ of sin? Viscount Lamar Welton, the head of the intelligence department, was kneeling on the ground. We investigated Cain's activities before he died, but... He angrily turned around and said, Useless, yet you call yourself the head of the intelligence department. Sooner or later they will come to make a deal with me. He must have given it to one of his relatives, Viscount Lamer replied. Then I will investigate the Cromwell family more closely. The white-haired and bearded man turned around and said, Well, now it's just that young Cromwell. No need to rush, I will give you a little more time. Lamer bowed his head to the ground and said, Thanking your majesty. He continued, now continue monitoring like this, it's best to start with the deadly crime first. What about the Zephyl cult? They're probably keeping a deadly crime for their god-summoning ritual, Lamer replied. We have already picked out a few suspicious activities. We think we will soon gather in large numbers at the Zephyl summoning festival. Well, continue to watch closely, the old man with white hair and beard replied. Payet says to Hazargapri, this year's festival you know it is very important right? Hazargapri replied, yes on Payet Day, we have prepared everything, from the number of guardians and of course to the gathering point, we learned about the entire force under the arena, we can sacrifice as much as we want to summon Lord Zephyr, Lord Payet said with a satisfied smile, well done if everything goes well I will introduce you to some good girls. Hazargapri also smiled happily and happily, Payet teased, maybe you want me? Hazargapri quickly replied, oh okay I don't need it, what I did was just borrowing the strength of my brothers and sisters in the academy. Payet appreciated Hazargapri said, really as precious children, they know well how to be faithful to their beliefs, which reminds me that you said there were potential candidates, right? Have you succeeded in recruiting her yet? Hazargapri thought a little sadly, is it about Vivienne? In Hazargapri's mind, the image of him secretly loving Vivienne appeared. Hazargapri replied a bit sadly to Mr. Payet, I talked to her directly but she didn't seem very interested, she said she had found someone to rely on, Mr. Payet said sympathetically, so why is it such a pity, but I can't blame you. Anyway, I hope you can do everything okay without me, I have important things to do so I won't be able to join you. The scene shifts back to the castle and to Andrea's. The system displays a notification about unique dual-type features, a unique evolution that opens up epic seeds of evil, and the ability of a black magic canon Necromancer to be an extraordinary magic elemental water element that is weak at making powerful magic potions, exceptional chemistry, exceptional physical abilities, exceptional fighting. Andreas thought, a week after I returned from Cromwell Mansion. I was worried that the seeds of crime would be detrimental to me, but luckily nothing has happened so far. Andreas went to open the window and thought to himself, now that I know about Cromwell's secret, I'm even more worried about Amy. Andreas looked sadly out the window, if it wasn't for what happened at the academy, he would have been with Amy. Looking farther and farther away. Andreas continued to think, on the last day of the academy festival, in the arena, the Zephyr cult would have a terrorist attack. Who knows how many people will be killed in their attempt to summon demons, I have to deal with them before anyone else gets involved. I need to protect the main characters if I want to complete this game. And although I don't expect much, perhaps the Zephyr sect has another key book, so I have to find it. Andreas went back into the house and called Nickel and said casually, there are many things to do since I have the seeds of evil. Okay, back to practice, Nickel. Suddenly, Andreas logged into the system and received news, the story of the end of the world Chapter 0, the pure crime had discovered the slowness of diligence. Andreas and Nickel looked at each other in bewilderment, what? Andreas and Nickel looked at each other in surprise, why was Nickel angry and Andreas surprised and stagnant? The story of the end of the world chapter without pure crime is starting to develop, Andreas said sensitively, this feeling is. The seeds of evil seem to have identified Nickel as stagnant. Is it because he carried it with him for a long time? The system continues to display, the apocalyptic story of the pure crime-free chapter has ended its development. Andreas didn't understand anything, but the system continued to bring him shocking messages, apocalyptic stories with chapters without homogeneity of crime and stagnation and diligence that were no longer connected. Legendary Stagnation fandom shares effects with Diligent Stagnation Nickel Lifehill Undead S Rank Mana 2113 Characteristics Self-Awareness Expert Apocalypse Chapter No Crime Pure Mana Regeneration increased by 188% Stagnation Sensitivity Mana increases 66% Stagnation once a day. A special skill can be used currently. The skill is Storing Stasis. Andreas looked at the system board in bewilderment and said, appearance hasn't changed much but the stats have completely changed. Andreas turned to look at Nickel and said, so to celebrate you're getting stronger, Nickel, why don't you stop practicing today? Nickel disagreed and shook his head in disagreement. Andreas went out and looked around looking for someone. I remembered that there was some cultist here to recruit more members. Looking for a long time and not finding it, Andreas thought, it's been so long that I remembered wrongly. Why aren't there any familiar faces? He caught a glimpse of someone. Hazar, the name that often went missing before the terrorist attack, could it be? It's good to follow him. He crawled into the sewer carefully little by little and suddenly saw something. He saw a vampire. This vampire was surprised to see a stranger here. Andreas rushed straight down. The vampire fell in fear. Andreas caught her. Andreas thought to himself, just like I thought Hazard and his followers were preparing for a terrorist attack. Nickel and Timur suddenly appeared. Nickel, you follow me, Timur stays here and keeps watch. Andreas took Nickel and ran away. Let's go. The sentry beast discovered Andreas' group. Hazard is with his church in the base. Hazard stood on his hands and knees, looking at everyone working hard. Hazard thought, bringing explosives here is one thing, but installing them won't happen in a day. It seems there won't be any problem for tomorrow's ceremony. Hopefully they will get a promotion for their efforts. Suddenly Andreas appeared holding a sword and everyone in the room shouted loudly, "We are being attacked." Hazard angrily shouted, "The spy killed him." Hazard's subordinates rushed forward with weapons and rushed towards Andreas. Andreas's eyes were cold, preparing for battle. And then each sword swung out and slashed at Hazard's subordinates one after another. Hazard angrily drew his sword and shouted, "Useless people." Just one person, Hazard did not expect. Nickel appeared swinging his sword to fight with Andreas, and one sword knocked down Hazard's head and fell to the ground. Nickel's cold, determined eyes. Andreas thought, his swordsmanship is still as impressive. Andreas looked around and said, "Okay, I've finished thinking about everything, let's collect all the explosives. Call Timur back first." Timur was attacked in front of Andreas. Timur. Mr. Payet suddenly returned and picked up Hazard's head and lamented, "Oh my god, just when I thought I was going to settle the matter. Hazard my boy, Mr. Payet his head." Hazard in mourning, and all Andreas saw. Andreas thought inexplicably, since when did he? Payet turned around to see Andreas and said loudly, "Is it you, the one who killed this child? Was it you, the one who killed this child, Mr. Payet said sadly. Andreas couldn't believe his eyes. It couldn't be. Mr. Payet was very angry, threw down Hazard's head in his hand, looked straight at Andreas and said loudly, "I hope you know what you are getting into." Andreas suddenly thought of the name, Payet Koban. Payet took off his hat and said with a sinister look and smile to Andreas, "You've gone too far, boy." Andreas's head echoed again. One of the strongest leaders of the sect possessed power comparable to an aura master and appeared in the middle of the game. Payet stripped off all his clothes, revealing his rippling muscles and said, his voice was sinister and triumphant, "It will sting a bit, so you should wear protective gear tightly." Andreas still just stood still thinking about Payet. The bad news, his strength at that time was probably better than Ivy. Can Nickel and Timur in their low evolution stages be able to defeat him? In addition, he is also their enemy. Payet's skills increase muscle and physical strength, making normal attacks and slashes ineffective. What should I do? Payet transformed and said, "War, I don't know who you are, but you seem quite strong, so I will fight with all my might." An echo woke Andreas. He was coming. Payet rushed towards Andreas, Nickel and Timur. Andreas and Timur got ready to fight. Timur was the first to block Payet's first blow. Both sides fought each other, revealing the strength and endurance of both. Nickel also did not stand still and he pulled out his sword and rushed to support Timur. Sword slashes around the Payet's body. But it seems just like an ant biting Payet. It tickles so much. Nickel broke the sword and did not injure Payet. Unable to stand still, Andreas also rushed in and swung his sword from above onto the Payet's body. Payet looked up and said, "Oh my god! Why don't people's houses?" Payet angrily counterattacked. He kicked Timur hard and shouted, "Go over there a bit." He flew away so quickly that Nickel was also surprised and bewildered. Andreas used all his mana to draw his sword a second time with a look of cold determination in his eyes. Both sides prepared for heavy attacks. Suddenly Nickel swung his sword and slashed at Payet, surprising Andreas. However, Payet grabbed Nickel's sword. At the same time, Andreas identified the perfect moment, right now. Fast as the wind, Andreas swung his sword and slashed quickly at the Payet. Each search. The very strong Payet seemed unharmed by Andreas's external attacks. Andreas uses a special move, Earth Shield. Payet smiled sinisterly, unleashed a powerful blow, causing each rock to fly into the sky, with unbelievable power. Andreas was thrown flying. Before he could figure it out, Payet rushed forward, grabbed Andreas's hair and threw a strong fist at Andreas's face. Blood was everywhere on Andreas's face. He had to endure a painful punch. Looking directly at Andreas's face, Mr. Payet exclaimed, "Oh my god! Oh my god, you are truly my favorite type." Timur and Nickel suddenly rose up and attacked Payet. But it didn't hurt Payet. On the contrary, it made him angry and threw heavy punches at Nickel and Timur. Payet smiled happily and hugged Andreas. Andreas moaned, then Payet showed perverted pleasure in front of Andreas. Ha ah ah, aha, you make such a cute sound. Andreas was angry and couldn't stand this, thinking, am I going to die here? There must be some way. At this moment the message appeared. Pure Evil had responded to the host's call. Do you want to use the lazy special skill? In a vague moment, Andreas thought, lazily, I still didn't know if there was any risk, but there was no other choice. Just use it lazily. Suddenly something fell in front of Payet, Nickel and Timur's bewilderment. Payet asked harshly, what was that sound? Oh, the blood on the ground suddenly moved towards the Payet. Payet was a bit frightened. What was this strange presence? Not understanding what was going on, Payet immediately let go of Andreas and retreated back. Andreas suddenly regained consciousness and as if he had never been injured, he stood in the air under the support of blood streaks. The bulletin board appeared again. Magic power 666%, mana sensing ability 666%, casting speed 666%, mana regeneration intensity 666%. Temporary use of genius magical talent temporarily neutralizes all spiritual magic. Enter a lazy transcendental emotional state with duration of 66 seconds. Andreas seemed to increase his fighting power, his sharp eyes thinking. Thinking was very troublesome, and so was his movement. Suddenly Andreas called out loudly, shielding the ground, too lazy to open his eyes, and breathing was a hindrance. Payet was surprised and didn't understand what was going on. Payet's arm suddenly broke in half. It was all because Andreas used his mind-controlled superpower. Payet was confused and asked loudly, what the hell are you? Andreas muttered again, even keeping this heart beating, and pointed his finger into the air. Nickel and Timur could only look on in bewilderment. The echo echoed in Payet's head, so annoying. Payet angrily looked towards Andreas. The stones clattered to the ground because of the Payet's anger. Payet looked towards Andreas and suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, that's all. Andreas immediately responded, it's really annoying. Payet couldn't believe his ears. Did you just? Andreas didn't let Payet say more. I need to kill him quickly so I can rest. Payet first met someone like this, so he was a little scared. Scene changed to an arena. The armor-bearer won an overwhelming victory. The crowd cheered enthusiastically. Dying Alvin's father thought, what is that? It's clearly the presence of black magic artillery, but it seems like building a barrier against black magic is counterproductive. Dying Alvin broke her father's thoughts and said, what's the matter, father? He replied, just stay here, I'll go do something. And on this side, Andreas is still fighting with Payet. The stone spear suddenly glowed. Payet thought, stone spear is a basic move. Andreas used his thoughts and caused the surrounding rocks to fly into the air. Payet smiled contemptuously and said, I was so surprised I wondered what you could do, but that's all you have. Those pills can't even scratch my body. Having finished speaking, Nick rushed in first and rushed to slash Payet. Payet gritted his teeth angrily. You! Payet said, shaking his fist angrily at Nickel, you ugly skeleton. A very strong light appeared between Payet and Nickel, making Payet unable to understand what was happening. Payet said, what else? Andreas concentrated his energy, each trail of blood curling into a circle. Payet looked confused and a little angry and asked, do you think you can kill me with those pebbles? Suddenly Timur jumped up and held the Payet tightly. Payet suddenly fell into a passive position. Andreas concentrated as he waved his hand and muttered in his head, die. Payet looked red with red eyes. Must endure a fierce attack. Payet's body was pinned against dozens of sharp rocks and could not be avoided because Timur was behind him, pinning Payet's body. Suddenly the system announced, the time to use the special lazy skill has expired. Andreas was surprised and bewildered by this announcement. The system continues to notify, pending skill cooldown, unable to move, unable to use mana and aura, and the body is seriously damaged due to overload. Andreas fell to the ground. I thought in shock, damn, my body feels like it's being torn into pieces, I need to get up, I need to finish him off. The system adds a shocking message, the subject cannot die and the summoned creature will be eliminated because the summoning subject has exhausted its mana. The scene was devastated. Andreas was lying in disarray and Payet was kneeling on the ground. There is another notification from the system that the conditions for detecting individuals that can evolve have been met. After hearing this, Andreas was confused. Why? The system continued. Adrius Cromwell has a 33% chance of evolving. If he evolves, he will have a different characteristic. Do you want to evolve? Adrius thought inexplicably. He was about to die. Thinking of giving myself one last memory before I go to the grave. My voice was weak, but I accepted it completely. I accepted. Go to another scene. Father dying. Alvin. Mr. Alvin has gone down to the sewer. Mr. Alvin walked next to the corpse, thinking in his mind, is this vulgar outfit a member of the Zephyr sect? Why are they under the Rodland sewer system? They must have something to do with the strange energy just now, but regardless, there's no point in speculating. Let's check around this area first. Mr. Alvin flies around. There were still traces of dark magic, albeit weak, on that side. Mr. Alvin paused slightly as he flew towards the group of Andreas. Pay it, Nickel and Timur are still lying on the ground. Mr. Alvin came to check every person, every corner. He discovered many things in the room, the smell of gunpowder. If this amount of explosives exploded right below the arena, many people will die, including his own children. Thinking of this, Mr. Alvin felt a little scared and a little angry. And Mr. Alvin glanced at Andreas. There was Adrius Cromwell, he exclaimed immediately. What is this boy doing here? Mr. Alvin confusingly walked closer to Adriana's. So here, this is where the traces of dark magic radiate strongest. Suddenly his eyes opened wide and he couldn't believe his eyes. It couldn't be. He inherited Cain's evil seed. And then the notification appeared again. Time remaining 0 hours 00. Adrius Cromwell's evolution is complete. The epic duel system feature disappears and creates the unique treasure feature. Adrius woke up dreamily and had some thoughts in his head. Have I accepted evolution? The scene of moving to Adrius was in bed with a warm blanket in a soft mattress. Romantic scene. The window was sunny and there were flowering trees. Mr. Alvin also suddenly appeared in Andreas's room and spoke. You were seriously injured to the point of almost dying. However, in just 2 weeks he had almost completely recovered. Adrius stammered and said, Sir Alvin. Mr. Alvin got straight to the point and told me exactly what you were doing there. Adrius didn't have time to think but just replied, yes. Mr. Alvin added, we are talking about the incident that took place in the sewer. Adriana sat up and looked bewildered. Adrius thought, I should keep that a secret. Adrius replied defensively, I was walking near the canal and suddenly saw a group of suspicious people fighting. I tried to find a way to run away but ended up being dragged inside. Mr. Alvin asked in disbelief, did they drag you away? So let me ask, where are the rest? When I arrived, you were the only one there. Adriana's cold eyes didn't answer but he thought, no matter how many times you ask, I'll still say I don't know. Mr. Alvin grimaced in disbelief. He angrily stood up and said, boy, are you actually hiding something? Andreas strongly affirmed and said, I told you I'm not hiding anything. Mr. Alvin remembered Cain's words, please take care of my children, Mr. Alvin. Mr. Alvin did not interrogate further but gently said, okay, instead of questioning someone who knows nothing, it would be much faster to arrest a henchman of the Zephyr sect in this city. Moreover, I suspect that a person who almost lost his life will not be able to provide any useful information. Adrius was surprised and thought to himself, oh, he forgives me so easily. Alvin turned his back and left. That's enough trouble, please forgive me. You probably haven't forgotten our bet about your magical medicine development. You have another week left and I'm looking forward to it. Adrius sat quietly on the bed thinking. Even though he knew who I was, he still forgave me. Why? Salem also doesn't seem to care whether Bach finds out that he is a black magician or not. I saw him in a vision when I was at Cromwell's mansion. I'm pretty sure he knows exactly about me and my father. Suddenly 2 people came, Diney and Carlos, to visit Adrius. Diney spoke first. How are you? I heard you were injured, followed by a greeting from Carlos. Adrius, long time no see. Adrius said a little surprised, Diney and Carlos, why are you 2 together? Hey, it's so fun. I remember back when Teen was shy and said why he came. Dad told me, so I stopped by to visit him a bit. Carlos smiled brightly and said, you look better than I thought. Adrius replied unenthusiastically, I understand, thank you for visiting. Carlos continued, seeing the 3 of them reunited like this was so fun. I miss the old days so much. Diane glared at Carlos, blushing and embarrassed, whispering, stop, I'm so embarrassed. Suddenly Carlos asked Adrius, what about you, Adrius? Adriana smiled and thought, in my past life I always tried to save people but always failed, but not in this life. Adrius replied, yes, I'm also happy that the three of us are together again. The scene returned to the days when the three of them were children playing together and looking at the city sky on the hill, thought Adriana's, because now I can protect the things that are important to me with my own strength. The scene changed to a healthy Adriana walking down the street holding a tablet reading the news and thinking about something. Adrius's thoughts flashed as he read the news. It seemed Bach had carefully controlled the news. Carmen Regaff had won the Academy's year-end ceremony. Despite the large number of participants thanks to careful preparation, government, there was no news about the terrorist attack by the Zephyr sect. Adrius put away his tablet and continued thinking, it's no surprise because the outside threat that has infiltrated the Academy has been stopped. The initial fight in the basement has been suppressed, so I don't need to worry about this again. Suddenly, Adriana met the blonde guy with glasses and he said, you came really early. Andreas obediently replied, yes. The other guy continued, Mr. Bach is waiting for you, please follow me. Adriana's followed him upstairs. That guy loudly announced inside to his Tower Master, Tower Master Adriana Cromwell has arrived. People in the room answered, come in. Mr. Alvin, the tower owner, said after seeing Adriana's enter, just in time. Come on, let me see your magic medicine. Adrius thought thoughtfully. He acted as if the sewer incident had never happened. Bach Alvin in the end, whose side was he, on the Emperor or my father? Mr. Alvin opened the lid of the wine bottle, opened it, and drank in front of Andreas. After taking a sip, Mr. Alvin said, oh, it's the magic potion emit. You removed the side effects like the last time. Adrius bowed slightly and replied, yes, I also guess you will recognize it. Mr. Alvin replied with satisfaction, you are really cheeky, even trying to test me on purpose. Adrius gave another bottle, and here, I also eliminated the side effects of this Daron elixir. Mr. Alvin and his subordinates were suddenly bewildered. What? Did you make 2 magic potions in such a short time? He then looked at the bottle in his hand. Adriana's held the answer card in his hand, thanks to his material and spiritual support. Mr. Alvin smiled and said, even though you made the magic medicine very quickly before, you still made me wait until now. How brave. Good, you won the bet. Come to the warehouse and I will reward you as promised. Adriana's suddenly opened his eyes wide and thought, this spell, can you see it? The two of them disappeared to the warehouse, which contained all treasures and noble items. Mr. Alvin said, go and choose whatever you like. Adrius was surprised at the scene and stammered, oh thank you sir. Adrianus thought to himself, there are more boats than I thought. The system provides information. This is Nax's cursed pipe organ. The music it emits is filled with magical power. The longer you listen, the weaker you become. Mithraj's pocket watch is capable of holding mana above 500. Besides, each of these items costs more than 10 million, Adrianus thought. Suddenly, Adriana's eyes fell on the sword on the shelf. Galaxer, the sealed sword. Galaxer has 73% mana conduction properties. Sealed. Adrius thought, an item I only knew by name in the game, but I didn't expect it to be kept in his inventory. Adrianus did not hesitate to grab the sword and shouted, I want this sword. Mr. Alvin crossed his arms and wondered, you are really strange to be interested in that kind of thing. 3-pointed Adrianus had difficulty understanding what Mr. Alvin said. Mr. Alvin explained the historical origin of the sword. I found this sword in the Shire dungeon. I had it examined many times but it seems to have no value at all. Are you sure? Adrius replied firmly, no problem, I will accept this reward. Alvin said again, who must be stubborn but in the same weird way as your father, although he can get better items. Adrius replied, no need, I'm fine with this sword. Mr. Alvin is powerless to stop him. If you cry and beg to change it then I don't care. But take them away. Mr. Alvin handed the envelope to Andreas. Adrius looked at it in confusion. Andreas took the envelope and asked, can I ask what's inside? Mr. Alvin replied with a serious face, it was a letter from His Majesty about the Cromwell family's title, which I kept while you were in a coma. The other is a letter of introduction. Adrius was stunned to hear that, because you seem to like swords very much, perhaps coming to this place will help you. Adrianus returned to his room, reading the letter on the table next to Nickel who was practicing. In the letter, Andreas Cromwell, the heir to the Cromwell family, should have been demoted in title this year due to his impolite behavior, but according to the suggestion of Alvin Duke Clausels and others, he has recently gained a reputation, good at the academy, so there is still room for improvement, so the title change will be postponed until next year. Adrius thought, the title rank is nothing more than an empty title and everything written here is just a threat only from the Emperor. I have to tell Amy that if she detects suspicious movements, she should contact her immediately. Annoying pile of papers, Adrius angrily tore the paper in his hand. But Adrius said, but Bach seems to be kind because he also gave me this letter. He said it was a letter of introduction, right? Give it to the old man who lives in the place on the map. If he knows the letter I sent, he will definitely teach you a few things. This map looks so familiar. Who is this old man? Adrius held the letter in his hand and looked at the map thoughtfully. Discrun. Yes, this must be the place where Disgrunform, one of the 10 great masters of the continent, resides. If I didn't have a letter of recommendation I would have been kicked out, but thanks to Bach I was able to learn swordsmanship master. If I remember correctly, it's probably a hidden place here. Andreas put his hands on his desk and said seriously, I have to check for myself on the way to Disgrun. When I have a break I have to leave immediately. The scene shows a desert where there are rugged mountains and hills with only mutated animals and human bones lying around. Adrianus cast a spell to lift the rock straight towards the mutant scarab, killing it. As he walked, he thought, the reward he received in the battle with Payet was very great. By combining mana and aura, even basic skills are many times stronger. The system adds that the unique meridian properties have broken down the barrier between the Dantian and the heart and can now be converted into mana and vice versa. Circulation meridians are the perfect upgrade for magic skills. Now my total aura and mana have increased to the point where I no longer need to switch between the two. That means I can fight much longer and won't run out of strength anymore, Andreas thought as he stabbed the knife down on the mantis. He sat down, cut it open and said idly, just take all the byproducts of the monsters wherever they are needed. It took a while for the hot sun to finish. Andreas looked up at the mountain in the distance and thought, Clinton Peak, the highest mountain in the Crades mountain range, is full of monsters. I can meet Disgrun in this place. But first, the giant's lair will appear in the hidden locations of this mountain range. I can get the giant warrior's body here. Andreas used a small sword to cut out all the internal organs of that large bug. He put it in a small bottle and then sealed it tightly to put the bottle in his inventory. Andreas gave it to Nickel and said, I've taken all the useful things and let's depart. Then suddenly a sound caught Andreas' attention and he immediately walked towards the source of that sound. When he arrived, what he saw was a leopard lying there motionless. After a while, Andreas asked, Can you tell me what happened? The leopard growled and cried out in pain. Andreas pondered, even though they lived in this remote region due to the Emperor's oppression of various races, each individual leopard race was an excellent warrior in close combat. So how could a god do this? At this moment, Andreas felt something flying at a very fast speed towards him, an extremely large fly monster. Andreas also didn't expect that the fly in his place was so tiny, but here it was as big as a rock. He immediately pulled out his sword and cut that fly in half. A monster bug can fly too fast, Andreas said. I remember that only Renox can control these bugs. His army of insects is so powerful that it can flatten an entire village in just half a day. He's looking for treasure under the jester's orders, so if he's really here that means medium, or that leopard coughed and coughed up blood with a weak voice. Those bugs attacked Urki village. Andreas also guessed the purpose of the jester faction's subordinates. This time, his goal was the Lunapalt crystal, which was the only treasure guarded by the leopard people. Andreas summoned Nickel and the timer said, Can you take me there? Maybe I can help you. The leopard gritted his teeth and thought, even if it was an emergency, should he risk bringing an unknown human to the village? How could Andreas not guess that he was hesitating? He immediately said, Remember this, if I were the enemy, I wouldn't have offered to help you in the first place. In the end, that guy told me, also accepting to lead Andreas back to the village. He said, Okay, please save our village. Looking down from above, there were 3 figures running very quickly towards the village. Andreas suddenly felt, this is the route I'm taking. Well, we'll know later. After running for a while, before their eyes was the scene of the village being attacked by insects to the point that all the tents were gone and all were engulfed in flames. Andreas' eyes immediately noticed the cave below. He thought to himself, immediately knew this was the place. That cave is where the giant warrior's body is hidden. The village of the leopard tribe guarding right in front of the cave is the village that disappeared in the game because Renox wiped it out, right? Andreas understood the angry mood but couldn't do anything about the reporter next to him, so he immediately said, "First of all, as promised, I would destroy all those bugs." Andrea's left arm suddenly had a green light glowing. The corpses of the monster bugs slowly moved under that green energy and slowly the monster bugs flew up. He was chanting a low-level necromancy spell to summon a soul-eating beast. The system beeped and found 6 or 3 necromancer-level corpses. Less than 24 corpses had successfully responded to the low-level necromancy spell of a necromancer-level beast. They rushed towards the group of monsters attacking the leopard people. When the bugs summoned by Andreas touched the other bugs, explosive sounds immediately rang out. The leopard stood next to Andreas, his mouth wide open and his eyes wide open as he witnessed the scene of monsters killing monsters below. Young leopards are trying to protect their cubs from the explosion. A leopard woman hugs her cub. When she thought she was going to die because 2 bugs were flying behind her, but when she opened her eyes and turned around, she saw a giant figure helping her. Timur caught the bug and put it in his mouth and bit it to death. Not only Timur protected Nickel's lightning-fast swords, but also killed countless people in that fierce battle. Everyone is stressed. Behind a large rock, there is a figure secretly watching. This guy is Renox instead, as Andreas said. His face was sweating due to fear. He thought to himself, who is that guy? I'm just going to find the source of the crime under the order of the Jester Guild Master. Damn it, I have to get out of here. Renox, he intended to give up his money and run for his life, but life is not unfair to the bad guy. As soon as he turned around, a sword immediately stabbed him in the right side of his chest. He cried loudly. Andreas said, I immediately knew it was the person Renox. When he heard that, he was so angry that his veins burst out. Who are you, bastard? How do you know me? If you are also a black magician, then there is no reason to attack me. Andreas pressed the sword a little more. Say, shut up, I'm the one who should ask you. Are you following the Jester's orders to find the source of the deadly sin? Renox was startled and exclaimed, how did you know? Andreas interrupted him, only to answer, or I will cut off your hand. Based on the current situation, it seems like you're aiming for the leopard race's lunapult crystal. Are you attacking them thinking it's one of the deadly sins? Think carefully before answering. You can die right here or tell everything you know. Renox, he was wondering why the person who was threatening him could completely guess what the jester told him. Andreas spoke again. If you don't want to answer, then I will understand that you chose death immediately. Renox quickly said, wait, I will say it may not be completely accurate, but this is a list of the sources of deadly sin in our suspicion. Renox held out a few pieces of paper. Andreas took it from his hand and pulled out his sword. Andreas read and contemplated the details. This is the first time I've seen it. Mysterious treasure from the depths of the ocean carpet will be auctioned at the Myuriel auction. It seems that this thing is most likely a crime. Port City Myuriel, that is my next destination. Andreas put the paper in his body. Please forgive me. Before Renox could finish his sentence, Andreas directly killed him and finished processing. Andreas thought, keeping his body for experiments. From now on, there won't be much time left to bother with the auction, because as soon as I return, I will immediately depart for Myuriel. In the vast desert, black smoke appears extremely strange. Under the dry ground, giant monsters lay scattered on the ground. They were blown into smoke and flew all over the space. There were a few people standing there witnessing everything that happened. The leopard girl holding the green crystal gemstone in her hand spoke up, thank you for saving the life of this village. Now we can't repay you properly, so I hope at least you'll be kind. So I hope at least please accept this lunapac crystal. The black-clad knight with his face covered replied to her, no need, I'm not interested in it either. When the leopard girl heard this, she was extremely confused. Huh, that's it. The guy waved his hand back. I want to go somewhere, can you let me in? All the people of the leopard tribe village standing there, hearing that, all had panicked faces. Some reporters still thought, no way, he was still aiming at the mine, he really couldn't trust humans. The leopard girl holding the crystal gem just now closed her eyes and thought for a few minutes, then said, okay, just go in. A soldier standing behind hastily spoke up to stop, but the elder, even though I owe him that matter. The leopard elder also spoke up and explained, without your help, our village would have been destroyed, and it had nothing to do with the mine. The masked cavalryman also understood what they meant, so he immediately spoke up to explain, don't worry, I don't care about lunapac crystals. The elder didn't understand and asked again, then why? Just go inside and I'll explain, because there's something I want there. Then they all moved into the mine. Half of the tunnel also emits a bright blue light that looks mysterious. The mine was pitch black, with only a little light shining from the cliffs. The giant Taimo raised his hand to touch the gloomy black cliff and began to feel, what's going on around here? The leopard elder was suspicious, but there was only one cold wall here. The masked guy immediately ordered, Taimo, break the wall, and Taimo immediately responded, grumble. With just one move, Taimo punched the wall hard, causing it to break into many small pieces and scatter everywhere. The leopard elder didn't seem to believe his eyes. As a tiger warrior, his strength was truly formidable. A soldier from behind saw rocks flying and panicked, Elder, it's dangerous, let's get out of here. But it seemed like the elder leopard didn't want to leave here right away. Her eyes were still filled with shock, her hands reaching forward. Before their eyes were hundreds of thousands of crystals lying crowded together on the ground, on the ceiling of the mine. Everywhere were crystals. The reporters were surprised and stammered, crystals, so many crystals. The leopard elder said the knight wore a mask, so this was his purpose. He also replied, I know their value, but as I said, I have no interest in them at all. What else, that? Then they noticed a large, shiny dark blue statue in the background, which was exactly what I wanted. One-star statue. The leopard elder's pupils widened slightly. Why is there such a big statue here? The masked knight said, I will leave all the Lunapat to you, but in return I hope you leave me alone here for a while. The leopard man elder hesitantly asked further, can I ask the reason? As the clan leader, I need to know this. The masked knight replied, no need to worry, if I intended to harm you, I would have done it a long time ago. The leopard elder shouted loudly and stopped him, Ma-ta-ha. Then she calmly said, since you didn't try to take it away, I'll put my trust in you, but please, this is the first time we have made a contract with humans, please keep your trust. Good, finally alone. It's not new anymore, maybe turning it into gout would be better. The knight immediately raised his hand to attract a magical light with magical seals, performed necromancy, summoned gout, and identified a body. The caster's level is not enough. The second necromancy technique in gout summoning failed, as I thought, it can't be that smooth. After saying that, he took off his cloak and mask, revealing his toned body. That's Adrius, he stretched and said, no matter how long it takes, I will definitely own you. A series of beams of light were launched towards the stone statue. It seems like it still doesn't have any other moves, your level is not enough. Cast a secondary necromancy technique, failed to summon gout, performed a secondary necromancy technique, failed to summon a gout. A series of such sounds were emitted, but Adrius still refused to stop. He kept trying to use more moves but didn't see any success. Adrius helplessly bent down and sighed, I've been trying for a week but have failed every time, should I give up and give up? Adrius then quickly regained his composure, this place is no longer a secret, it cannot be guaranteed that the next time you come back, the giants will still be here, anyway, just increase the amount of mana higher than usual, it's all or nothing, and then he used his hands to cast magic. Once again the notification appeared, the cast of gout summoning necromancy failed. Adrius frowned angrily then consoled himself, I still have time, I will try again. But this time, when Adrianus wanted to give up, a notification appeared, performing the second necromancy technique and summoning goo successfully. The legendary Titan Gout has been summoned, the dead body has a fairly high level, the dead body's stats have been added to reach a transcendent level, and has been promoted to the champion Titan Gout, the dead body reaches a transcendent level. It regained its previous self, and the seemingly unshakable stone statue finally moved. It opened its two bloodshot eyes and stood in front of Adrianus, its body must have been 10 times bigger than him. This is a mythical level zombie, it is inheriting some of its attributes before dying. Titangu Mythical Champion Rudu Don Kanu Don Du, Zombie, Rank 6, Mana 3733, Ego Attributes, Strange Strength, Indomitable Fighting Spirit. A mythical level zombie uses a giant sword to stab hard into the ground. It sat half-kneeling in front of Adrius in this dark, cramped mine, the surrounding crystals constantly reflected dim light, it was terrible, it was too strong. Maybe right now I'm the only person in the world who can command a clansman of a giant tribe, from now on I don't need to be afraid of enemies following my team anymore, thank God everything is rewarded. Night gradually falls in the kingdom. In a large, magnificent castle, there was a dark, extremely mysterious figure sitting at a desk. A fly trapped in a cage flew until it trembled. Then its body was suddenly split into hundreds of pieces without warning. The dead figure nearby opened wide with eyes as bright as a flashlight. It seemed he was also quite surprised by the fly's sudden departure. He spoke up, he drank it to death. His body appeared as an old man with white hair and a long beard. It's okay, there are many other pawns out there. A black crow perched on a nearby table and reported to the person sitting at the desk, Master, my majesty wants to see you. Tete spoke up. I know, tell him I'll come right away, I just heard there's something I want to tell him. At the leader's simple cottage on the mountainside, there is a large figure sitting calmly on the bench. In his hand, he held a strangely shaped treasure like a rock. He looked very thoughtful and then spoke, Is the kingdom sending someone? Adrius overcame many difficulties in the rolling mountains and forests to get here. He finally reached the simple house where the leader was sitting leisurely. The man also quickly realized Adriana's presence. Adrius was carrying a letter. There were blood stains on his face that had gradually turned black. I came here at the recommendation of the Duke of Enven. He immediately turned to look at Adriana's with a bit of a questioning look. Hey, did that kid tell you to come? Adrius confronted him. He was a little scared but then quickly reassured himself, no. The pressure from him is stronger than Salem. I can't believe this is a test. He stood to one side with his hands behind his back, looking full of authority and pressure. What's going on? Didn't I tell you that I would let you hit first? Adrius thought, holding only a stick to hit me, he was looking down on me. His face suddenly tightened. I will definitely defeat him. After saying that, Adrius used his strength to rush towards the old man, still holding his long sword in his hand, but to his surprise, although his moves were incredibly fast, the old man was able to dodge them. He approached Adriana's. I know a little about your abilities. He then used his large hand to grab his wrist. It was not the kind of swordsmanship he should practice, a fragile fighting style that relied too much on tricks. Saying that, he lifted Adrius into the air as gently as if he were just lifting a plastic bag. The movement was too obvious and too dependent on speed. He gritted his teeth and said every word, and unable to see through your opponent's plans. That's because of your lack of experience, he said, and then slammed Adriana's man to the ground. He still stood straight and proud while Adrius lay on the ground. Well, don't worry, just play with me and you will naturally get better. Practice at Kalatan Mountain. Day 1, practice. Adriana's and that gray-haired old man only ate black potatoes, but in fact they were delicious hot potatoes that had been prepared. As hard as it was, on the 7th day, Adrius quickly improved, using a long sword to practice with a large piece of wood. Many times his sword fell to the ground. On the 22nd day, I thought I couldn't stand it. He still used his hands to squeeze my neck until I couldn't breathe. Time's up, please, you look like a chicken about to die, meat like that. On the 27th day, Adrius's whole body became visibly muscular. On the 33rd day, he was able to fight one-on-one with that gray-haired old man without the slightest hesitation. The old man also noticed that his movements were getting better, however. Just when he was a little distracted, the old man was attacked from one side by Adrius with a dangerous attack. He also leaned to the side to avoid the attack. At the same time, he used his elbow to poke him in the ribs, causing Adrius to fall. Thinking in the middle of battle is too naive. He then jumped up to stand upright without any difficulty. He also said, even so, I will still recognize your fighting spirit for not whining even once. Suddenly, an invisible force grazed the old man's face, causing him to tilt his head to the side to avoid it. A light scratch also appeared on his cheek. Adrius on the other side swung his sword at full speed. His appearance at this moment really resembled a warrior. He said while breathing, even a swordsman can lower his guard. Next time it won't be so easy. Seeing the sight of Adrius curled up in front of him, the old man was standing there with thoughts in his head. So rough, but he had just gathered magic into the sword and released it. I don't think he's good enough to use swordsmanship like that. Did he just use it instinctively? His eyes flashed with surprise. Maybe he couldn't believe it. It was truly a talent beyond imagination. That reminds me of Lou. At least he said he will enroll in Roland soon. It would be quite interesting if I could pair him up against this kid. After lying down for a while, Adrianus suddenly sat up, his eyes filled with panic as he looked towards the blue sky before him. The old man spoke up. Have you woken up yet? The sword technique that you used before fainting, can you do it again? Adrius was still not fully awake, his face was a bit dull. He also held his head in his hands and looked like he was in pain. Well, that's something I can only do when I'm beaten to a pulp. That's just when I'm desperate, the silver-haired old man immediately replied. Very well, let me take this opportunity to teach you how to use swordsmanship, and while we're learn a little about control. Oh, so basic. Wow, thank you very much. When you use swordsmanship to fight, think about covering the sword's aura like a scabbard. They moved together to a giant tree that was thousands of years old. Then he threw the sword that was covered with aura. He firmly held the scabbard, then pulled out the sword decisively. I only saw 2 slashes across the trunk of the old tree in front of me, causing it to break into 3 pieces in just a split second and fly. This made Adriana's face pale with disbelief. The silver-haired old man began to explain again. Although its basic form is just a sharp slash, it can be used in many ways, and depending on how you use it, the damage the sword energy will cause will be different. That big tree, just like that. He only used a split second to teleport his body in front of Adrius, and if he used Ra to stimulate himself instead of the sword, he can move at supersonic speeds like this. Adrius was once again startled by the swallow. He turned around and asked, "Since when?" The old man said, "The pinnacle of applying O in combat was created according to the same theory of techniques that I just told you. He wraps the O around his body or sword, and adjusts his power accordingly, but it is still a long road for him. He still needs to learn a lot more to master it. Use these. From now on, learn how to use swordsmanship and apply O in and out in it." Upon hearing that, Adrianus immediately performed what the old man taught him. When he saw Adrius do it, the silver-haired old man stood to the side and observed. He would occasionally give you a comment. "Good, just do it. Once you use it, step forward a little." While concentrating on practicing, Adriana suddenly received a notification. Already qualified has discovered the entity that can evolve the talent of a no-re-ace Chrome Geo, fighting ability to evolve 30%. Do you want to evolve? Adrius immediately thought in his mind, I've been training so hard, thinking that my fighting skills can go straight to the next level is truly gratifying. Thanks to that, Adrius had more motivation to practice. He immediately swung his sword. After all, it was the best thing he could achieve. Plus, it was quite interesting to use his body in a way that if he taught me, I still need to practice more. Just like that, Adrius slashed many times at the trunk of a 1,000-year-old tree. His strength truly cannot be underestimated. This made the silver-haired old man startled, his eyes wide open, his face extremely serious. He's even weirder than I thought. I never thought such a talent existed. Goo, Lou little, and even he is not that good. As long as he sets himself a clear direction, he will probably develop on his own. In that case, what he can do. Thinking of that, he immediately walked closer to where Adrius was practicing and said, "Good, that's enough for today. Let's go eat. You go home first, dig potatoes and boil them, disciple." Adrius' face fell. He shuddered, thinking, eating potatoes every meal, feeling like they were starting to sprout inside him. But then suddenly a thought flashed through his mind, startling him. Adrius immediately turned back and asked the old man, "Just now did you call me your disciple?" The old man just calmly replied, You don't like it?" Adrius is confused. "No, it's not." Then one beautiful afternoon, they sat down together to eat boiled potatoes. As he ate, Adrius pondered and wondered why he recognized himself as his disciple, even though he had been with him for more than a month. Suddenly the old man was told to bring to Adrianus a black book that was worn out and the cover was torn. Adrius still didn't realize what it was and didn't even bother to pick it up. He was still excited, took it. "It was the book I wrote during the time I was here in this mountain." Adriana was bewildered. "Why did you give me this?" "That is Eagle, a swordsmanship. The skill book written by the master contains the profound knowledge of his swordsmanship." Adrius touched and felt the old touch on it. It was the skill book of Deck Commandment, a level-up item similar to Moni's Black Magic book. "Does that mean I can use the selfless sword of DM Commandment too?" Saw Adrius silent. He burst out laughing. "Haha, do you really hate being taught directly by me?" Adrius replied, "Not really." The old man closed his eyes and said thoughtfully, "I always want to teach potential disciples like you directly, but sometimes teaching too much can poison a talent. Especially for a special person like you, you can learn and absorb many things on your own. That's why I want to use it as a guide for you to find a training method that is compatible with you." Adrius truly held and treasured the book in his hands, a true swordsman who accepted himself as a disciple. Then the old man stood up. "Now that I've finished teaching you, maybe it's time for me to leave this mountain. If I stay here too long, my skills will degrade." Adrianus asked him where he was going. "To the Southern Alliance capital, which is in the opposite direction from where I was going. Let me see you off, master." Just like that, their story stopped there. On the other side, Benjamin Anaki walked slowly on the trail between the Rocky Mountains. He was tired and exhausted as he trudged step by step and thought, "So hungry. How much longer do I have to walk?" Every step he takes is as heavy as a stone. His face was pale and dull from hunger, everyone in the village had gone, and only he remained. "What should I do?" he said, then he fell to the ground and lay unconscious there. God seemed to want to test Benjamin and Naki even more. The sky began to thunder and lightning, and heavy rain continued to pour down on the ground. That rain, drop by drop, hit Benjamin and Naki's face very hard. He had no strength left and could only lie there. Suddenly a hand reached out and touched his head gently. Adriana said gently, "No way, this is not Benjamin and Naki." He couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't think he would meet a playable character here. Is a swordsman with the characteristics of a sword king. So that great sword is the demon sword Ruben. A sword has been sealed in Benjamin village for generations, so if it appears here it means the village was destroyed. The guy even stood up in the rain and thought, in the game, he escaped with the demon sword. I can't just leave him like that. Above all, I need to make a powerful character like this owe me a debt of gratitude. After saying that, Adrius pulled Benjamin and Naki home, gave him warmth and helped him starve. After a while, Benjamin woke up. He opened his indifferent and lethargic eyes, not knowing what scene was in front of him. Adriana asked, "Are you awake?" The Benjamin and Naki guy shouted alertly, "You, who are you?" Adrius just leisurely gave him a delicious golden grilled chicken and said, "Eat it." Benjamin and Naki is still surprised. The guy bared his teeth and asked in fear, "What is it? What are you planning to do?" The words left Adriana speechless. Adrius coldly said to Benjamin, "Calm down, if I wanted to harm you, you would no longer be alive. You should eat so you can still have strength." Benjamin and Naki is still panicking. "You look at your sword, that sword, it looks important but you need strength to carry it, right?" Benjamin and Naki immediately remembered the past, when he and his grandfather opened the sword. He was also the one who attached the lucky charm to the sword. These memories make Benjamin cry. Adrianus thought to himself, "He reminds me of soap operas. He is the type of sensitive person like in the game." He reminded Benjamin, "How long are you going to sit there? My arms are tired." Benjamin stammered again and mechanically took the grilled chicken that had cooled half. Adrius then took out a bottle of pink water that looked very dangerous. "You should be able to eat it, drink some medicine to recover." The boy Benjamin, who was munching on grilled chicken, still couldn't stop being touched. His tears kept flowing, his voice was choked up. Thank you very much." Adriana laughed. Then collapsed when he discovered something. He said, "You guys are probably not beggars. If so, it would be rude to spy on others like that." Benjamin guy was still panicking and didn't understand what was going on. A group of people wearing black robes appeared in the air looking down at the empty lot where Benjamin and Adrius were sitting. Sharp, Adrius only cursed back, "You bastards." The group of people was quite large, each of them wearing masks that covered their entire faces. Benjamin realized, they were the ones who killed him. His face immediately changed, no longer looking gentle and weak, instead it was an angry face with veins bulging out, his eyes turned red like a fox's, his teeth clenched tightly. And Dry looked at him and thought, that reaction. As I thought, they were the ones who attacked Benjamin's village. Monks, a group of orphans raised to become assassins of the dead. Somehow, they remind me of my previous life, an omnipotent soldier, specially trained and capable of using basic magic. Once they control the Ora, they will be defeated. Give them a special mask as recognition of their abilities. Even though they're pitiful, they're not the type of people you can look down on. Wait a minute. Benjamin couldn't keep his composure at this point. He stood in front of Adrius and said in a fit of rage, his eyes no longer humane, "Please step back, they are my business." The other group of assassins just rushed towards this direction with a warning, "Don't be arrogant, boy, obediently hand over the sword here." Benjamin held the sword and rushed towards it. Almost encountering them, he skillfully swung his circular sword, causing terrible damage. This makes assassins also wary. The whole mountain area seemed as if a bomb had exploded, the power affecting the entire area. With the assassins approaching, Benjamin also gently gave them a sword blow to the head, making them no longer able to fight. Adrius, standing behind, looked at the horrifying scene in front of him and could only speak at a loss for words. He pondered, should I say as expected, "You're really good," after he fought them. At the same time, Benjamin fights 2 or 3 assassins without respecting them at all, but I don't see any reason to let him receive the injuries like in the original story. Things are gradually getting worse. The scene in front of him looked extremely bad, unbelievably chaotic. A group of severely injured assassins were floating in the air, blood and armor fragments flying everywhere in the sky. Adrius makes a decision, so it should be resolved quickly. After saying that, he used his ability to move quickly and fly quickly past the assassins, surprising them. What? The assassins began to target Adrius again, killing him first. Adrianus also showed no signs of fear. He was very ready for this fight. When the assassins rushed at him, Benjamin turned around and realized that Adriana had joined him in this fierce battle. He turned back to look. His red fox eyes were still no less dangerous. Amazing. He took care of the bastards that destroyed his village with ease. The gratitude in his heart made Benjamin's eyes stop red. He returned to his adorable young eyes. The last assassin just let out a mechanical noise and then fell down. In front of Benjamin made him extremely surprised. The boy still wondered, who is he? Adrius retracted his sword and calmly stood and spoke after the battle ended. It seemed that was all. Benjamin's heart also began to feel admiration. Could he protect the village if he was as strong as him? Adrius, hey, are you okay? Benjamin panicked. Yes. Benjamin's face was completely pale, as red as a tomato. Adrius laughed. He changed his attitude after seeing my swordsmanship. He immediately spoke up. That reminds me, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Count Adrius, Cromgio. The boy immediately replied in panic, my name is Benjamin Anaku. Adrius smacked his lips. Benjamin, it looks like you're being chased. Do you have anywhere to go now? Benjamin scratched his head in confusion. That. Soon, Lou Little and the other main characters will meet at the academy. This is the time to test their strength. Maybe I should test him too. If you have nowhere to go, do you want to learn swordsmanship from me? You said this, making Benjamin's face turn red. The leader did not rush to blame his subordinates but thought, that is a demon sword that can amplify the magic power or physical properties of the user. I intend to research it and create a demon sword that can produce mass export. That's the material that makes up the sword I've been looking for. With it, I can increase the power of the Dark Army. I thought I could finally find it, but I didn't expect to lose it like this. He angrily clutched the devil's doll mask in his trembling hands. Then crush it. He angrily ordered his subordinates as if shouting, send Hosan to Mu-Ri-El, tell him to join Alice at the auction. The subordinate was shocked when he heard that. The leader thought, I must get the crown of the abyss at any cost. If he was there, no matter what unexpected thing happened, he would bring it back. In the port city of Mu-Ri-El, the largest auction in the entertainment district, the night of the flow of gold. Adriana sat in the guest row, wearing a mask to cover his eyes, reading and leisurely enjoying wine. He thought to himself, my goal is that item, but let's just think of this as an opportunity to get as many famous items as possible. On the iPad screen displayed an exquisite long sword, a white nightmare, a sword famous for its high magical sensitivity. Okay, if I win then I will send it to Benjamin. A guy next to you approached and asked, so you're really interested in swordsmanship? Adrius just leisurely replied, I'm just planning to give it to someone I know. The guy next to him admired, it looks pretty good, but 20 million is a bit low, let's increase it to 50 million. Adrius heard his nonsense whispering in his heart, no, get cheap stuff, so why bother? But he still coldly and politely said, it's just the beginning, the price will increase slowly. The auctioneer started to set the price, 23 million, there is 23 million, is there anyone else? Thank you very much everyone, the white nightmare has been sold for 23 million Gayu. The guy next to him heard that and admired, oh, not bad, Adriana's calmly thought, it seems like 20 million is enough. The auctioneer's voice rang out again, now for the next item. This is the map that many scholars have tried to decode, but the code is still too difficult for them. This item makes Adriana surprised. Is that also here? The secret map leading to the location of the tomb of the blood dragon named Kramaha. I thought it was just an Easter egg from a game maker, but I didn't expect it really existed. Other people are very critical of it. Buy it, I leave it to you. Decoding is my specialty, corpses are property to me, I have to have them. Now we will start with 2 million Gayu. Adrius also participated in the auction of this product. 5 million. Someone already bid 5 million. Is there anyone else? Adrius just thought, if I can get there, there will be many interesting things waiting for me. The auctioneer said, the encrypted map was sold for 5 million Jian. The guy happily held hands. Okay. A fat old man turned back to look at Adriana's with a look of disbelief and shock. Who were they? it seems they carry a lot of news. It's okay, feel free to take it. He also had a dangerous smile. My goal is the crown. The more money they spend, the harder it will be to compete with me for the crown. Then the auctioneer brings the next shiny item. The next item, a rechargeable scroll of teleportation that allows you to travel anywhere, anytime, can be used twice a day. Adriana's also quickly pressed the button to participate in the auction. Ancient Alchemist's alchemy tool, very practical and beautiful. He also quickly clicked on the auction. The guy next to me pondered, did he think before buying? Then the auctioneer spoke, and now the most anticipated item. Hold your breath, this is an achievement salvaged from the deep sea, please introduce. God of the Sea, beautiful crown with striking blue and purple gems. Pure evil has discovered the power of benevolent greed. Adrius tensed, here it is. Starting price is 1 billion Gaiu, auction unit is 1 billion Gaiu. Adrius suddenly exclaimed, huh. He silently calculated, it's too expensive to start, if I have a profit from selling next month's goods. The guy next to him also noticed Adriana's abnormality. Do you want that too? Ah. I'll try to talk about the price but it's hopeless, I'll quit if the price gets too high. The guy next to him made a very surprising decision, I'll buy it for you. Adriana's panicked, huh, why are you? The other guy immediately explained, Dad had already summarized it for me. He said the reason he was injured in the sewer was because he tried to save us. Adriana's was confused, that's what just happened, he told him so much. That guy was extremely excited, let me show you the wealth of the Aven family. The fat old man also panicked when he saw the two auction guys. Do they still have money? I'll shut them up with my master's wealth. He frantically clicked on the screen, tap, tap, 1.5 billion. After that, they fought each other in an extremely tense auction, 2 billion. 3 billion, the constant clicking sound of the screen was extremely stressful, 7 billion, 8.7 billion. 10 billion, the amount has reached 10 billion. The guy sitting next to Adriana stood up excitedly and angry, that was interesting. Adriana's just sat on the side watching and laughing, he was still as aggressive as ever. If this is the case, it's best to win, I'll definitely repay you. The auctioneer on the floor was still talking non-stop, he couldn't believe it, the auction amount had reached 50 billion Gaiu, was there anyone else bidding? 70 billion, the singer seemed very happy and excited. 90 billion, 100 billion Gaiu, we have reached the mark of 100 billion Gaiu, that man was extremely excited, he laughed hysterically, should I bid more? The assassin leader said, no matter how expensive it is, I must win that item, no matter how strong the owner is, this amount of money is too large, I should have asked how much I was allowed to pay, yes, there's no time to ask him anymore. The auctioneer made a decision, thank you very much the God of the Sea was sold for 100 billion, the man gasped again. The person who appeared behind spoke up, making him scared, hi, you've ruined everything, he shouted in fear, Sir Ho-san. It's all because the master sent me here for you, sitting there is ruining everything. Even if you win for more than 100 coins, you will still be killed, just go back and wait. I don't know who they are, but let them taste victory before they die. The singer stood up happily, I'll probably be scolded when I get back, I'm so hungry now, let's go out to eat something. Adrius looked at him, now I clearly see the wealth of the Aven family. Carlos smiled happily and said, it suits you very well, Adrius. Adriana said with a serious face and cold voice, treating books like toys, maybe you bought them so you have the right. At the dining table, the two of them happily ate together. Carlos happily said, let's make a piece of cake to celebrate. The two of them raised their glasses to congratulate. Adrius said, thank you. Adrius thought thoughtfully, thanks to him, I'm so happy, it seems the church hasn't moved the treasury yet, if only I could get it now. While eating and drinking happily, there were footsteps entering. Adrius and Carlos turned around with a tense face and asked, who are you? You are not allowed in. A series of purple-shirted assassins walked in. The leader arrogantly said, am I disturbing your dinner? Carlos stood up and coldly asked, who are you? Adriana's looked tense and thought to himself, this seems troublesome. The guy in the purple shirt said with a ferocious face, give me the crown and go home, you will die without pain. Adrius looked tense and thought to himself, how to resolve this situation. Among so many people is the jester hound that came here, the demon sword Hosen, although he still can't use secret magic perfectly, his power must be comparable to a master who uses aura. He was so arrogant with his talent that he clashed with his master. Gradually he separated from his master and fell into the underground world of crime. Then he was recruited by a jester who saw his talent. I thought I could steal everything and run away, but... Adrius looked tense and turned to Carlos. The situation is not good, run away. The leader in the purple shirt smiled maniacally and said, you can't run away, catch them. All the robbers rushed forward with swords to chase and kill Adrius and Carlos. The leader looked at him with strange eyes and said, don't let me catch you so easily, otherwise it will be boring, it's time to go hunting. Adriana's and Carlos escaped to a forest, arriving before a river. The two men hid in the bushes. Carlos panted, looked in their direction and said, okay, cross this river, they won't chase us anymore. Carlos got on the boat and told Adrius that Myriel was a place that did not follow the Empire's law so they could do anything, but once I leave here, they will be nothing. Adrius said with a serious face, go ahead and find help. Carlos looked surprised and asked, what did you say? Adrius looked at the bandits and said seriously, those guys are not that easy to cut off, walking together would be very dangerous, besides, it would be easier for me to escape alone. Carlos said helplessly, my God, still as stubborn as ever. I understand, I will find help for you as quickly as possible, thank you, here we go. Adrius looked at Carlos's shadow and thought to himself, so, Carlos is safe now. Here, we have seen them, now let's fight them with all our might. The robbers asked ferociously, where is the other guy? Some guy said aggressively that maybe he was the one holding the crown at the auction. Adrian said firmly, that's right, it's here, come and get it, if you can. The robbers said aggressively, do you dare to make fun of us? We will chop your body into 100 pieces. Adrian's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he advanced to fight them. They held swords and spoke harsh words, and died. Adrius's eyes lit up, he thought to himself, appearing. Tranfu summoned the undead. A giant arm appeared, causing the robbers to bewilderedly ask, what is that giant arm? While they were watching the giant Adrius take the opportunity to attack them from behind, the leader reminded them not to lose focus and be careful. The leader smiled sinisterly and thought to himself, not only does he have black magic, he is also very proficient in swordsmanship. The leader smiled proudly and said, what an interesting kid, and he is also good at using swords, good prey. He smiled and asked Adrius, who are you really? Adrius said coldly, who knows, guess. The leader had his pants slashed by Adrian's sword, he fiercely scolded Adrius, the shameless bastard. Adrius made a fatal move, but he was still knocked back far away. The arrogant leader said contemptuously, this famous sword in your hand is a waste, I think I've seen this sword in the hand of some book before. Adrius looked tense and thought to himself, it seems Hosen is stronger than Payet, maybe if I use a spell to slow down time, I will win but the consequences will be very troublesome. The leader smiled happily and said, okay, I will decide, that sword will go into Uda's collection. Adrian said with a disdainful face, what about your collection, this presumptuous thief should try it. The leader angrily cursed and scolded him. The spoiled man laughed loudly and said, I told you, if you get it, just take it, don't say too much. The purple-shirted leader sinisterly thought to himself, if you rely on the power of equipment, then me. I will use numbers to defeat you, hee. Nick said with a confident expression, that's really interesting. The leader of the thieves said arrogantly, unexpectedly meeting a necromancer who knew swordsmanship. The leader of the thieves pulled out his sword with a serious expression and said, Gano's Demon Slayer Sword. Adrius exclaimed with a surprised face, what a demon-slaying sword. The leader of the thieves confidently said, if he brings your body back, the owner will probably be very satisfied. Adrian looked surprised and thought to himself, how many swords does he have in that subspace sheath? Just go all out and fight. Several robbers shouted and rushed forward. The leader of the robbers smiled confidently and said, do you believe you can win against me, with this pile of trash? He was constantly attacked by wild animals, but he still arrogantly said, these zombies have nothing to do with me, because they are very stupid. He was repeatedly attacked from behind by the beast and the necromancer. He confidently defeated them. He raised his sword to kill them, he thought, before becoming corpses, they must have known how to walk, right? A beam of light emitted from Adrian's hand, he confidently thought, how can this help you? Nickel divided himself into many pieces and hit the thief. The sinister leader of the thief has a trick. Giving Adrius a surprised look, he thought to himself, the magic sword Farong, a sword that allows the user to gain strength for a period of time through absorbing the opponent's power. The thief deliberately approached the opponent to show that he did not resist. He smiled evilly when he achieved his goal. Adrius thought nervously, damn it, he was going to absorb Rudolph's terrifying power. Adrian angrily cursed in his head, damn it, he restrained his strength. The purple-shirted thief smiled sinisterly and said, just now, it was the body of a giant, right? He laughed loudly and said, thank you for giving me this power. He stepped on the giant's head, smiled sinisterly and said, I also thank you for using these people. I brought them along because they were dozens of my customers' subordinates, but they kept whining and complaining, making me want to kill them all for satisfaction. Adrius thought angrily, if Timur and Nickel were hit by Ganos, things would be very bad. The thief smiled happily and said, now that the troubles are gone, let's move on to the fun part. He hit the Necromancer from behind and confidently said, yes, let's start with the most interesting part, skeleton. He used a sword, the sword glowed, he happily said, it's been a long time since I last used the sword, let me have some fun. Adrius angrily cursed in his head, damn, he changed weapons so quickly. The purple-shirted thief made a splashing move, he confidently said, what a pity, good luck for you. Adrius looked thoughtful in his head, he was too close just now. If Timur weren't here, Nick or I would have been cut in half. He was panicked when he looked at Nickel and thought to himself, no, Nick's left hand, even the sword was broken. The purple-shirted thief said with a serious face, it's time to end this matter, it was fun fighting you, or using zombie. Adrian looked tense and thought to himself, well, I have no other choice but to use and absorb it, here, Nickel should go back first. Nickel continued to attack, making Adrius angrily say loudly, I said go back. The purple-shirted thief laughed loudly and arrogantly said, he has much more courage than his master, why don't you turn your back in front of the enemy? The system rang out, the legendary lazy ghost wanted to use the receptor. The legendary lazy ghost and the perceptive will have shared cooldowns, do you accept? Adrius remembered and thought to himself, right, I forgot that Nickel can also be used as a receptor. Thinking back on the pain I experienced back then, my whole body felt like it was being stretched to the extreme. If Nickel could be used it would be better since he couldn't feel pain. The thief said with a ferocious face, it seems like you're done, let's finish. Nick made a move that scared the thief and said loudly, what are you planning now? I forbid you to have anything to do with him. The thief blocked Adrius' attack. He found it interesting to praise Adrius. His swordsmanship was quite impressive for a magician, but it was too sloppy. Later, what a troublesome cat, I'll deal with you first. Nickel became stronger, causing the purple-clothed thief to wonder, what the heck, for a living corpse, this aura was unreasonably strong. Nickel's blow made the sword glow. The thief suddenly thought to himself, what, just one slash, with that one move, it seems like there's something completely different. One of Nickel's moves causes the entire space to become dusty, Adrius suddenly said, it was the secret sword light technique. After the secret sword technique damaged life force, Nickel grew white hair. Adrian called, Nickel. Nickel replied, thank you. After Nick's attack, the thief still stood up from the pile of rocks. Adrius looked puzzled and thought to himself, that guy, could he survive Nick's secret sword light technique? The thief whose sword was broken said with an angry face, it can't be my sword, not even the Farong. The attacking Ganos animal jumped straight at the thief, causing the thief to vomit blood angrily and curse at you, you wretched corpse. The thief was blown away. He smiled evilly and used all his strength to attack. Adrius thought in his head, I will end everything with this attack, selfless sword. The thief looked at Adrian with murderous eyes, he smiled desperately, now you want to take me down, this damn brat, hi, but okay, I will play with you. Adrius thought to himself, I will knock him out with this attack before he can recover. The thief remembered the words, you were half right. In the quiet night, the two teachers and students, the thief and his master, sat and talked. The white-haired master said, the sword is just a weapon and the last thing you need to know in swordsmanship. The brown-shirted man asked with a puzzled look, why is the sword not important in swordsmanship? Isn't it true that if two equally talented swordsmen confront each other, the one with the good sword will win? The white-haired master replied, if it was a battle between two ordinary people, then yes, that's why I said you were half right. The battle between those who had reached the level of mastery was decided by the one with the stronger concept of swordsmanship. Without this, even if your opponent only uses a branch, your life will be threatened. Furthermore, you both have the potential to become master swordsmen. If you are too dependent on the weapons you have, your talent will be lost. The thief was beaten and vomited blood. He still stubbornly said, an undead who knows how to use or a secret magic with a sword. He cried and thought to himself, I should have listened to that old man. The thief understood and angrily scolded Adrius. "You bastard, you are that old man's disciple." Adrius said coldly, "Yes." The prison thief fell down laughing and said, "No wonder, I can smell the smell of potatoes on your sword." Carlos brought help and called Adrius, "Come here quickly. Get on the boat quickly, must hurry before it's too late." Adrius quickly fell into the river. Carlos and the rescuers called out in panic, "Adrius!" Adrius clung to the boat, panting and saying, "I thought I was dead, hurry up, pull me up." Carlos asked worriedly, "Did you really swim here?" Adrius coughed and stammered, "Those guys attacked at the same time, so I left a trail of distraction and swam like crazy here." Carlos sat up angrily, picked up his sword and cursed, "You bastards," Adrius advised, "Calm down, Carlos." Adrius touched the bag and said, "Our luggage is safe. Especially since it's still in my Uriel, right? But among them there is one who possesses a very strong aura." Adrius replied saying, "I understand, Adrius. I finally know why everyone calls you seaweed." The dark night shrouds the mountain emitting a bright red light. Adrius went to Nickel. Adrius gave Nickel a new arm. Adrius happily told Nickel, "Okay, try moving it, this is the sword demon's arm so it's not bad." Adrius sat down and said, "Now finish curing Nickel." System sounds. The legendary lazy ghost has a 32% chance to evolve, now has another option to evolve. Do you want to evolve? Legendary Night Warrior has a 32% chance to evolve, now has another option to evolve. Do you want to evolve? Adrian looked at the system with a tense face and said, "After fighting Haashunt, the chance of evolution has increased significantly. Letting Timur evolve is probably a good idea." The legendary Horse Warrior is evolving. Remaining time is 342 hours 28 minutes 03 seconds. Adrian sighed and said, "I guess I'll have to start practicing elemental magic when I get back." He thought to himself, "I still want to research a few more things." In the tower, a voice asked, "Mornay's Lord, what are you doing here?" Karen said with a cold face, "I heard that I was removed from the congregation." The brown-haired guy said coldly, "Yes, I was the one who suggested it. Because the congregation does not tolerate useless people, even more so, someone who cannot even be controlled by their own disciples." Karen said in fear, "Master Jester, about this." Jester said seriously, "Even if you ignore it, what have you ever done for the congregation? You haven't even done any useful research or created any wholly strange objects. Just talking about that, you are far from being as good as your troublesome disciple. Surely you know the importance of preserving books, right? Karen, do you want to stay in this congregation?" Karen said seriously, "I'm willing to do anything, please give me the task." Jester said coldly, "I have found the location of the ancient beast Kushan. Rodlin is needed." Karen thought doubtfully in his head, "A mythical creature. Seen again at this time, a beast that can overwhelm intelligent species and exhaust them with the evil spirits at its command. I thought it only existed in ancient books." The jester held out a glowing stone and said, "I will show you the location of the Kushan, how to seal it and give you the power to tame it. After you have tamed the beast, take the name of the beast. Your incorruptible brother is here." Karen thought to himself, "It seems like he doesn't like to sit around and do what he wants, which is also compatible with me. I can destroy Adrian, the bastard who put me in this situation. If we're lucky, we'll even own a magical beast." Jester said coldly, "Just pretend this conversation never happened." Karen replied, "Probably dealing with Salem Adidia. Just leave it to me. This is also the responsibility of a teacher like me, to reteach a disobedient student." The next day, at Rodlin Academy, Adrius walked down the street and sighed and said, "I have a lot of work to do today. I should have gone to a convenient place to research, although the start is not bad, it will take time. Now I have to go back to the dorm to rest." Before I could leave, a voice called out, "Senior, Adrian." Lucia Everlast angrily cursed, "Why don't you answer the phone? Is it for decoration or something?" Adrius smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry, I was planning to go out with an acquaintance." Adrius thought to himself, "They are definitely close to each other." Lucia Everlast said loudly, "But have you seen this? There is a warning notice. There is a report of detecting unidentified spirits in the Tonelico dormitory. For the safety of the students, temporary Tonelico dormitory will be closed." Lucia Everlast said happily, finally being packed out of that musty dorm. Vivian Belkeen thought to herself, "I want to live in the same dorm." Adrius picked up the laptop to read. He said with a surprised look on his face, This is an announcement. There is a report that the spirit has not been accurately detected in the Tonelico dormitory. For the safety of the academy, the Tonelico dormitory will be temporarily closed. Tonelico Dormitory Academy. See the attached list to find your temporary accommodation. He thought in his mind, the incident of souls attacking the academies in the Tonelico dormitory means, this is the event of sealing ancient magical beasts. Adrius looked suspicious and asked, why did this happen? Originally, this happened in the game 6 months after it started. Lucia Everlast asked with a serious face, why do you look so sad? Don't waste any more time. Which dorm do you live in? Adrius coldly said, well, I'm in Delgin. Lucia Everlast said with a confident face, you are so lucky to live in the same dormitory with a beauty like me. Adrius said loudly with a frown on his face, what are you talking about? Whatever, I'll go back to the dorm for a moment. I have to pack my things and see what the situation is like in the room. Lucia Everlast said in a cold voice, well go. Vivian Belkeen said thoughtfully, I'll go with you. Adrius replied, okay, thank you. Vivian Belkeen chuckled happily. On the way back to the dormitory, Adrius asked Vivian, did you see it too, Vivian? Vivian Belkeen said shyly, it was just a quick look so I don't know the details, because it happened in the legal department. I only know that it's a professor. The name Karen Different has already begun an investigation. Adrian looked tense and thought, had my intervention disturbed the order of events? Looking towards the Dain, Adrius said, that Dain keeps saying, it's wrong, it's wrong. Adrius went up and patted Dain's shoulder. Dain said coldly, don't touch me, don't say anything. Adrius thought to himself, even Dain was like that. At Rodlin, there are 2 middle-level leaders, including Karen, in the game. Only they can lay a hand on Cushane, because the other person hasn't shown any signs yet. That means the culprit is. Adrius said coldly, this is not something you can solve. I think you should leave quietly. Dain coldly asked, what are you saying? Adrius thought, should I tell the owner's real name? Maybe there's a chance. Dain's delusional name is called Cushane. She ran back to hug Vivian and burst into tears. Adrius asked Dain with concern, to see if he was awake yet. Dain had a headache and asked, where is this? Adrian asked, do you recognize me? Dain looked annoyed and said, you are Adrius, why are you asking me such a stupid question? Adrius said seriously, the situation just now was very dangerous. She was possessed by a soul. Vivina told Dain, it was Adrian who saved her. Dain realized and said, is that so? I vaguely remember meeting you. Adrius said seriously, let's leave the building first. Dain said, sorry for causing you trouble. Adrius happily said, it's okay. By the way, this trip, have you signed up to be an investigation assistant? Dain happily said, yes, because I'm also curious. It's not always the opportunity to do research. Where about souls? Just in time, Professor Karen invited me to join him. Adrianus thought to himself, so naturally. His offer was just a scam. He seduced Dain so that his soul possessed her body. Perhaps Dain was too focused on casting magic, so she let her guard down, giving Karen the opportunity to summon a soul to take over her body. That coward has become more daring. Adrius asked Dain, do you know where Professor Karen went? Dain replied, if I'm not mistaken, he said he intended to find himself. Adrius thought to himself, where the seal is, we have to hurry. Karen in this place sealed the demon's body. He smiled evilly and said, I did it. The beast that appears escapes from the sealed place. Karen thought in his head, the only thing left to do is kill you, Adrius. Adrius turned around and thanked her for coming with me. Vivian Belkeen replied that it's okay, I'm happy to be able to help you, and at the same time accelerated to catch up with him. He thought he had no reason to refuse, so he had to take her along. He didn't know if it would be okay. In this situation, he couldn't use the summoning technique. If he failed, then there is a possibility that she will find out about her connection with Karen. I stayed up all night and my judgment was all wrong. I guess I had to come up with an excuse to force her to come back and invite her. Suddenly the two of them stopped when they saw the stranger's appearance. He said no way, other students too. Looking at the 3 zombies in front of her, she asked, was this also caused by the professor? He replied yes, every student in his class had the same problem. She bowed her head and said thoughtfully, why would a professor do such a thing? Suddenly he called her name. She wondered why. He said, can you take them down without harming them? Okay, there's no time left, I need to quickly defeat the professor. She coldly said okay, I will chase you right away. He silently prayed, please don't, I'd be happier if you didn't chase me. Then climb away and leave a message, okay, then I'll rely on you. She glared, focusing on attracting the attention of the other 3 people, creating a way for him to escape. He ran for a while then looked back worriedly thinking he could separate her, but she wouldn't kill all of them, right? Maybe now the only way is to trust her, then rush forward. The sun has gone down the mountain. In another development, Karen stood looking at the monster he had awakened. Very satisfied, I can completely control it. After that, he increased his magic power to bless the monsters and performed the bone formation step. At this time Andreas appeared and said he had really done it. Karen turned his head, seeing him made him a little surprised. He asked, "Why are you here?" He frowned and thought it was quick, but it seemed he was too late. It was so quick to undo the seal, and it also wrapped around its body with that strange magic. Is a Peldaring crystal. Back in the game, the jester was the one who owned it, so he was behind this. He glanced at the crystal intently. Suddenly he spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. "Don't you dare attack me." "Okay, no problem, I was also going to find you." He replied that I was surprised. "To be honest, I didn't expect that someone like you could trick Diane, a human being. Ordinary person like you, master." His statement made him pause for a few seconds. Then burst out laughing. After a few seconds, he replied that he was indeed my student. "A long time ago, I secretly overheard the conversation between your father and teacher Mornay. They said to each other that if we plant it now, it will later change the roots of dark magic, or even the whole world." Really, really scary. His attitude changed. It was definitely because he had found what they were talking about or knew how to use it. He wondered if Karen had finally found someone who was a member of the Cromwell family, who would have thought that a public figure would know. He looked at him challengingly. "Now it doesn't matter if you can use it or not, show me the legacy Cromwell left behind." He clicked his tongue and said, "That's so boring. I thought Mr. Din was talking about some grand plan. It turned out he was just planning to steal a child from his family." "Okay, enough talking." He summoned 3 monsters he owned, making Karen surprised and thinking it was the Tiger King Timur. He got it from the congregation, right? He can already control high-level undead, huh? But as long as I still have the Peldaring crystal in hand, thinking about it, he confidently said, "Remember who your master is, Andreas." He smirked and said, "I didn't learn anything from you, but people often say that students are better than teachers." He raised his hand and threw a magic ball to attack him, smiling and saying, "What an uneducated guy." He glared at the situation where Kushane was strengthening all his summons. He drew his sword. Said, "I've had enough of you. From now on there will be no more teachers and students with you, Karen Differin." He smiled and said, "Let's see, because I will kill you and take away Kane's legacy, then I will make you move again, to be a slave corpse for me." During this time, lagging behind due to the zombies holding back, Vivian Belkeen fought them while thinking he had to chase after Andreas, but they keep standing up. "I keep fighting and fighting, but I can't finish it." "Sure. Kill Kwok and them." Suddenly, in her mind, she remembered the serious look of Andreas, who asked her before leaving if he could knock them out without harming them, and she promised him. She shook her head to dispel the thought of killing. That was not what the angel wanted. Then she suddenly remembered that for a moment, he had muttered something while fighting with the zombies earlier. She tried to search for memories. He said something like a spell. "I remember." Then she shouted Kushane loudly, and used her hand to hit the back of a male zombie's head. If it didn't work, she wondered if it was wrong. "What is that?" The female zombie rushed to attack her. She swung her legs and kicked while chanting Kushuin. Then Pushane. Kuchane, Kusine, Kujin. She was depressed and thought it was wrong. "This is not good. If this continues I will really kill all of them." Then speaking up is probably Kushane. The 3 zombies seemed to have lost all their energy and stood still in place, motionless. "Are you secretly happy? Okay then. All I need to do now is defeat them." At that time, 3 ghosts were controlling 3 zombies to escape their bodies and attack her. She told herself, "I have to finish quickly before they do more strange actions." Those 3 ghosts tried to cover up, manipulating her mind with a lashing voice. "You're hiding something, Vivian. No matter what you do, you'll be thrown away, okay? Your fate is to be thrown away again. Trying to cling to this life is pitiful. You put your trust in a stranger when even your own mother abandoned you." She felt like she was back in her childhood, when her mother used to hurt her with countless words like, "I wish I had a son, I wish I had never given birth to you." Existing like this is your blessing, and everyone around you will die because of you. Why don't you just die quietly? Then she was almost completely controlled. She brought the sword in her hand up to her neck and said, "If I disappeared, would you be safe?" The cold voice replied that I promised. She repeated her promise. Her dull memory suddenly contained light, the image of Andreas reaching out to her. He said, "Please keep that promise. I will always look for you." She seemed to be saved from the dream and manipulation in just a moment thanks to Andreas's promise. Elsewhere, Andreas is fighting Karen. He roared to see how far you three could go. Take it and attack him at the same time. He silently signaled Rudolph to throw his fist and hit his monster's head hard. He turned around and was startled. What the hell was that? Andreas ordered Timur, "I leave this big guy to you. At the same time, tell Nickel to kill all the dragons, and he will take down Karen." He thought he would rather use his own mana than Rudo's ineffective mana. "I'll go up to Karen and take his Pelradine stone. I have to finish it quickly before someone finds out." Karen smiled and said yes, an attack of this size has nothing to do with you, and at the same time patted his head and praised his monster. Suddenly, taking the opportunity of his inattention, Andreas jumped forward. Slashed him once. He quickly caught it. Laughing and saying, "Do you think you are the opponent of an ancient magical beast?" He thought it would be much easier if he used mortal sin, but being greedy was reacting violently, and being lazy was on recovery time. Then said, "It seems like you like antiques. If it's an ancient magic beast then I also have it. Remember that giant arm from just now?" Karen paused, a worried look appeared on his face. He thought maybe it was a giant. Where did he get that thing from? He glared and threatened, "Next time I will tell him to smash your head raw." He thought he had to provoke him. He smiled to see if you could do it, and at the same time trapped his feet in the magic circle. Used the heat inside the circle to burn him, causing the place where he stood to turn into a burning fire. However, he was unharmed and appeared intact in the air, causing him to suddenly say, "How come?" He looked at the drops of blood falling, wondering if this was the magic of vampire blood. Was it from that time? I see, maybe he was researching Angela's blood. Karen said, "How could you survive with that high-level blood magic?" He shrugged and said, "Who knows, maybe it was a gift from Angela Lucifer." Suddenly his face changed color, his body trembled angrily and asked, "Don't tell me you freed it." He replied, "It's my fault, you should have treated the students better." Karen lost control and shouted his name loudly. Rushed up to attack wildly and scream, "How dare you! How dare you ruin my opportunity of a lifetime!" He glanced at the situation and thought maybe he could escape, right now. At the same time, slashed strongly towards the opponent. Karen gritted his teeth thinking that this Nyap guy was better at using a sword than he thought. From behind, he intended to sneak stab his opponent. Who would have thought that the opponent's raised monster would discover him and strike him with a wave of his hand? He cursed silently, "Stop it." This attack caused him to fall far away, vomiting blood. Karen exclaimed, "Good job." But contrary to common sense, he was surprised when he acted so unpredictable. Lying on the ground, he smiled mischievously and was full of satisfaction. While he wasn't paying attention, Nickel quickly rushed forward and cut off one of his arms. He screamed miserably. He stood up and praised, "Good job, Nickel." He was startled when he saw the crystal had fallen to the ground. The monster roared for a while. Andreas worriedly thought of death, control of Kushane Dang. "No, there is no crystal." Karen rushes to get the crystal back. He did not expect that the monster he awakened did not care about his life. He grabbed the crystal with his mouth, chewing and swallowing him in the blink of an eye. Andreas signaled Nickel to distract it, "We have to get the crystal back." But at that moment Kushane pulled out the crystal and squeezed it hard. He and his monsters stopped to observe its next action. He cursed, "Damn it, not good." When he threw the crystal into his mouth, he turned his head and warned everyone to stay away. Kushane rushed forward and grabbed him with his hands. The other hand punched hard towards his monsters. At the very moment danger, Vivian Belkeen appeared. She cut off the monster's arm that was squeezing Andreas. Seeing him lose his balance and fall back, she reached out to pull him. She didn't notice that Kushane had moved behind him and attacked her. Andreas shouted, "No, behind your back." Fortunately, Timur promptly hugged her and protected her. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then looked straight. Kushane said, "No time to worry." He thought he wished he could research a little more before using it, but still. He put on his crown. Primitive crime notification system has been discovered. Greedy, do you want to use crime? He thought it was better to die here. Use it. Vivian Belkeen frowned, glanced at him. She was surprised to see him change form, her pupils widened. She softly called the angel. He changed his identity. Rushing forward to attack, Kushane said, "Dirty ancient beast. I will turn you into undead and my slaves." He slashed his sword hard, it raised its hand to block it and was not harmed at all. He landed and said he understood, an absolute defense that only reacts to perceived attacks. Meaning surprise attack will work. He signaled Nickel to set up a trap. Looking at Nickel fighting, Vivian Belkeen wondered, is that an undead star? Andreas and Nikki were a distraction. One attacks the opponent, coordinating very smoothly. He was finally able to approach Kushane. Stab a sword into its body and say, "Good. Now I will turn you into undead." The system suddenly announced that the sealed sword had detected the blood of an ancient magic beast, absorbing the blood of the ancient magic beast Kushane. His hands trembled as he said something. The system warns that the effect of greed is ending and side effects are appearing. He said damn, then spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground. Vivian Belkeen ran towards him in panic. Hugged him. The system said the blood of the ancient magical beast had released the first seal of Galaxer. He never thought that the blood of an ancient magical beast would be the key to release Galaxer's seal. It was over. The sky was clear again, everything was resolved. In her arms, he bowed his head and said, "I'm sorry for putting you in danger." She smiled gently and soothed him. It was okay, as long as he was safe, he said, "and I apologize for hiding my true identity." She replied that, "I don't care, no matter who you are, it still cannot change that you are my angel." He calmly closed his eyes and wondered if anyone had ever put so much trust in him like this. The morning of the first day of school, the principal's voice echoed, "Next, Rodlin Academy's 111th opening ceremony will begin. Mr. Luis Artman is at the top of the class, please come to the stands." Andrea smiled, thinking this is where the real game begins. The voice over the loudspeaker boomed, "Luis Artman has shown excellence in learning and leadership." Andreas absent-mindedly thought that until now, somehow he had survived despite the severe lack of information, even though the number of people he had to protect had increased. At the same time, it also gives me strength. From now on, many big events will erupt, but I will definitely face them all. This war will still continue. The loudspeaker rang out the request. Next was the oath from Luis Artman, the leader in the class. He walked up to the stage and said, "I swear, I, Luis Artman and the new students of Class 111, swear to stand shoulder to shoulder with our seniors and make Rodlin Academy famous. And promise to become the holy spear and shield to protect the Empire and its people. And become heroes who bring glory to the Empire. This is the representative of the first year, Luis Artman." At the end of his speech, he walked down. Glanced at the people standing on the positions reserved for veteran students. Does he think those people over there are his seniors? They all look strong. Then he was attracted to Andreas. After observing for a while, he secretly made an assessment. That cloak means he's in the magic department, so why is he carrying a sword? Rodlin Academy, it seems like there are a lot of interesting people here. In front of him, two students in the same class were excitedly discussing random matches regardless of major. Sounds interesting. Now it's Rodlin Academy, spring tournament, they said to each other. Don't get too excited just because we don't have classes. We're first years now, so it's okay. Next year it'll be our turn, especially since we're first years, so we can watch. Don't worry, you will definitely learn a lot this time. Luis Artman kept thinking that it would be beneficial for them to fight, because he would be able to see all the skills and moves, not to mention the magic department would also participate. Because he was thinking so hard, he absent-mindedly bumped into the tall young man walking in front, causing the glass of water in his hand to spill over. That guy's face turned hot and he cursed the bastard. He frantically said, "I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention." The other person angrily shouted at you, "Where are you looking?" Then attacked him. He quickly helped me out. Because the force of the attack was so strong, he was knocked back to the table behind him. The other man smirked and blocked the punch of the head of the night department. "No wonder you're the top first year." Luis Artman looked down at his hand and thought his punch wasn't fast, but it was so strong that I couldn't block it completely. The other person raised his hand to brush the stains on his clothes and said, "This uniform is very expensive. If you give me 100,000 coins, I will forgive it." Lucia Everlast banged on the table and stood up indignantly, speaking out that this was no different from blackmail. "Have a little shame, you're not a beggar," Dying Alvin added in a low voice. "Really, just because of some nonsense passing by like this, do you want to let yourself be judged? Tadlan Sr., then she turned her head and glared threateningly. Then if you speak up again with that reason, you have to give me 100,000 coins. Tadlan momentarily stopped and cursed in his heart, why is dying alive and, damn it. She raised her hand to the stain on her sleeve and said look at this. Tadlan turned around, swallowed his anger and said, you're lucky, first year. Then leave. Louise Artman bowed to the two ladies and said thank you very much. Lucia Everlast quickly replied no need, you are the first-year representative, right? He said shyly, yes, I'm Louise Artman. Dying Alvin introduced her as Lucia Everlast, a fourth-year student. Next to her, the other girl also excitedly introduced her as Lucia Everlast, a second-year student. You're really unlucky, at the beginning of the school year, you encountered trouble. He hesitated, blushed and said, I'm so shy. Dying Alvin said it's okay to help him, after all, that guy is the head of the night department. At this moment, Vivian Belkeen stood up and said I'm leaving. Andrea's match is about to begin. Louise Artman stole a look at her, with a passionate look that said she was a senior in the night department, nice to meet her. But she just indifferently let his handshake hang in the air for a long time. But she also showed no signs of reciprocating that handshake. Lucia Everlast forced a smile and explained that she was a bit strange. I'm also going to watch the match, do you want to go with me? Dying Alvin said I'm going too, I thought you weren't interested in these things. She winked, don't say that, she was also very excited. The other person asked, you don't intend to participate, right? She avoided the look and faltered, no. Dying Alvin turned her head to look at him and said we're getting ready to go. What about you? He replied I was planning to go see it alone. She said cheerfully, let's go together. He answered quickly yes. At the same time, he joined the three ladies who came to watch the match. He looked up at the arena, his eyes shining and said great match, Rodlin what a different level. Dying Alvin clicking his tongue isn't too bad. The announcement from the loudspeaker rang out so, these are the players in the next round. He said it looked like the next match was about to start. The loudspeaker rang out in the green corner, the head of the night department, Tadlan Terry, is the top student of the night department, we really hope he can have great matches this year. And the player standing in the red corner will be his opponent. That person was a fourth-year magic department student, Andreas Cromwell. He has attracted a lot of attention after his new potion invention. Louise Artman excitedly realized that it was the boy he had noticed during the oath-taking on the day of admission. He thought it was the person he saw at the admission ceremony. He was really going to confront the head of the department, Knight in a Star Sword fight. It was announced to the contestants that the match would take place soon. Tadlan Terry arrogantly asked if he was right, the one in the magic department but pretending to be a swordsman. Andreas Cromwell said seriously I'm not pretending, but if you want to think that way then go ahead. Tadlan Terry said cocky bastard with a frown, signaled the start of the match. He rushed up and shouted loudly, I will teach you the true weight of the sword. The match leader said immediately. Tadlan Terry rushed forward to attack fiercely. Lucia Everlast turned and said by the way, Sister Diane, do you know about that incident? The other person turned around curiously and asked what was the matter. She said, I heard that after this tournament we will have an exchange session with the Academy. Dying Alvin said, that's it. They said that if that were the case, the Academy's best students would attend, even though I would be forced to go too. Alvin appeared from behind the two of them without knowing when and said that if you attend we will be able to show Milko the difference between us and them. So you go, Lucia Everlast exclaimed, just thinking about it makes me tired. Dying said she also heard that if she gets a high rank in battle, she will be able to go. Then Vivian will also attend. After defeating Senior Aaron yesterday, there is a high possibility that she will also attend. At this moment in the ring, Tadlan Terry shouted bitterly, you bastard, stop dodging, fight nicely with me. I never thought I'd have to use a move on someone like you. He held his sword and rushed at his opponent with lightning speed. The match official commented on a fierce attack from Tadlan Terry. Andreas Cromwell is in danger. Louise Artman paid attention to every detail in the match and thought that the way he swung his sword I remembered seeing somewhere before. Vivian Belkeen smiled confidently and said he will win. Tadlan Terry lost his temper and said your sword is just for show, then show me the magic you are proud of, and at the same time slash the sword hard. According to viewers, Andreas Cromwell from the magic department was too busy dodging, he didn't care about his opponent's comments or provocative words, he just skillfully sidestepped. Lie down and control your opponent and talk because this will be over soon. He then slammed his opponent's head onto the ground. causing the opponent to lose consciousness in front of the surprise of many people present. So there's no need to use swordsmanship or magic on someone like you. Unbelievable. Tadlan Terry, who was favored, was defeated by a fourth-year student from the magic department. And the winner is Andreas Cromwell. Luis Artman sounds like a lost soul saying he defeated the top student in the night department with just his bare hands. Who is he? Vivian Belkeen smiled proudly and said that's what a fairy is. Meanwhile, Lucia Everlast's expression was as if she was very surprised and said it was impossible, the attack just now. Dying Alvin paused for a few seconds before speaking. A magician used the knight's aura to empower himself. On the high observation platform, Alvin said it was a dual combat system. I didn't expect it to use that thing here, so she doesn't bother hiding it anymore, right? Looks like the wind is about to rise in the academy again. The announcement rang out that today's final match had ended. The best of 16 matches will be held tomorrow. Check the announcement to see who your next opponent is. Andreas Cromwell left the arena. There was someone waiting in the tunnel. As soon as he saw his figure, he called out to his senior. "You're great, congratulations." He was surprised and asked why everyone was here. What team was this? Dying Alvin smiled and said, "Who knows, suddenly we'll meet again and go together," he thought, glancing at the strange boy with the ladies. But, why is Luis here? The other person noticed that his gaze was directed towards him, so he bowed his head politely and said, "My name is Luis Artman, nice to meet you," he answered Andreas Cromwell succinctly. I thought to myself that seeing the first main character I played in Deadly Sin is still alive here like this, it's really touching, but I'm also a bit worried. Suddenly Dying Alvin spoke up, interrupting the silent and surprising atmosphere. "Really, I didn't expect that he could use aura. You've never learned how to use a sword before because you don't know if you have a special constitution, right? So why have you started using swords recently?" He said, "That's right, I couldn't help but admire her for analyzing everything I do." Luis Artman stepped forward and asked how he could do that when he had only learned sword for such a short time. Not paying much attention to the flow of the story, Vivian Belkeen's attention only revolved around Andreas Cromwell. She thought uneasily to Lucia, since when did she run out to stand next to him? Luis Artman is curious, or do you have special training methods that aren't taught at the academy? Andreas Cromwell looked at the other person's eyes in serious questions and thought he was really strong. Even though I had just met him, it was probably his eagerness to learn and excellent ability that made him stronger. Then he replied, "It's nothing, I just use aura to strengthen myself," he secretly thought in his heart, even though I can't achieve the realm of instant teleportation like my master did. But after Hosen left, the only student he accepted was himself. As for Luis, he only trained him a little because he was interested in his talent. Maybe that's why he didn't know how to use his mana control method. He looked down at his palm and said, "Using mana enhance yourself. If you don't mind, can you show me once? Just listening makes it difficult for me to understand." He thought I also want to teach him, but it can't be done in a day or two, maybe so that next time, he too will develop in his own way. Thinking of this, he decided to refuse. "I'm busy fighting right now, maybe later, I'll teach you when I'm free." He bowed his head and said, "Thank you very much." Looking directly at the boy, he smiled and said that his eagerness to learn was really great, even though he had just entered school. Lucia Everlast put her hands on her hips and looked at him inquisitively and reminded herself, "You're really bad, senior. We studied together for half a year, but he didn't tell me anything." He panicked and I apologized. Back then I just didn't want to stand out. Vivian Belkeen was a bit unhappy at this information. She thought about studying together for half a year. Lucia Everlast narrowed her eyes and asked, "Why are you doing outstanding things now?" He said, "I want to participate in the exchange. You know it's difficult to rise to the top position with just magic." While he tried to hide the real thought that he was actually doing it for the other characters could kill me if I stand out, she stroked her chin and thought, "I understand, because your talent for blending magic never existed." He said that recently I've been diligently practicing magic. Are you being sarcastic? Good luck. He glared and said thank you. Then thought the exchange is an event I've never attended in the game. I don't need to try to participate, but I need to meet someone at Milko Academy, another playable character, Ketchlung Violga. Vivian Belkeen glanced at him, her face turned red and said I would also do my best and join the meeting with Andreas. Lucia Everlast looked at the powerful characters around her and admired how ambitious her seniors were. Dying Alvin excitedly checked the rankings and said if we all participate, we'll aim for the top spot. That's not bad, let me check the list of opponents. Lucia Everlast glanced curiously and said, let's say you two keep winning, then the seniors will fight each other in the quarterfinals, and the winner will fight Senior Andreas in the finals. Dying said seriously, I am very confident. Vivian Belkeen smiled, I won't lose either. Andreas humbly said, I will also try my best. Putting away the list, Dying calmly said she understood, then let's try together. Lucia Everlast said 2 rookies are expected to become winners, and 1 is expected to become champion. Come to think of it, all the people expected to win are here. Luis Artman shuddered at the coincidence he witnessed, smiling, I accidentally saw such an amazing scene. She said I should feel honored. 5 days later, at the finals, the loudspeaker announced that the 58th finals of Rodland Academy's spring tournament would officially begin, and now both players please enter the arena. This year's tournament really had a lot of turmoil, but the most remarkable of them all was who advanced to the finals. 4th-year student of the Magic Department, Andreas Cromwell. And the person who will confront him is one of the people who won against the character expected to become the champion, a 4th-year student of the Magic Department. Dying Alvin, this is the first time in 12 years that the Magic Department has a champion. Vivian Belkeen smiled and looked up at the arena and whispered, try your best. Lucia Everlast looked at her gentle angel-like face, secretly assessing her as a different person when fighting. There is a signal that the match is about to start, both players should be ready. Dying Alvin said sorry, but I won't hand the championship back to you, Andreas. He smiled and replied that she would have to try from the beginning. The command began to sound. She created a magic circle, thousands of flames floating in the air and said okay. I will end the match immediately. He took a stance, pulled out his sword and said okay, let's go. She continuously threw fireballs at him. And he dodged skillfully. And rushed forward, swinging his sword and trying to slash hard at her. Attack to quickly end the match. However, he slashed down so hard that she could no longer be seen. When did she teleport behind him? What was he thinking? She could already use space magic, it was beyond my imagination. At the same time, smile and say more, she observed him, feeling nervous thinking he was too fast. He said this match was fun, Dying. She suddenly thought to him, he was enjoying the match. What do you mean he's not afraid of me? It's really annoying. Then he gritted his teeth and was angry at you, don't underestimate me, and at the same time focus your energy on fighting. Lucia Everlast sat on the bleachers and said that the source of mana is truly amazing. Senior Dying has gone beyond the ability of a student, right? Vivian Belkeen gave a really strong compliment to Dying. In the ring, Dying Alvin thought he had never successfully used this move before. But I have a feeling this time it will be successful. He rushed forward and said fire spear with explosion effect, good idea, but it won't work. Suddenly there was an explosion right next to my ear. He stepped aside, thinking that if he didn't protect his body with a magic circle, it would be dangerous. Using space magic is already difficult, but he didn't expect that she would combine it with attack magic and double spells. Do you think he can withstand the fire spear that you physically teleported? Why, is he still human? That's it. He looked at her and thought the speed of Dying's progress was beyond his imagination. But even so, seeing these characters develop, it's fun. Another huge explosion in the ring. Lucia Everlast worriedly said that even if it was Senior Andreas, she would still be hit by that attack. Then she and Luis Artman turned around, feeling the extremely terrifying murderous aura emanating from Vivian Belkeen, trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Dying Alvin smiled triumphantly and said he had done it. I've gained an advantage through that move, now it's difficult for my opponent to counterattack. Andreas Cromwell held his sword and walked out from behind the smoke. Well said, to thank you, I will also show you something interesting. First, cover the sword with aura, then adjust your magic on the sword, creating more dense coverage. And this is the result, you can perform magic transfer using the swordsman's aura alone, but my move that combines both swordsmanship and magic will be stronger. He slashed his sword hard. She used her shield to block magic to resist. Suddenly she felt her waist being tightened by dark magic, she wondered what the hell was going on. He smiled thinking he didn't expect her to block it. She took off her cloak to clear the black magic from her body and said, I didn't expect you to have this cool move, that's because of your special dual-type properties. He replied yes, thinking to himself that it was more likely thanks to his physical ability to enhance everything. Perhaps by now, some people have realized that their characteristics are more than simply dual. Alvin said angrily. How dare he dare to hurt my Dying with the sword I gave him? The man next to him spoke up using aura and adding a magic circle. Huh. Is this possible? Alvin forgot that he was still quite upset and focused on the other question, politely explaining if there was no limit between aura and mana in a human body. The body can become a reservoir filled with mana, in which case the swordsman can use both aura and magic at the same time. On the stage right now, dying Alvin is quite worried, because according to her calculations, she is almost out of mana. She thinks that she can use about 3 more moves, but I need to be careful of the strange flames from that sword and his physical attacks. If I fight physically, his advantage is greater than mine, so I will try to avoid them and launch a decisive blow. Andreas Cromwell suddenly spoke up in the middle of the battle, but where did her mind go? She smiled and replied, "Find the way to victory." He said, "Is that so, like me?" Then rushed to attack. When he comes close, slash hard. Then discovered that he had been hit by a magic circle. And in there was only her robe. He jumped away again. Taking this opportunity, she used Electric Tiger. He calmly said that lightning magic won't work on me. You must have forgotten that my strongest element is the earth element, right? Then summon the earth shield. However, his shield was broken by her attack. He thought, I'm screwed. With my current ability to maintain both physical enhancement and fusion magic, I can't use the earth shield completely. He thought, I'm screwed. With my current ability to maintain both physical enhancement and fusion magic, I can't use the earth shield completely. He was immediately controlled by lightning. You said you didn't underestimate me, right, Andreas? He thought, damn it, am I going to lose like this? She firmly held her hand and said, this is my victory, then threw him out of the ring. The signal rang out that the match was over. Dying pushed Andreas out of the arena. He thought to himself, she had many opportunities to humiliate me, but decided to push me out of the arena to ensure victory. Huh. Good decision. It seems the experiences on the snow mountains have been deeply engraved in her. She maintained her position as champion in Rodland Academy's tournament. The tournament has ended. In the moment of receiving the award, he thought that with the runner-up position, he had received a full scholarship, while Dying received a full scholarship in strength-enhancing medicine, and Vivian received a scholarship for the final year. Go to room number 5 and 6 with his name engraved on the outside. He opened the door and walked in. Looking around, he propped his hips up and said, it's quite small compared to Chiron's lab, but it's more than enough and has the same security system. This way I can bring all the undead, go out and research about magic. Thanks to the reward I got, I had enough money to buy a laboratory. There are so many things I need to do, like finding a swordsmanship and defense skills suitable for black magic, so I decided to buy this lab for convenience. Thanks to the scholarship, I don't need to work part-time to pay tuition, again. My current assets are about 9 billion wills. After deducting the cost of the mansion and other fees, the money paid from medicine is enough for me to spend. Actually, I already have quite a bit of money. I still want that strength-boosting potion more than the scholarship. It seems Dying will become much stronger. Even though my body has a lot of mana thanks to the properties of the meridians in the original sin, in the future I need to increase my mana as much as possible to cast more magic. Thanks to that accident, my mana has increased quite a bit, so maybe I'll be okay for now. He remembers that in the Apocalyptic Legend, Chapter 0, Pure Evil was discovered, Merciful Greed. Apocalyptic Legend, Chapter 2, Merciful Greed appeared to the owner of Pure Evil, Andreas. He still remembers that during that battle, in the arms of his teammates, he saw a tree growing from within his body. The system has announced the end of the world story. Chapter 0, Pure Evil has been temporarily possessed by benevolent greed. While he was still bewildered wondering what was going on, it announced the end of the world story. Chapter 0, Pure Evil was now linked with benevolent greed, enhancing the basic fighting ability to create skills. New, 126 hours and 43 minutes until the connection is complete. Apocalyptic Legend, Chapter 0, Pure Evil, mana recovery ability increased by 222%, laziness and greed, mana sensing ability increased by 77%, laziness, greed special abilities can be used every 6 days, mana quality increases over time, magical properties will gradually change to dark over time. Returning to reality, he thought that thanks to the fusion with greed, he could use much more mana than before. The first time he summoned, he lost about 25% of his mana. Now I only lost 1%, I even feel like I lost almost nothing, plus, I'm now a regular skeleton. So if I summon normal skeletons, wouldn't I be able to summon hundreds of them at once? With it, I can create an army using magic and swordsmanship and even my original evil trump card. Now his skill list will be a unique meridian characteristic, uniquely evolved best, epic enlightenment, dark magic talent, excellent intermediate summoner, poor water elemental magic, good dexterity, good close combat, excellent mana. With characteristics like this, he thought to himself, he won't need to worry anymore in the near future. The only thing I'm concerned about is that my intervention is changing the flow of time. He looked at the content of the announcement, which read Karen Diprin, a black magician who pretended to be a teacher at the academy and performed black magic sacrifices on the students. There was evidence that another black magician had also infiltrated the academy. This discovery was very shocking Rodlin. He thought that due to his death, an event that was not in the game happened. What is most notable is not that it was changed, but the question of how and by whom. Even if things change, it will still benefit me. I will have more information. If it were me, I would definitely guide this game to a perfect ending. The next day, he went to class, found a convenient position to sit, and as soon as he put his butt down, in his ear he heard the voice of Senior Lucia Everlast, who was also in this class. He said, although you're a lazy bitch, it seems like you never miss any pharmacy class. She replied that it was because the professor wanted a genius like me to go to school. Oh right, are you free after this class? I'm developing a new drug and need your help. Then she pulled out a chair and sat next to him. He asked, secretly guessing in his mind that her intention was probably her medicine. He pretended to ask what kind. She held her chin and whispered that the other day, I mixed the mucus from the swamp frog's tongue with fairy powder, and added a little yttrium liquid to the slime core. Guess what their reaction will be? They neutralize each other's properties, then dissolve and disappear. He was quite surprised and thought, it's impossible, I never said anything, yet she found a cure for her own disease. What kind of genius are she in dying? Suddenly, she stretched and said lazily, but after that things didn't go well at all. He asked, so what, how do you want me to help? It's a bit difficult right now, but I'll try to arrange time, I promise. Dejected, she lay down and mumbled, pretending to be dissatisfied, saying that his cute junior asked that. He looked at her and thought to himself that he still had time, because Lucia's fate was predetermined. Except for that chronic illness, nothing could harm her. I'm sorry, but right now there are other people who are in a more critical situation. She pouted, it turns out I'm not that important in your eyes. And he still has too many things on his mind. The two characters Selena and Chris, two newly enrolled members and also Luisa's classmate. There's an event that will happen around midterm exam time. I have to make them stronger before that day comes. It is the first event in the game, although it is not too difficult. If they are not strong enough, they will probably die. Luckily, Lucia will not be involved in this event. She is focusing on finding a way to cure herself. Dying completely exceeded my expectations. And Luis because he can get stronger on his own. Actually, I want to skip this class and meet the two of them right away, but I can't do that, because... Then he focused his attention on the person who had just entered. The man put the textbooks on the table and said, good morning, everyone. From now on I will be the teacher in charge of the pharmaceutical preparation class. My name is Kyler Schutzmann. Nice to meet you. Kyler Schutzmann said, as you can see, when Platra's medicine is mixed with pure water, a red precipitate and black bubbles are formed, and at the same time do a hands-on experiment. Looking at his skillful movements, he thought, can I meet Selena and Chris at the training grounds of the night faculty? Surely the two of them are practicing hard to keep up. But, he must have known that he was a black magician due to all that chaos. While he was still thinking, the class ended. The teacher signaled that today's class ends here, then left. He wondered, but the teacher didn't seem to pay any special attention to him. After leaving class, back in his room, Kyler Schutzmann contacted a mysterious person and said, I had something to discuss with you. Master Jester. The other person asked what was going on. He said back Alvin has started to doubt me, I'm afraid I'll have to leave the academy soon. The other end of the line asked if it was because of Karen's death. He replied yes, perhaps clues about me were leaked from his private office. Hearing from Kyler Schutzmann's voice, Jester secretly guessed that he was starting to get scared, secretly thinking that Renox and Hosum were dead. The crown was also missing. Above all, Karen's mistake forced Kyler to retreat. Plus acolytes, he also suffered heavy losses. Nothing went as planned. Then ask when you plan to escape. Kyler Schutzmann says soon. The exchange meeting between Milko Academy and Rodlin is about to start. Jester asks what that has to do with anything. He poured the magic water into the bottle and replied, before I left. Don't you think it would be better to crush the Empire's new shoots before they start causing trouble? Hearing compliments, not a bad opinion. He added that I intend to leave among the chaos, then I will report to you. Jester said he understood, then disconnected. Paced back and forth in the empty room. He told himself that now that all the people we had planted in the academy were gone, things had come to this. Andreas Cromwell. I have no choice but to bring him to the congregation. Elsewhere, at the training ground, Selena Arestal practiced so hard that she was out of breath. For quite a long period of time. She stopped and thought to herself. I have to rest for a bit. Then called out to Chris, take a rest, working too hard is not good for your body, you know. He put down his sword and said, why don't you take care of yourself? Faced with his indifferent attitude, she still said with full concern, you're torturing yourself too much, you haven't watched the tournament finals, right? He said no, I'm practicing. She approached him and said there was a great guy who could use a sword and cast magic at the same time. He said contemptuously, that's funny, you're telling me that a stupid person can't even master something that made it to the final round. Don't go see it, it's the right choice. She said you didn't watch it, so that's why she said that. I heard that Luis also recognized that senior's talent. He smiled and said, are you saying that Luis recognizes a mongrel? It seems like he has no eyes for people. Andreas Cromwell appeared a long time ago, listened to their conversation, then suddenly spoke up, interrupting a first-year student and speaking ill of a senior I've never met before. Like that is not good. Chris Uner withdrew his sword, stopped practicing and said who he was. He said me. I'm the idiot in the magic department, with a sword dangling from my hip. Selena frantically said to Chris, calm down, then bowed her head and said I'm sorry, senior, he has a very high ego so he often talks nonsense. Andreas Cromwell disdains to provoke ego, but I cannot see faith in his swordsmanship. He's like one of those lazy guys who can't decide whether to force his girlfriend to cheat on him or not. His words were like a fatal blow, making the other person feel uncomfortable and think he had stabbed them right where they hurt. Just looking at them, he could tell. Then say, what does a magician pretending to be a knight know? He glared and said, I think I know more than you. The other party angrily demanded that if you said so, then show me. He smiled and thought it was as he thought, he really is a pathetic guy, then agreed Qui. Selena Arestal worriedly told the two to calm down, then looked at her friend and advised him that he would be suspended if he started a fight in the academy. Chris said come on, we only practice on the practice field, she shouted, stop talking nonsense. Andreas Cromwell randomly took a sword from the weapon rack and said that it wouldn't be a problem to practice it in battle. I guarantee it. Chris Uner smugly said that a magician like you is too bold. He didn't care about his brash attitude, raised his sword and said okay, let's go first year. If he said that, I hope the senior won't regret it. Suddenly, at this moment, Selena Arestal also urgently spoke up, if so. Me too, can I practice with you? Yes, for someone who can use aura and mana at the same time, I mean, it's a rare opportunity for you. He said get ready, it will be your turn soon. The boy looked at her sarcastically and said sorry, Selena, it won't be your turn. Then rush forward to attack first. Andreas Cromwell dodged. Extend match time. To probe your opponent's moves. He thinks he's very fast. However, one of the 5 great swordsmanship schools of this continent, the Uner School, is not like that at all. The way for him to go further is to specialize in this swordsmanship. However, the swordsmanship he was using was not the Uner style, a style that took full advantage of speed to draw ever-changing sword strokes. It seemed like he tried many things and ended up making his movements strange in his haste to defeat Luis. I will take advantage of this opportunity to get him on the right track. Then seriously suggested don't joke around anymore and fight with all your might, Chris. The opponent said those words enthusiastically. I will make you regret saying those words, then unleash the Uner-style swordsmanship, sword. He easily broke his attack. Slashed the sword in his hand. And say you call that Uner-style swordsmanship? Do you really think that just by choosing the best you can become stronger? Don't doubt anything and continue on your own path. That is the right path. Next person, Selena, it's your turn, she said yes. I'm ready. He looked at her closely and made a judgment that this girl was the opposite of that boy. The family's swordsmanship had killed her strong point. Selena's clan's swordsmanship is only possible for those with natural powers. He frowned and signaled to go. His mind was filled with thoughts. In other words, this sword technique is not suitable for someone like her who lacks strength. She rushed up and shouted loudly, "Come here." He smiled and thought, great, go ahead, because I have a lot of things to teach you. With just one move, he knocked her down. Chris Yuner thought for a moment in panic. He realized Selena's weakness at a glance. Sitting on the ground, she mumbled, it's impossible, even though I tried my best to approach him. Andreas Cromwell said using a heavy sword would weaken her. She stood up and explained, but I've always used heavy swords. Your friend stopped you. He was right, Selena. Even the things he said to me. Suddenly Andreas Cromwell asked what was the reason for the two people holding swords. And what prompted the two of them to hone their swordsmanship for all that time. Chris waved his hand and asked, why do you suddenly ask that? Andreas Cromwell said seriously, glaring. I take up the sword to preserve this life. As a magician, it's embarrassing to admit that I don't have enough real talent, as you can see. But fate ironically brought me to the edge of death. Since then, the sword has become my lifesaver, and the two people, who have devoted half their lives to swordsmanship, fell before me. Do you guys realize what that means? Selena bowed her head in shame and said there was a difference in talent. He answered wrongly. Which means you two still don't understand the meaning of swordsmanship. Two people holding swords just to defeat others. Or just out of pride even though it doesn't suit you. I will continue to hold this sword high to protect life. So why are you two holding swords? Think about it, and when you find the answer, come see me. I'm ready to welcome you anytime you want. After speaking, he immediately left. Leaving behind the man and woman still standing stupidly at the training ground, looking aimlessly at his back. A week later. At Rodlin Academy Administration Building. Everyone focused their attention on Vivian Belkeen's beautiful face and body. Meanwhile she didn't care at all. Currently her concerns were all focused on Andreas being late. Then she suddenly drew her sword. Looking at my cold face, thinking maybe I should smile when I see him like Lucia. Like this, then showed a scary smile. She dismissed that idea and thought I wish I was more adorable. He suddenly approached, stood behind her and called her name. She was startled and asked what to do. He asked her what she was doing. The orientation was about to start. She lowered her head to hide her embarrassment and replied, nothing, I'm waiting for you. He pointed his finger and signaled to go. Suddenly she grabbed his cloak. Smiling and saying good afternoon. He was a bit surprised by her unusual gentle attitude. Then he smiled and said good afternoon, Vivian. This time inside the banquet hall. Selena excitedly told Luis Sr. Andreas that he defeated Chris. If only he was there. Chris blushed and said stop babbling. Andreas looked around and said, except for us, everyone here is high level. It seems like the first years here all rely on their points. Vivian Belkeen was secretly happy that Lucia was not here. Suddenly Diane Alvin walked towards them calling his name. And said you're going with Vivian. He replied yes, I met her outside. It seemed like the Milko Academy student hadn't arrived yet. Vivian Belkeen said nonchalantly good afternoon. Diane Alvin was busy answering him. This is an agreement between the two schools. I'm sure they will come soon. From afar, Milko Academy students appeared, representing the principal of Milko Academy. Grace Malin led the group of students and said Rodlin, so many beautiful people, right? Long time no see, when will you become my wife? Diane Alvin grumpily said again, moreover, don't act friendly and don't talk to me, you disgusting thing. The other person approached and said that if you keep this attitude, you will be single for the rest of your life. Vivian Belkeen nonchalantly asked if she was getting married. She looked at the fat man with disgusted eyes and quickly protested no, because he is the son of the principal of Milko Academy. When I was young, I met him a few times when I was with my father. Vivian Belkeen glanced, disgusted and said strange pig. Grace Malin was so excited that she approached her and said, what's wrong with that beauty over there, are you interested in me? So if you're free tonight, let's go. While she was about to draw her sword to teach him a lesson, the loudspeaker announced hello to Rodlin and Milko students. He said angrily, while talking, he suddenly interrupted, meanwhile, Diane secretly thinks that you should be happy that you are still alive, pig. The loudspeaker sounds next week. We will organize an activity of exchange sessions, where you will have the opportunity to practice your skills in a friendly competition. To start, please line up by department, regardless of your location, tell the sect. Night faculty please line up on the left, and magic faculty line up on the right. Vivian Belkeen said sadly I wish we could be together. Andreas Cromwell smiled slightly, looking at her sympathetically. He thought, and so the next day the exchange began, as well as an event I didn't know about. On the podium, the teacher drew a model magic circle with his hand and said if we engrave a reverse spell on magic related to rotation, the result will be like this. Now, let's all draw this magic circle ourselves. Andreas Cromwell held his chin and thought about the magic circle. So Ketchlung is an expert in this field. Ketchlung Violga is an easy-to-play character, possessing extraordinary potential in the field of support magic and magic circles. Then look closely at the guy next to him. He looked at him shyly and asked what's wrong. He introduced himself, and said let's try together this week. The other person warmly shook his hand and said I was Ketchlung Violga, nice to meet you. He replied that it was nice to meet him, and at the same time he thought that the stage had already been prepared. It seemed like he could witness the confrontation between Ketchlung and Dain. Both were famous geniuses, they were even talented, can learn from each other through their own magic circles. Wait a minute, if that's the case then I can do it myself too. I may lack magical talent, but that doesn't mean I don't have the talent to create magic circles. I've played this game many times and drawn all kinds of magic circles. I'm definitely the best at this field. My brain is exploding with ideas. He drew with his hand and thought, but just turning it into rotation magic is not surprising at all. I want to show the two of them a project they have never seen before. It's a bit complicated, but I should probably try something related to my life. Suddenly everyone looked up, showing admiration at the magic circle that Dain had completed, discussing how many spells were there. As expected, Dain Alvin, she is more than just a student. Andreas Cromwell smiled secretly, appraising the magic circle floating in the air, with the water constantly rotating around it. Very attractive, what a Dain. Indeed, genius is formidable. Next to him, Ketchlung Violga slowly said that I had already finished my part. What a pity, if I had a slightly bigger piece of paper, I would have done it better. His magic circle. So excellent that everyone gasped in amazement. Andreas Cromwell thought to himself, what a joke. Ketchlung Violga explained, this is illusion magic created by rotating and reversing. The effective time is short so it will return to normal immediately. Andreas Cromwell looked fascinated at the effects his magic circle created, thinking he was even more genius than I thought. Then he smiled shyly and said, it appears that further research is needed to prolong the effective period. Dain turned her head to look at him and complimented him. It's true, he shyly said. Thank you, you too, Dain. Andreas Cromwell looked at him thinking even Dain couldn't compare to him when it comes to magic circles. Well, what makes this game interesting is that each character has unique talents and unique. Lucia, who has recovered from her illness, is also the best at close combat magic. And Ketchlung Violga is unmatched in support magic and magic circles. In Dain's unique spacetime magic, thanks to this ability, she is infamous as one of the overwhelming characters in Deadly Sin. The teacher said both of them showed us their amazing magic circle, now let's see what the rest will show. Andreas Cromwell sadly thought he had tried his best. But to show off right behind them, well, using spells is nothing to be ashamed of. Suddenly behind him Grace Malin laughed loudly, mocking the magic circle he created. He said, hey everyone, look at what Andreas Cromwell created. Hey, where's the rotation and reverse? Your flowers look so shabby, they can't even bloom. It's strange, how could such a stupid person get into this exchange class? He cursed in his heart that it was this bastard. When I was playing Ketchlung, this guy always came to cause trouble. That guy still makes disparaging remarks about how incompetent he is. He didn't answer because everyone avoided him, so this guy always provoked others. Suddenly next to him, Ketchlung Violga admired how wonderful it was. I have never seen this magic before. Grace Malin quipped, are you blind? Everyone can see this is an ordinary flower. Dain stood up and said, you're the one who should open your eyes and look. You're the one who doesn't understand the type of spell being used here. Andreas Cromwell thought with satisfaction, just as I thought, you have to be at the level of Dain and Ketchlung to understand. She asked him if he mind, if I explain it to everyone. He replied no, just say it. She continued, at first glance, it just looks like a flower created using nature and nurture magic, but that's not all. In addition to the two things I just mentioned, time and rotation were also used to complete the cycle of life spell, and then, combining the inversion magic, a flower that was both fresh and withered was created. Simply put, it is a state of being both alive and dead. By overcoming rotation and reversal, he created a contradiction. Above all, there is life, he thought, both explained very clearly. Partly because I'm a necromancer, it's easier to combine magic related to life, but it's a bit difficult without using black magic. Ketchlung Violga said the more I look, the more I want to learn. Andreas Cromwell says this is the result of me wondering how to put the contradiction in it. Dying Alvin let out a provocative word, by the way, Malin, you must also have something spectacular to show us. The other person excitedly said of course. You guys won't be able to compare. Then showed off the magic circle he created. The other students were bored and said it was so bad. Was that okay? Grace Malin felt embarrassed and thought she was unfortunate enough to notice. Dying Alvin has no intention of letting him go. What is that disdainful attitude? Just imitating my magic circle. He shouted, what? Is there any evidence that I imitated you? She coldly said that except for the elemental formula, the ingredients were exactly the same as mine. Andreas Cromwell silently praised good job. Dying, are you talking again? Furthermore, you're using the wrong flying magic formula, can't you see? Because you're sitting too far away. Grace Malin angrily slammed the table and stood up saying it's absurd. Someone secretly made a magic circle that burned the hair on his head. He shouted in panic, who is it? What a hopeless person, she quipped. What a trouble, extinguishing the fire in the magic circle above his head. He shouted, dying, you must have disturbed my consciousness. The teacher spoke up at this time, please be quiet over there. Grace Malin did not listen to the objection, stood up and said, how dare you humiliate me? At the same time, he raised his hand to attack Dying. Andreas Cromwell glared back and said, put your hand down, if you don't want to lose an arm. His murderous intent scared everyone present in the classroom. The opponent dropped his arms, afraid that he would be killed. He waved his hand and said, don't cause trouble. No, even after you come back, don't make fun anymore and behave properly. Grace Malin let out a damn curse. Then ran out of the classroom. The teacher called out. Andreas Cromwell thought this idiot definitely wouldn't listen, he probably had to be punished. Antonio Holt hurriedly told the teacher he was going to see him, then ran out of the classroom. Andreas Cromwell paid some attention to this person and thought to himself that he looked really familiar. Outside the garden, Grace Malin kept screaming and cursing. It's all the two of them's fault. Dare to humiliate me. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. It's so frustrating. Suddenly there was a voice calling his name from behind. He was afraid to explain that it was just a misunderstanding. The other person came closer and said with a fake smile, it seems like you mistook me for someone. He frowned and asked who it was. The opponent introduced himself. I am Antonio Holt, a senior student at Rodlin Academy, a private apprentice to Professor Kyler in potion making. I'm sorry for my junior's disrespect, I'm here to help you. He asked what he said. The opponent looked around and then secretly gave him a black bottle of medicine, saying that my professor had created a medicine that temporarily enhances physical strength and mana, but still has side effects such as loss of taste, temporarily, and to fix that he's looking for people to participate in a clinical trial. He took the bottle of medicine and asked, so I can't sell it? The other person tries to persuade you, just try it, I'm sure you'll be able to easily overpower my rude juniors. He eagerly thought about the two of them. Then he directly brought the bottle of medicine to his mouth and gulped it down. Antonio Holt said something quite suddenly, drink it directly. After looking at the empty medicine bottle, he asked what it was like. Grace Malin thought her mana was overflowing, and so powerful. Then apply fire. Then look at the level of damage it causes. Satisfied, it's unbelievable, the opponent said with this thing, you will have the ability to easily defeat. He interrupted, greedily said no. All the drugs you have, give them to me. The next day, Vivian Belkeen came to Dying Alvin to ask for something. She was surprised and asked for a flower. She replied yes, Andreas said he gave it to you, can you give it back to me? The other party hesitantly looked at the magic circle paper and said, but aren't you a student of the Night Academy, why do you need it? Besides, I also want to learn more about this, so giving it to you is a bit. She bowed her head sadly and said that was okay. Seeing this rare expression of hers, the other person confusedly said okay, let me give it to you. I can always go pick a new flower, but to see the flower, you need to use magic power here like this, then you do this. Then the flower from the magic circle appeared. Lucia appeared and saw it, and immediately said that was the flower that people said. Made by the first brother Kelp himself. Dying Alvin raised his hand to say hello and said, Lucia, where are you going? The other person's answer is over, so I'm planning to go to the research room. But, this thing seems like it's missing something. Here, doesn't this look a bit different from the other parts? While pointing at the drawing of the magic circle, next to her, there are words of agreement there, I also think so. She cunningly picked up the fountain pen and said she felt like there was some secret hidden in here. If you're going to smooth this out now, please keep quiet for a second. And then add a save operation. Vivian Belkeen awkward this is. Then all three of them were surprised at the scene that appeared before their eyes, a flower garden made from magic circles. What did they say in surprise? Dying Alvin said I couldn't believe it at first, but it was actually a double magic circle. Lucia doubtfully asked Brother Dao Tao to really do this. The principal of the Magic Institute, Belial Costello, appeared here. When did he speak up? So this is the magic circle that people are rumored to be talking about. What a great step forward. To show this level of combination with just basic spells is truly amazing. Dying Alvin bowed his head and said, please forgive me, teacher, for activating the magic circle in this place. He mutters, the student who created this, what is his name? She replied fearfully, it's a fourth-year student, Andreas Cromwell. Do you think Andreas Cromwell is the one everyone's been talking about lately? A magic circle for a quest, this is. It is a step towards creating a stepping stone to immortality, an ultimate magical fusion. I saw him looking thoughtful. She asked what's wrong. He did not answer but just quietly left. Lucia was dissatisfied and said what was wrong with him. He asked us what he wanted, then ignored us like that. Dying Alvin panicked and signaled not to say that. He didn't pay attention to his surroundings. His mind was engrossed in interesting thoughts. I never thought that one day a student's creativity could inspire me. Andreas Cromwell, I will keep an eye on you. That. On the practice field. Luis wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, thank you for sparring with me, senior, you're really strong. Vivian Belkeen nonchalantly drank water and said she was quite strong. He thought his conversation with his senior didn't last long. Meanwhile, another battle is still going on. Tadlon Terry's voice is loud, you're the second best in your class and this is all you have. Chris said shut up. Then was thrown back. He thought that with his current flawed sword technique, it would be very difficult to defeat him. Then he remembered what Andreas Cromwell once told him to keep pursuing the path he has chosen and don't doubt anything, he thought, but as his predecessor Andreas Cromwell said, never doubt your own kendo. Because the quintessence of swordsmanship has been imprinted deep into this body, then continue to regain your spirit and stand up to attack to continue the match. The opponent quickly rushed towards him and spoke contemptuously, no matter what he did, it was useless. He raised his sword to block the attack. In thought Yunar's swordsmanship was a type of swordsmanship that can confuse opponents with magically transformed sword attacks. Counter your opponent's attack and break his stance. Then quickly wriggle to avoid the opponent, causing that guy to angrily say bastard and move like a star worm. He didn't answer. He found an open spot, approached with the same train of thought and aimed for a decisive blow to end the match. His sword was close to the dead spot on his opponent's neck. He said with a serious face that it seemed like I had won. The opponent brushed aside the sword in his hand and said nonsense. Losing to such trash is a joke, I'm done with this. Then tried to leave. He firmly said no, it's not a joke. The senior swordsmanship is strong enough, but there are still weaknesses. The other person said angrily, be careful of your mouth. At the same time, he threw the sword on the real weapon rack and threw it at him. He asked this is. What do you mean, isn't this a real sword? The opponent shouted to shut up and picked it up. I will make you regret for daring to make fun of me and say that about my swordsmanship. Luis worriedly advised to apologize and let it go. He was not convinced, stood quietly and thought about a bottle of medicine. At this time, the warden appeared and said to you, what are you doing? At the same time, he came in front of the night faculty and asked Tadlon why is a student like you here? Hey, is that a real sword? Put it back where it was, quick. Tadlon Terry swung his sword and killed the teacher. To the surprise of so many people present here. The murderer's screams were everywhere. Tadlon Terry held the bloody sword and said come on, that first-year brat. Time for round 2 to get serious. In another development, Ketchlung Violga continuously chased after Andreas Cromwell calling for Mr. Andreas, Mr. Andreas. He turned around and said to call me Andreas. He panted and replied, but I'm 2 years younger than you, so just talk to me casually, Andreas. He asked are you sure? The other party replied of course. By the way, about the magic circle from the other day, it's actually a double magic circle, right? How did you come up with that idea? He said wouldn't it be more fun if there were hidden elements? The boy asked if that was your reason. That moment, his communicator vibrated. It was Lucia's message. She asked if the magic circle he drew was a double magic circle. When did you learn to do that? He said I already knew. That's impressive. She replied I found it while watching it with Vivian Sr. and Dying Sr. If you have time to do such things, then help me with my research. I haven't made much progress lately. What? He thought I really tried to hide it, but in the hands of those two, they found it in just one day. But why did Vivian also come with them? Ketchlung Violga spoke up. Oh, that reminds me, I heard that the Vinku potion was also created by you, Mr. Andreas, so what are you going to show us in today's potion-making class? He replied that he was planning to lower the key a bit. He couldn't reveal all his professional secrets to the whole class. That's not it. Why? He thought to himself, and I also don't want to stand out in front of Kyler at all. While the two of them were still in the middle of talking, there was an explosion. With the appearance of Diane. A few seconds later, Grace Malin appeared growling and said, you dare to humiliate me. Andreas Cromwell suddenly realized that is, the boy next to him trembled and said Malin. He thought to himself, that idiot. The body becomes increasingly larger. Tiger's eyes turned black. Lost his reason and said in a deep voice, I will show you what will happen if you touch me. He thought this must be a side effect of the Kyler magic potion. Are you crazy? What do you think you will gain by doing that to another student? Andreas Cromwell analyzes the situation and speculates an accident happened during a midterm exam like this. I think this is the consequence of me relying too much on the information I got in the game. You should keep an eye on him from the beginning of the school year. Kyler, that damn name. Kyler turned his head to look at the academy one last time. He smiled triumphantly and said it had already begun, his farewell party, then left. At this time in the lecture hall, Grace Malin opened fire and said, I will burn that mouth of yours. Eat it, and at the same time attack Diane. Andreas Cromwell rushed up to help her and said, Hey, it's over, understand? Grace Malin has now become a monster, saying you were the bastard yesterday. He thought this guy still remembered, meaning he had just drunk the magic potion. The monster came and said, Great, I will kill you both. Ketchlung Violga bravely approached Andreas Cromwell and asked him if he was okay. He replied, I'm fine. You two step back. Diane said that guy killed a Milko student. Andreas Cromwell coldly said, well, let the professor take care of the cleanup. I'll buy some time. You should cast some powerful magic, some magic that can destroy him in one move. She suddenly said okay, wondering how he could be so calm. Then she stammered again, but that guy's body was too big. He said no need to worry, with the help of Ketchlung, she will have enough firepower. Okay. He said no need to worry, with the help of Ketchlung, she will have enough firepower. Okay. Ketchlung nodded and said he understood. She quickly ran behind the battlement and called Ketchlung, come here. The monster screamed, where are you guys running to? Die. Then started fighting wildly. He said, you're too loud, pig. If you can't speak, then just shut up, and then he slashed his body. However, his blade could not cause any damage to its fat body. Damn it, he thought, even if he was possessed by a demon and turned crazy, he was still a mage. Thanks to the magic potion, his magic shield became stronger. But it doesn't matter, I will break this magic shield to attack it directly. Thinking of this, he frantically slashed at its body. Dying Alvin observed his actions and thought he was covering his sword with magic power faster than in the tournament. He became weak. The monster wants to fight back. Ketchlung Violga shouted worriedly, Andreas, watch out. He quickly used the shield. Successful in protecting yourself. Did he think it had lost its mind? It used attack magic while maintaining defensive magic. Its magic power and concentration were too great. It's not good, we have to stop it before it reaches its final power. His slash seemed ineffective. He cursed under his breath. Its body is so big and hard. Right at this moment, the dying behind him shouted loudly, signaling him to stay away. He turned his head and thought. Then he understood and dodged to the side, jumping back away. She cast an iron piercing, instantly killing the monster. She performed iron penetrating. Instantly kills the monster. He was surprised and thought about advanced magic. The fact that she can continuously use this advanced magic to penetrate his skin is very good, as expected from a character with the power I already knew. With this momentum, she might even be able to create a magic with her own characteristics before graduating. Turning the child of the director of Milko Academy into this will cause a lot of trouble. She wiped her sweat and said, even though Grace Malin turned into a monster, this will definitely be troublesome. He replied, yes, we have gone beyond the limit. Ketchlung Violga courageously stood up and said there was nothing more I could do, but I will testify for you as best I can. Andreas Cromwell thought that since dying was involved, Bact would take care of the after effects. Then he left, before leaving, not forgetting to say, if someone comes, explain the situation to them. I will go find the professor responsible for this class, Professor Kyler. Outside the lecture hall, it was very chaotic. He went around searching and did not forget to warn the students that if they see a monster, don't try to fight them, hurry up and call the professor. He increased his speed, looked around, thinking that Kyler must have run to the hiding place. He must have left to avoid causing more trouble. His potions can be quite troublesome in future battles. Then he saw a familiar figure. He suddenly woke up and thought he remembered this guy. Kyler's subordinate, Antonio Holt. During class this guy asked the professor I would go check on him. As soon as he agreed, okay, that guy doesn't appear often, so I forgot his role of this name. Surely he was the one who spread the potions throughout the academy. If I follow him, it will definitely lead to Kyler. Suddenly, a scream rang out behind him and he ran away. Lucia. He turned his head to look back. Lucia is trying to stop the monster with a magic circle to protect the other two students. She told them to run, the two of them quickly. They cried and looked at her, but what about you? She tried her best to fend off the monster's attack. Sweat poured out, she thought it was too hot. Would she die here? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have cared about the medicine. I should have lived carefree. While her mind was dizzy and almost fainting, in a blur, she saw the familiar appearance of Andreas Cromwell. She softly called out to her senior and then passed out. At this moment in the training ground, the sound of booing echoed. My hand, let me go, call the professor. Is everyone out yet? At the same time, the group of missionaries fled. After taking everyone out of the training ground gate, Luis told Selena, Chris will leave it to you. She asked, what about you? He replied, I will go back to help Senior Vivian. I have a bad feeling. At that moment, luckily Ivy Claire appeared promptly and asked, what's all that noise? In the training ground, Vivian Belkeen vigorously fights monsters. She thought that if she didn't stop him now, he would definitely chase after Andreas. The monster attacked her and injured her by hitting her head hard with its head. Blood gushed out, falling down her beautiful face. She thought it was dangerous. But that's why I have to finish him off here. She rushed forward and slashed hard at its body. But because the body is too strong, not only was it uninjured, but also threw her away. She vomited blood, thinking she was still too weak. In my current state, I can't protect Andreas. Her eyes were cold and full of determination. She pushed herself back determinedly, wanting to rush in and attack it again. Luckily, Ivy Claire appeared to stop her and that was enough. Do you want to die, Toddlon Terry? It's a pity, but... At the same time, he raised his sword. One quick slash defeated the monster. Vivian Belkeen looked at the woman in front of him, thinking admiringly, Professor Ivy, so strong. Ivy Claire retracted her sword and looked at her monster-turned student, regretting it too late. Then he turned to the female student and praised that you've done well up until now, Vivian. Vivian Belkeen told himself that he also had to become stronger. Elsewhere, Andreas Cromwell hugs Lucia. Use Earth Shield to block the monster, quickly run away. He thought, damn it, if Kyler were to escape, the war scene in the future would be very troublesome. Now it's impossible to summon undead, there's no way to defeat that thing. I have to get her to a safe place first. Then chase after Kyler. I saw the indifferent figure of the dean standing leisurely in front of me. He silently cursed that bastard. His students were being attacked and he could only stand and watch. He rushed forward and said, I'll take care of that monster, Professor. He thinks about his own business, crazy guy. Belial Costello leisurely looked after him and said that, thinking he was going to show me something interesting. Then with just one move. Killing monsters is as easy as turning your hand. Andreas Cromwell takes Lucia to the infirmary. After checking, the professor there said she was fine, because her mana was depleted. She was in shock, but she should rest and recover. Seeing the patient's eyelids move, he said it looked like the girl was awake. He turned around and asked if she was okay. The professor turned around and said, then you go first, then leave. Lucia said it wasn't a dream, I thought I was going to die. He said he almost died. How dare you fight him like that? She sighed and replied, "You know, I don't want to fight, but someone still can't get out so I have to." He teased, hearing her sound like a hero, thinking to himself that if everything had gone the right way, she wouldn't have been involved in this. "It was my fault." She sat up and said, "Oh my God. Your cute junior almost died." He said it's okay to argue so well. His mouth said tough words, but in his heart he secretly sympathized that she must be so scared, maybe so scared that she wanted to lock herself in her room to be a researcher. He turned around and left and said, "I'm busy, go home." She scowled, "Are you here to tease me?" He said, "Okay, when everything is over, I will start making ma deek for you." Then walked towards the exit. Look at his back. Remember when he saved her in danger? She thought to herself, the seaweed senior, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. And he went to the front of the shabby, remote house. Secretly thinking that according to the script, the battle with my boss will take place in this shelter, but the event happened at a different time. Is Kyler here? In the game, there must be a companion NPC to defeat. Okay, but I don't need to make a big deal out of it. In the game, you must have an NPC companion to defeat him. But I don't need to make a big deal out of it. He signaled his undead to rush forward. The house was destroyed. Timur grabbed Antonio Holt by the neck and killed him on the spot. He recognized it immediately and thought it was Antonio Holt. Which means Kyler is definitely here. After evolving, Timur is truly a monster. Even the final monster can be defeated easily. Timur is a legendary demon warrior, giant, undead, level 6, mana 2010, self-esteem attributes, attack power, strong close range, rage. Then he secretly assessed that Nickel also got the title of Deadly Sin and buffed the effect so the mid-level boss wouldn't be a problem. He turned over the rubble to search and wonder what's around here. Then he found a magic circle. He opened it, a tunnel opened. He said, "Okay, we should go visit that terrorist." He just took one step down the steps. Then Kyler appeared and knocked him back. He asked, "How did you know this place?" Karen's disciple, Andreas Cromwell. He threw an attack punch to distract him. Then sent Nickel to bite off his arm, causing him to exclaim, "Gods of heaven and earth." He said, "Oh, my bad, that blow should have been aimed at your neck." He said, "Brat, now I understand, so it was you who killed Karen." He signaled to destroy him with one blow, Timur. It rushed forward and bit him. But he was bound by him with dark magic. He said, "I really couldn't understand. Even if we black magicians are selfish, I never expected you to kill the person who raised you." He thought it was the final form, the shadow armor, so it also had the ability to replace lost body parts. Did he say dark armor? The man asked him in surprise. How did he know? This is ridiculous. How could anyone other than the jest owner know about this? He slashed his sword hard, freeing Timur. "And tell me I know it very well. It is a rare, expensive and high-quality item, with comprehensive offensive and defensive capabilities." He smiled happily and said, "Then you also understand that you have no chance of winning against me." He interrupted, but he was afraid of fire, right, and was about to cast magic. The guy who launched the attack said, "What if that's the case? I just need to not give you time to cast the spell." Timur rushed to punch him and sent him flying away. He signaled Timur, "Okay, go with Nickel to stop him." He said, "Do you think ordinary undead like them can buy you time? What a farce." They rushed in and tore him apart, giving him space to perform magic. He thought it would take more time than he thought. The guy controlling is undead. And said, "Even if a bunch of you brain-dead monkeys charged at me, well." Nickel used his hands to tug at the restraints on his body to escape. Kyler was surprised to think that was also. And saying that ordinary undead can break the shadow binding, looking at them rushing to attack him, he thought it was impossible. That was absurd. What the hell are they? Could it be that they were corpses that he got from the congregation? When he looked towards him, he saw in his hand a magic bone whip fusion. He wondered if that was a whip. He rushed forward and used the whip to wrap around his body. Kyler said that he intended to attack with fire, but now he attacked physically. "Don't tell me you can only use a big mouth and you can't use fire-type moves." Seeing his nose bleed, he laughed smugly at your pitiful little joke that could cost you your life. He glared and said to his servant. The fire from the bone whip burned and burned Kyler. He shouted loudly. Just a second later it burned down. Andreas Cromwell used his hand to wipe the blood from his face and said that the pressure placed on his body was greater than he thought, being able to activate it so easily. Dying is truly on another level. But I think this new skill is a great success, except for turning that corpse into ash because I used too much mana. If someone as vocal as Kyler is dead, then the congregation will definitely take action. Now, I should take the items from that lair, erase the traces, and leave, otherwise the academy is probably in an uproar, so I should go back quickly. Meanwhile in the study room, backed Alvin, after hearing the news, slammed his hand down on the table in anger. Signal to tell me again, how many people? The messenger replied yes, 15 people, including 4 students from the Milko Academy. According to witnesses, a student named Antonio Holt distributed the potions. He is currently missing. He is Professor Kyler's assistant, so the most likely possibility is that. He sat down, tried to stay calm and said enough. Temporarily suspend the Academy's activities until this incident is investigated. Details will be announced later, after discussing with Principal Zeos. The other person replied yes, then quickly left. He glared and wondered what was going on at Rodlin.